Introduction. Let the one remain in his supreme exaltation who, actuated by the mere desire to play like a child, brings into being, by means of a power inherent in himself, the eternal illusion of a creation and destruction of the universe, and who is conceived of as keeping himself always seated on the lotus flower grown in the inmost core of his devotees' hearts, assuming sometimes the shape of a deity, half male and half female, with the moon shining on his forehead. Chapter 1. General directions to be followed at the time of taking of drugs prepared from Rasa or mercury. Prayer to God. The patient should have recourse to salutary rules of hygiene and morals. He should control the activities of his senses. Just before he takes a drug, he should pray to God in the form which is most appealing to his own mind. God has innumerable names. He is corporeal, as well as non-corporeal, full of attributes as well as devoid of all attributes. He is one, as well as many. All these depend upon the mental capacity of the devotee. He is known in Elis real character only to those who have formed a mental union with him. Yet, to fulfill the desires of an ordinary devotee, he lives in his heart in the form conceived of by the former. One should always worship the deity of his own conception, and never find fault with the religious beliefs of other people. To condemn any other form of religion than one's own is to condemn God himself. Deal. The following is a list of salutary rice prepared from good paddy grown about a year back, anamanda, palika roti or chapati, laja, powder of the same, and lajananda. These three things should be taken with a little of sugar and rock salt. Patola, papita, alabu, chichinda, koshataki, udumbara, mula, raktalu, barahikanda, maha koshataki, shuranagopala, karkati mana. Leaves of the following may also be taken in small quantities, duly prepared with coriander seed, cumin seed, rock salt, and clarified butter. Punarnava, bastu, meganada, sprica trigonella, corniculata, danya, jiraka, brahmi, guduchi, and sunasanua. Leaves of vegetables, however salutary they may be in other respects, should not be taken in excess, otherwise they give rise to discases and destroy memory, intelligence, and the datus. As to cow's milk, it has several good properties and may be used in some of the diseases, but it gives rise to flatulence and is not to be taken in loss of digestive power. It is not to be given to patients suffering from flatulence, colic of all sorts, gulma, new fever, diabetes, spermatoria, chronic diarrhea, derangement of vayu, and abdominal phthisis, except at the time of taking a class of medicines, known by the name of parpati, with which cow's milk is the most essential and indispensable diet. Milk may also be taken if required by special medicines. Throbbing below the navel is an indication of the stomach giving rise to flatulence. In the diseases named above, goat's milk is not so bad as cow's milk. The former may be used in those diseases by physicians having regard to the digestive power of the patients. Goat's milk should always be boiled and then cooled before it is used for drinking. Ghritam increases vitality, strength, retentive faculties, loveliness of appearance, and digestive power. It is nutritious and pacifier of the three doshas. It is be prohibited in diseases due to mere kapha or mere pittam, at night in winter, at daytime in summer, to boys and old men in all circumstances. In spermatoria, diabetes, enlargement of spleen and liver, in discases due to an increase of mucus, in cholera, intestinal obstruction, diseases due to taking of liquors, in fever, and in loss of digestive power. Ghritam may however be taken, at all times and by all sorts of people, at the time of taking a special class of medicines. Meat of the following animals may also be prescribed, when necessary: laba, titiri, godha, mayura, sasaka, bataka, kalabinka, barti, haritala, saina, and deer of all sorts. The following fishes may also be prescribed, when necessary: madgura, rohita, sakula, and other fresh fish considered salutary. Unwholesome diet and deeds. The following are to be avoided: taking meal before and much after the usual time, taking much in excess of or much less than the proper quantity of meal, taking meal before one feels hungry. Food classed as beta his, heavy food. Those articles of foodstuff which give rise to inflammation, thirst, and acidity, as well as those which increase vayu and pittam, simultaneously, are called beta high. They are roasted articles, red pepper, and rice, chipitaka, chanaka, and kalaya if fried, food seasoned with much of mustard, sour, and fermented foodstuff. That class of food which gives rise to flatulence, food fermented and not cooked by one's own people, food which gives rise to vayu and pittam, pungents, sours, bitters, and astringents, sexual intercourse, anger, physical labor in excess, things which have the property of killing mercury and the metals such as kakamachi, much talking, gruel, such fermented drugs as asavas and aristas, exposure to the heat of the sun, odd fire, except in cold regions of the world, exposure to drafts of air, sleeping and dozing in daytime, keeping late hours at night, smoking and eating of tobacco, especially the latter, opium, tea, biscuits, loaves prepared from fermented wheat, food prepared by frying it with oil or adulterated butter or clarified butter, red pepper, fried rice, kusmanda, karkati, kalinga, kara, bella, kusumba, kalambi, kadali, betel nuts, jackfruits, kanji, tortoise, red punarnava, kukuta, kapota, karkoti, kapitha, kalaya, karkaru, kulata, kangu rice, kola, kaseru, kabuka, and meat of animals living near water, leaves and sprouts of betasa, bilba bartaku, mushroom, sweet plums, curd, all pulses except mugga, linseed, mustard seeds, sesamum seeds, camphor, mustard oil, taken internally with food, and anointing the body with it, anointing the body with saffron, and alcohol in any form. Diet incongenial by combination. There are certain articles of foodstuff, each of which, though harmless in itself, produces bad effects when combined or eaten on the same day with some special articles. Such an incongenial combination of different kinds of diet gives rise to diseases, loss of strength and vitality. Such an antagonism of combination of diet should always be avoided. A few examples of such antagonism: milk is antagonistic to fish, meat, and acid. Fish is antagonistic to butter, clarified butter. Milk, antagonistic to oil. Milk and fish are antagonistic to fish and oil. Coconut water should not be decoction of medicinal herbs and food, once prepared, should not be heated again. Meat of more than one animal should not be taken on the same day. Different kinds of each. Meat and sweets. Meat is butter and clarified butter, butter, clarified butter, and kept in bell metal pots. Of the following articles taken at the same time are also injurious to health: honey, clarified butter, milk, oil, and water. For examples of other antagonistic combination of food, one should look into Charaka and the other medical authorities. Drinking of water at dawn. Almost all the diseases are cured only by a habitual drinking of water, 64 tolas in weight, a little before sunrise every day. One who is habituated to such drinking of water lives for at least 100 years, free from diseases and senility. Much more salubrious is the habit of drinking at the same time. I see at dawn, 48 tolas of water through the nostrils. Sniffing of a little of water, a little before sunrise, is also healthy and beneficial to eyesight. Drinking of water, in the way referred to above, should not be resorted to at the time of drinking clarified butter and medicated oil, at the time of healing up of a boil or abscess, at the time of flatulence and inactivity of the stomach, and when suffering from hiccough and diseases due to kapha and vayu. Those who want to practice drinking of water at dawn as referred to above, should scrupulously avoid the following: meat, milk, leaf vegetables, all sorts of beans and grams, pistakas, chingri fish, bilva, batasa, nimba, beta high food, warm food, food fried with oil, physical exercise, fomenting the body, fasting, rubbing or anointing the body with anything warm, exposure to sun's rays and fire, using very swift conveyance, and sleeping in daytime. The following are beneficial to such drinkers of water: boiled rice washed with water, buttermilk, vegetables pres. Scribed on page 4, bathing every day twice or thrice in the tropics, coconut water, roasted fish, and soup of fish. Those who are vegetarians should take salutary vegetable dict, cooked with clarified butter. Restrictions regarding exposure to the sun. Exposure to the sun's rays causes roughness and discoloration of the skin, eye disease, perspiration, loss of consciousness, thirst, inflammation, fatigue, and impurities of the blood. These evils are minimized by coldness of the climate. Sun's rays are rather beneficial in extremely cold climates. Even in the tropics, those who are unable to bear an excess of cold in winter may expose the back part of their body to the sun's rays for a little while. A little exposure to fire is beneficial in the spring when an excess of phlegm naturally accumulates in the system. Under no circumstances one should expose oneself to the sun or fire at least 48 minutes before and after taking a meal. Such an action causes an increase of the 3 doshas. Every patient should avoid the sun and fire. One should always travel slowly and unfatigued, covering his head with an umbrella which protects the body from birds' stools, sun's rays, and the rains. Those who drink water at dawn should on no account expose themselves to the sun's rays and fire. Restrictions regarding dress: should not wear than a piece of cotton body from the waist. People of those regions, where no coolness of climate is experienced from April to October, those 6 months, any other garment cloth covering the lower part of the downwards, and another piece of thin cloth made of the same material placed on the shoulders, meant to serve as a turban or to protect the body from air drafts as necessary. In those regions, woolen clothes are not to be used in winter even, except where the cold is unbearable. In those parts of the world, one should always avoid clothes, cut and sewn. Dress is always to be decided upon having regard to the climate of the region concerned. An excess of dress, especially in India, gives rise to diseases, loss of longevity, and increase of vayu and pitam. In matters of dress, imitation of foreigners, hailing from colder regions, is injurious to health. Ancient sages of our country recommended the nudity of the upper part of our body and taking bath 3 times a day. Restrictions regarding exposure to wind. In summer and occasionally in the earlier part of autumn, one should expose oneself to free drafts of air, but in other times one should always have recourse to places devoid of air currents. This helps recovery from diseases and increases longevity. Restrictions regarding sleeping in daytime. Sleeping in daytime is injurious, inasmuch as it increases the 3 doshas. It is to be absolutely avoided, except in summer or in the tropics, when the heat of the sun is intense. It lessens longevity and gives rise to several diseases, especially jaundice, headache, pain and heaviness of all the limbs, loss of hunger, accumulation of phlegm in the lungs, dropsy, loss of appetite, pain in one of the halves of the head, hiccough, pinosam, itches, boils, dullness of brain, cough, throat diseases, weakness of all the sense organs and sensations and fevers of all sorts. Sleeping in daytime may be recommended for the time being for the following: those who have resorted to an excess of physical exercise, walking and sexual indulgence. Those who are extremely fatigued, sufferers from diarrhea, colic, asthma, hiccough, insanity, and temporary indigestion. Those who are extremely lean, those who are much deficient in phlegm, infants, those who are under the influence of liquor, old men, those who had to keep late hours at night, and those who have grown weak by fasting. Under no circumstances should the following sleep in daytime: those who suffer from hemoptysis and consumption, those who drink water at dawn, and those who have been infected with a poison. Rubbing the whole body with oil. This is a practice which tends to soothe the skin, the cutaneous pores, the veins and the arteries, and make the body healthy and strong as blossoms, etc. Of plants grow by water, so do the tatas of a human body develop by the body being rubbed with oil. Rubbing the body with oil is prohibited in the case of those suffering from new fever and indigestion, those who have been made to vomit, and those who have taken purgatives and douches. Rubbing the body with oil in the case of and makes their disease obstinate or incurable, and in the case of and it gives rise to loss of digestive power. Restrictions regarding bath. Taking bath increases hunger, longevity, and strength. It removes itches, dirt, fatigue, perspiration, drowsiness, thirst, inflammation, and heat. It is prohibited in fever, diarrhea, diseases of the eye, ear, and mouth, swelling of the belly by wind, obstruction of the nose by phlegm dried up by wind, arditam, and within 48 minutes after taking meal. Bath in tepid water is salutary from the middle of November to March. At other parts of the year, taking bath in cold water every day is good for health. Bath in cold water is absolutely necessary for patients suffering from loss of consciousness, biliousness, sensation of heat, inflammation, poison, impurities of the blood, ailments following upon an excessive drinking of liquor, giddiness, fatigue, asthma of a virulent type, swelling of the body, belching with an emission of smoke, putrefaction of food without digestion, dryness of mouth and throat, and racta pitta or hemoptysis. Restrictions regarding taking of food. Articles of foodstuff having good properties should be taken twice a day, viz. After the expiry of 1/4 part of daytime and of nighttime. Taking meal at other than these two times is to be avoided unless one is much pressed by hunger. Taking food before the expiry of the first quarter of daytime and of nighttime is not desirable, simply because the undigested part of the child produced from the food taken at the preceding meal is not completely digested before the expiry of the first quarter of daytime and of nighttime respectively. Taking meal after the expiry of the first 2 quarters of daytime and of nighttime respectively leads to loss of strength. These 2 times are ordinarily called meal times, but if at any other time, hunger is keenly felt by the digestion of the child, pacification of the doshas, and the elimination of the malas, that time may also be considered fit for taking meal. One should avoid taking much in excess of or much less than the proper quantity of food. Neither should one take meal before the previous meal has been properly digested. Taking meal before proper time causes weakness, diseases, and even death. Taking it much after proper time gives rise to wind in the abdomen, impairing the digesting heat in the stomach, causing indigestion and delay in the feeling of hunger afterwards. Drinking much water causes indigestion. The same evil takes place if drinking of water is avoided altogether. For these reasons, it is desirable to drink water several times in small quantities. Water, drunk before half the quantity of a meal is consumed, gives rise to indigestion and leanness. It increases the power of digestion. If drunk just after half the quantity of the meal is consumed, it gives rise to obesity and phlegm if drunk at the end of the meal. A thirsty man should not take food before the thirst is quenched. He should take food much after the thirst is quenched, otherwise his action may give rise to gulma. Similarly, a hungry man should not drink water before eating half the quantity of the food required to satisfy his hunger, otherwise his action may lead to dropsy. The following are the causes of loss of digesting power, even though meal is taken in small quantities and in due time. Drinking water in excess of what is required to satisfy thirst, taking an excessive quantity of food, taking food at improper times, delay in responding to calls of nature, and sleeping in daytime. One should take his food with one's feet wet with water. The head should not be wet with water at the time of taking food. An excess of these are always to be avoided. Lying down, sitting, drinking, exposure to sun and fire, swimming, traveling by means of conveyances and on horseback. One should avoid the following for 48 minutes after taking one's meal: exercise, sexual indulgence, running, travels, fighting, singing, and studying. Chewing of betel leaves. A betel leaf is to be chewed after each meal. It should be accompanied with a few bits of betel nut, a little of katiku, lime, dhanya, and madhurika. All these combined destroy the 3 doshas, cause cheerfulness of the mind, cleanliness, and make the mouth clean, sweet, smelling, soft, and wet. Betel leaves in the above way should be chewed at the time of sexual intercourse, after waking, bath, meal, vomiting, after some artificial poison finds its way into the stomach, and at a of the learned men, and at a royal court. Nails, meeting the stem and the end of a betel leaf gives rise to diseases. The middle part, i.e. the thick, vein-like substance destroys longevity, and the veins spreading right and left destroy intelligence. Betel leaves therefore should be deprived of those objectionable parts before they are chewed. The first part of the juice coming out of a chewed betel leaf is injurious, and should therefore be thrown out of the mouth. The second part of the juice is heavy and laxative. And the third part of the same is nectar-like and helps to remove diseases and senility. Betel leaves should not be taken in excess. They should be avoided by those who have taken purgative and those who are hungry. Taking betel leaves in excess impairs the physique, physical strength, color of the skin, eyesight, strength of the hair, teeth, ears, and the digestive power. It causes waste of the body, an excess of pittam, vayu, and blood tending to ractopittam or hemoptosis. Betel leaves are injurious to those who suffer from diseases affecting the teeth and the eyes, those who have been infected with poison, those who suffer from hysteria or epilepsy, those who suffer from the reaction of drinking liquor in excess, and those who have got consumption and hemoptosis. Restriction regarding physical exercise. Those who take rasa medicines should not take any exercise, nor should they have recourse to running. Other people should take physical exercise according to their strength. Physical exercise does away with an excess of the doshas, it stimulates power of digestion, and is the best means to removal of obesity. It is wholesome to those who are strong and take meals prepared with clarified butter. It is salutary in winter and spring. In other seasons one should take exercise to the extent of half one's strength, that is up to the time when respiration tends to be quicker, and perspiration appears on the eyebrow, the armpits, the nose, and the limb joints. The following should never have recourse to physical exercise: one who has just taken his meal, one who has just had sexual intercourse, patients suffering from cough, asthma, thinness, phthisis or consumption, hemoptosis, ulcer, loss in weight of the body, one who habitually drinks water at dawn, one who is under treatment, one who suffers from a disease due to an excess of pittam or vayu, an old man and a child. Physical exercise is always salutary to those who suffer from spermatoria and diabetes. Excessive physical exercise gives rise to cough, fever, nausea, exertion, fatigue, thirst, consumption, asthma of a malignant type, and hemoptosis. Physical exercise in the form of running, as in football, play, and excessive swimming, especially in the sun in a tropical climate, is especially prohibited inasmuch as they impair vitality. The maxim that death runs after one who runs is always to be remembered. Actions prohibited just at sunrise and sunset. These are eating, sexual intercourse, sleeping, reading, and walking. At sunset and sunrise, eating gives rise to diseases, sexual intercourse injures the child conceived, sleeping produces nervous weakness, reading shortens longevity, and walking gives rise to nervous weakness and loss of longevity. Directions for sleeping. The night meal should be taken after the lapse of 1/4 part of the night. It is desirable to walk 100 spaces after this meal. This causes a relaxation of the limbs, and a sensation of ease in the shoulder, the thighs, and the waist. Then is the time to lie down on bed for sleep, in a calm and undisturbed state of the mind. It is desirable to inhale 8 times, while lying down flat, and to inhale 16 times while reclining on the right side, and then to recline on the left side with a view to sleep. Sitting down, lying down, and pacing slowly up and down, immediately after taking a full meal is followed, respectively, by a gradual enlargement of the belly, all-round development of the body, and increase of longevity. Running, immediately after taking a full meal, means to allow death to run after such a runner. The digesting heat in the stomach is situated on the left side of the belly, a little higher up the navel. It is therefore always desirable to lie down on the left side after taking the meal. One should also rub the palm of the feet with oil at the time one retires to bed for sleep. Such an action induces sleep and improves eyesight. One should never sleep with one's hair smeared with oil. Sleeping with the hair wet with water is however not objectionable. To sleep with one's head kept northwards causes several diseases and loss of vitality. To sleep with one's head kept westwards is also forbidden, inasmuch as it brings about insomnia and excess of vayu. Sleeping is forbidden in a tattered bed, in a house with more than one holes, in temples and under trees and in garden houses. At night, poisonous gas issues out of leaves of trees at night. 48 minutes preceding sunrise is the time in which every man should get up from sleep. Advantages of iatro-medical treatment. Such a treatment does not require a detailed examination of the actual state of the 3 doshas, of the diseases, of countries, and of the seasons in which the treatment is undertaken. Accompaniments of such medicines. A medicine rapidly spreads all over the body, if mixed with an anupa nam or accompaniment, exactly in the same way as oil thrown upon water rapidly spreads all over its surface. Juices of herbs, having the required efficacy, selected in due consideration of climate and season, or honey, or only pure water may be used as an accompaniment of medicines prepared mainly from rasa. A few such accompaniments are stated below. Several others may be decided upon by learned physicians. If there is a mention of a special accompaniment in connection with the direction given for the preparation of a particular medicine, that special accompaniment may be used or another accompaniment of equal value may be selected by the physician. In vatodhara, or in excess of vayu, a medicine is to be taken with the accompaniment of a few drops of honey mixed with 1 rakti in weight of hingu, fried with clarified butter, and 2 raktis in weight of jeera, pestled with water. The following are the symptoms of vatodhara: flatulence, belching, pain in the stomach, throbbing below the navel felt by pressure of fingers, and constipation. Hingu should never be used in phthisis. In diarrhea, any one of these may be used as accompaniment, viz. 3 raktis in weight of banga, fried with clarified butter, decoction of barcha babula, decoction of dhanya mixed with powdered shunthi and honey. Juices of other herbs, efficacious in diarrhea, may also be used. In blood dysentery, juice of any one of the following may be given, mixed with a few drops of honey kukuradru, durba grass, leaves of mari, gold, and root of meganada. Juice or decoction of prasarini is effective in destroying mucus. Juice of punarnava in dropsy, of betel leaves in cough and constipation, of leaves of basaka in excessive cough. Similarly, juice or decoction of dhanya and madhurika may be used in excess of pittam in the system, and leaves of shilapeta in strangary. The accompaniments mentioned above should be used with a few drops of fresh honey, which is not only a medium for mixing medicines but is also a thing which increases the strength of the medicine so mixed with. A medicine is generally to be pestled with its accompaniment and honey for at least 12 minutes on a small piece of stone mortar before it is to be swallowed with the recitation of the Agora mantram or contemplating upon the deity. Dosage. Generally in all diseases, prescribed for adults 4 entire pills, each of full dose taken at an interval of 2 or 3 hours. The dose mentioned here should be continued in the same way every day till recovery. Then reduce the number to 2 pills a day for some days, after which prescribe only 1 pill a day, and then stop the medicine altogether only after complete cure. Medicines mixed with poison of black cobra should be given only once in a case, in the most critical. The medicine called parpati, it should be commenced with. Stage of cholera and typhoid, is to be taken once in a day. 2 raktis, being taken early in the morning, the dose being increased by 1 rakti every day, till it reaches 10 raktis, which is to continue till full recovery. Then the dose is to be reduced by 1 rakti every day till the medicine is entirely given up. Medicine, mixed with the pittam of certain animals, is to be given once in a day. No consideration is necessary where the dose is mentioned in the books, otherwise, it should be decided upon with intelligence and discrimination. Where no dose is mentioned, prepare a pill 1 rakti in weight each. Directions for preparing a medicine with ingredients more than 1. If a particular recipe contains mercury and not sulfur, the term mercury in that recipe is to be taken to mean incinerated mercury. But if there is a mention, in a particular recipe, of both mercury and sulfur, the term mercury is to mean their only purified mercury. Gems, minor gems, conchal, nabisanka, mica, and copper sulfate should always be used in incinerated forms. In other words, they are never to be used in medicines without having been previously reduced to ashes. Take incinerated harita lamb where it is so expressly mentioned, otherwise use orpiment, duly purified. Sulfur, realgar, and all the other remaining upa rasas should be used after purification, and so also should poisons and minor poisons be in case of kuchila. It is to be purified and reduced to ashes by being fried with clarified butter. Gugulu should be used purified. Asafietida is to be always used after having been purified by being fried with clarified butter. The 7 metals should always be used after having been duly reduced to ashes. The processes of purification and incineration referred to here have been described in details in the first 3 volumes. Special directions for taking medicines mixed with bile. Medicines mixed with the bile of certain animals are to be found effective only when cooling actions, such as pouring of cold water over the head or bath in cold water, is resorted to, otherwise such medicines would be inefficacious and injurious. In case of burning sensation in the body due to the effect of such medicines, it is necessary to adopt such cooling actions as pouring of water over the body, smearing the body with sandal paste and camphor, enjoyment of a little breeze, taking fresh curd with sugar, drinking of coconut water or plain water mixed with sugar. Time for taking medicine. Medicine is much effective in empty stomach. If so applied, it cures the disease very soon. But to boys, old men, young women, and weak persons, medicine taken in empty stomach brings exhaustion and rapid decay of strength. Medicine, if taken with food by such patients, is soon absorbed in the system and does neither weaken the system nor comes out of the mouth. Persons unfit to take medicines. Medicine should not be taken when thirsty or weakened by fasting or immediately after taking food or drink. Violation of this regulation would produce evil effect. Bad effects of medicine not assimilated. Medicine, not fully assimilated in the system, causes exhaustion, burning sensation, indigestion, giddiness, fainting fit, head disease, uneasiness, and weakness. If any food or drink be taken before the digestion of medicine or medicine is taken before digestion of food, such medicine cannot cure the disease. On the other hand, it gives rise to new diseases. Prohibitions for taking poisonous medicine. Medicines containing poison are harmful to those who are aged 80 or more, and to those who have not yet attained the age of 9. Chapter 2. Fever. Symptoms of fever. Absence of perspiration and heat all over the body are symptoms of fever. Varieties of fever. Fever is generally of 3 kinds, viz. Nava, Jwara, Visama Jwara, and Ksaya Jwara. It may also be classified as due to an excess of Vayu, Pittam, Kapha, or a combination of 2 or 3 of these doshas, as the case may be. Nava Jwara. If a healthy man free from fever for a long time is attacked with it, such a fever is called Nava Jwara. Varieties of Nava Jwara. Nava Jwara is of 2 kinds, viz. That caused by one's own self, due to unhealthy diet, actions, and habits, and that caused by external agencies. Primary fever caused by one's own self. Unhealthy food, drinks, habits, and actions gradually give rise to an abnormal excess of Vayu, Pittam, and Kapha, which pervades the whole system and gradually affects the stomach to such an extent as to be mixed with the undigested part of the chyle, to force the digesting heat of the stomach out of it. The heat, thus thrown out, spreads all over the body and gives rise to fever. Heat thus thrown out of the stomach is, however, a common factor in all sorts of fever. Restoration of this digesting heat to its original condition is followed by a cure of fever. Primary fever due to external agencies. These are of 4 different kinds and are due to physical shock, possession by evil spirits, charms and incantations resorted to by enemies, and curse uttered by superiors out of disgust. The nature of such a fever is first of all to be ascertained in respect of the doshas. Physical shocks received from strokes of weapons, sticks, etc., and biting of scorpions, mosquitoes, etc. give rise to an excess of Vayu and Pittam. Fever due to poison is attended with facial jaundice, diarrhea, aversion to food, thirst, pains, and fainting. Fever due to the smell of poisonous creepers, etc. is attended with fainting, head disease, and vomiting. Fever due to an excessive sexual desire is followed by distraction of the mind, drowsiness, lethargy, aversion to food, pain in the heart, and dryness of face and body. Fever due to fear and grief is followed by delirium, and that due to anger is followed by shivering. Sexual desire, grief, and fear give rise to an excess of Vayu. Anger gives rise to Pittam. Possession by evil spirits is follow, ed by laughter, weeping, trembling, and excess of the 3 doshas. Charms, incantations, and curses give rise to bewilderment and thirst. Visama Jwara. If a little of the abnormal excess of the 3 faults is left unremedied, even after the remission of Nava Jwara, that fault aggravated by unhealthy food, etc. may affect any one of the 7 dhatus, and bring about a relapse of fever. Such a fever is called Visama Jwara. This fever is of 5 kinds according to difference in duration and time of attack, viz. Santata, Satata, and Yedyu, Tritiyaka, and Chaturthaka. Santata and Satata affect the chyle and blood, and Yedyu affects the flesh, Tritiyaka affects the fat, and Chaturthaka affects marrow and bone. The last mentioned, that is Chaturthaka, is accompanied by many other diseases. It is as terrible as death himself. Santata is a Visama Jwara which lasts for 7, 10, or 12 days at a stretch, without any remission. Satata is a chronic fever which attacks its patient twice a day. Yedyu attacks its patient only once a day. It is also called Ika Hika, and is followed by remission every day. Tritiyaka attacks its patient on every 3rd day, and Chaturthaka attacks its patient on every 4th day. Tritiyaka is of 3 different kinds, viz. That due to an excess of Kapha and Pittam, that due to an excess of Kapha and Vayu, and that due to an excess of Vayu and Pittam. The distinctive features of these 3 fevers are pain in the trika or junction of the spine and the waist, pain in the back, and pain in the head respectively. Chaturthaka fever is also of 2 kinds, viz. That due to an excess of Kapha, and that due to an excess of Vayu. The first is characterized by pain in the thighs which gradually spreads all over the body, and the second is characterized by pain in the head which gradually spreads all over the body. There is another kind of chronic fever called Chaturthaka Biparyaya. The patient suffering from this fever is free from it every 1st and 4th days, but is attacked with it every 2nd and 3rd days. Fever due to consumption. The fever due to consumption or phthisis affects all the 7 dhatus, viz. Chyle, blood, semen, fat, marrow, bone, and flesh. This fever is of 3 different kinds, viz. Vata, Balasaka, Bilepa, and Pralapa. All of these are indicators of waste or consumption. The first, viz. Vata Balasaka, attacks a consumptive patient every day with slow rise of temperature, attended with coarseness of the skin, swelling, languor, stiffness of the limbs, and excess of kapha. The second is also attended with slow temperature, causing perspiration and a feeling of heaviness all over the patient's body. If the symptoms of the second kind of fever are accompanied with a feeling of chilliness, the fever is called pralepi. Symptoms of fever due to an excess of vayu: shivering, irregularity of temperature, dryness of the throat and the lips, insomnia, absence of sneezing, roughness of the whole body, pain over the head, heart, and all over the body, insipidity of the mouth, hardness of stool, colic, flatulence, and yawning. Symptoms of fever due to an excess of pittam: violence of attack, diarrhea, little sleep, sweating, vomiting, bad smell of throat, lips, mouth and nose, giddiness, delirium. bitter taste in the mouth, fainting, burning sensation, loss of intellect, thirst and yellowish appearance of stool, urine and eyes. Symptoms of fever due to an excess of kapha, wetness of the whole body, low temperature, laziness, sweet taste in the mouth, whiteness of stool and urine, dullness of body, a feeling of pacification of hunger without taking any food, slight temperature, vomiting, stiffness of limbs, indigestion of food, heaviness of body, cold sensation, emission of moisture from mouth, standing of hairs on ends, too much sleep, catarrh, aversion to food, cough, gasping, whiteness of eyes, heavy perspiration, and slight burning sensation. Fever due to an excess of 2 or 3 of the doshas. Of the three kinds of fever mentioned above, if the symptoms of any two combine, the fever is called due to Vayupita or Pitta Kapha or Vayu Kapha. And if the symptoms of all the three combine, it is called due to an excess of the 3 doshas. General symptoms of fever due to an excess of the 3 doshas: alternate burning and cold sensations, pain on bone joints, headache, turbid, red and squint appearance of eyes, flow of water from eyes, pain and hearing of sound in the ears, a feeling of the throat being covered over as it were with bristles of corns, etc. Drowsiness, loss of intellect, delirium, cough, gasping, aversion to food, giddiness, burning sensation on and roughness of the tongue, slackness of limbs, spitting of blood and bile mixed with phlegm, moving the head this way and that way, thirst, sleeplessness, pain on heart, delay in passing of urine and stool, scantiness of sweating, urine and stool, slightness of emaciation, inarticulate sound in the mouth, swollen patches in skin colored red with bluish tinge or purely red, like that caused by wasp, bites or appearance of larger round spots on skin, choking of voice, stench coming out of the mouth and the nostrils, etc., a feeling of heaviness in stomach, and delayed pacification of the excess of the 3 doshas. Directions to be followed in Navajwara. Living in a place not exposed to drafts of air. One suffering from fever should live in a place not exposed to drafts of air. Living in such places increases longevity and restores health. A patient suffering from fever should always keep his body covered with thick, warm and dry clothing, and to satisfy thirst, drink water treated in a way mentioned below. Directions for taking medicine. Take mineral medicine immediately after attack of fever without wasting time over the consideration of the doshas and malas or dirt such as urine, stool, etc. of the body. If proper medicine is duly taken immediately after the commencement of fever, remission generally takes place very soon, and sometimes on the very first day. This remark holds equally good in cases of fevers due to an excess of the 3 doshas. Prohibitions to be observed in primary fever. The following are forbidden in Navajwara: 2 macals a day, meal in the morning within 4 hours after sunrise, food tending to produce phlegm, meal at night, food not easily digestible, bathing, anointing the body with oil, turmeric, sandal, etc., taking snehas or douches, vomiting, purging by purgatives, taking snuff, sleep at daytime, sexual intercourse, physical exercise, drinking cold water, taking pulses, fish, meat, milk, food mixed with curd, clarified butter and buttermilk, labor, exposure to the sun and fire, anger, study, excessive talking, taking sour, bitter, and astringent substances, and exposure to drafts of air. These prohibitions do not apply in cases where some of the diets prohibited above may be prescribed to a patient attacked with Navajwara. As for instance, milk should be prescribed to a patient who takes a special class of medicine called parpati. Fasting in Navajwara. Persons fit to fast should fast 1 night, 1 day and night or 3 days according to the extent of the excesses of the doshas. After remission of fever, wholesome diet should be taken according to appetite. Patients should fast in such a way as not to lose strength, for recovery depends solely upon this. During fever or after remission, light diet should be given to a patient once in the latter part of the day, when the digestive fire in the stomach grows strong by the pacification of excess of phlegm in the system. The following persons are unfit to fast: persons stricken with diseases due to an excess of wind, thirst, hunger, dryness of mouth and giddiness, pregnant women, boys, old men, the meek, the timid, phthisis patients, persons fatigued with walking and other kinds of labor, angry men, those suffering from cough and asthma, and those attacked with chronic fever and fever due to an excess of vayu. Fasting is, however, to be observed by a patient suffering from an excess of vayu, if there is an excess of mucus in the system. Fasting is forbidden for those who drink water in empty stomach. Early in the morning, a little before sunrise. Fasting is considered desirable in rheumatic fever for the digestion of ama, but it should not be continued after the latter is digested. In the case of diseases due to an excess of vayu only, the system cannot stand fasting even for a moment after ama is digested, but this is not the case with diseases due to an excess of kapha and pittam, where fasting may be considered necessary for reducing these 2 doshas into their normal state, even after the digestion of ama. Both kapha are in a state of liquid, and can therefore stand fasting. Ama means that part of the rasa which is left undigested on account of shortage of digestive fire in the stomach. Ama gives rise to all sorts of diseases. Drinking of water during fasting. One suffering from fever should drink water even when fasting. A thirsty man suffers from bewilderment, which in turn causes death. So, under no circumstances, water should be disallowed to patients when thirsty, except when it is prohibited as an indispensable requirement of using certain class of medicines named Parpati, Dugdhabadi, etc., which allow only pure milk being drunk instead of water. Drinking water in excess, even in thirst, aggravates kapha and pittam of a man, especially in fever. One suffering from fever should therefore drink water in small quantities, even when thirsty. One suffering from indigestion should never drink water in excess. Cases for drinking water in small quantity. Persons suffering from the following disease are to take water in a very small quantity: fever, eye disease, leprosy, indigestion, udara roga, aversion to food, catarrh, cough and vomiting, dropsy, phthisis, boils, and diabetes. Those who take clarified butter should not also drink water in excess. Drinking of cold water is forbidden in Navajwara, should not drink cold water in the following cases: Navajwara, catarrh, pain in the sides, galagraha, a disease in which tongue comes out every moment and goes inside the mouth the next moment, immediately after vomiting, purging, and such other purifying actions. In flatulence, diseases due to an excess of wind and phlegm, aversion to food, chronic diarrhea, gulma, tumor in abdomen, asthma, cough, bidrati, hicco, and after taking clarified butter. Properties of water cooled after boiling. Water cooled after boiling is beneficial in the following cases: burning sensation, diarrhea, excess of pittam, hematemesis, ailments following drinking of liquor and taking of poison, strangury, jaundice, thirst, vomiting, exhaustion, diseases due to drinking of wine in excess, diseases due to an excess of pittam and of the 3 doshas. In the present case, water is to be boiled in an earthen vessel, covered with an earthen basin, which is not to be removed so long as the boiled water in the vessel is not completely cooled, after discontinuance of heat. This water pacifies an excess of the 3 doshas. It does not produce roughness or phlegm in the system. It helps to destroy worms, thirst, and fever. It is light. Hot water, cooled by pouring it into one vessel and then into another, has the effect of making it so heavy as to remain undigested in the stomach for a long time. Hot water, cooled by fanning, is difficult of digestion. Water boiled at daytime but drunk at night is difficult of digestion, and so is water boiled at night and drunk at daytime. The last one of the two is called stale water. It has no digestive property. It rather increases the 3 doshas and is difficult of digestion. It causes acidity, flatulence, and is harmful in all diseases. Water cooled after boiling should not be boiled again. If boiled again, it becomes as injurious as poison. Cold decoction too act like poison if heated for the second time. Persons who should take unboiled cold water. It is beneficial to drink unboiled cold water in the following cases: fainting, excess of pittam, excessive bodily heat, impurity of blood, diseases due to drinking of wine, giddiness, exhaustion, asthma of a malignant type, dropsy, smoky belching, vitiation of food undigested, dryness of tongue and throat, and upward hematemesis. Diet in Navajwara. During fever and temporary remission, meat juice is good for fever due to exhaustion, fasting, and excess of wind. Juice of mugga is beneficial in fever due to excess of phlegm. The same juice should be taken cooled and mixed with sugar in fever due to excess of pittam. Fresh parched paddy, devoid of husk, its powder or paste made out of it with sugar or sugar candy, should be given in fever due to excessive pittam. The same diet is commended in diseases due to excessive drinking of wine, for habitual drunker, in summer, and in hematemesis. The same parched paddy, or its paste, mixed with sugar, rock salt, and powdered dry ginger, should be given in fever due to excessive phlegm and pittam. Give parched paddy or its paste, mixed with a little of rock salt, dry ginger, and sugar, in fever due to excessive phlegm and wind. Essence of the root of shathi made into a paste by being boiled is good for fever due to excessive phlegm and wind. Juice got from boiling together grapes, amalaki, and mugga, mixed with sugar, produces good effect in fever due to excess of wind and pittam. It clears the bowels and pacifies an excess of phlegm, wind, and thirst with burning sensation. It relaxes exhaustion, removes intoxication and fainting, and has a cooling effect on the system. Give juice of gram in case of excessive burning sensation and fever. Give only posset water, the watery portion of hot milk curdled by means of some mild and harmless acid like lemon juice or green coconut water to satisfy appetite and thirst and diarrhea with fever and fever with flatulence. In case of excessive thirst, give water cooled after boiling to drink in small quantities. After the remission of Navajwara. Paste prepared from boiled shell rice bread, boiled rice of shali or sasti paddy, patola papita, alabu, chichinda, koshataki, udumbara, mulaka, red sweet potato, tuber of barai, mahakoshataki, shuranam, gopa karkati, tubers of mana, and panchamukhi. Things beneficial in chronic fever, purging, vomiting, application of collyrium, application of snuff prepared from medicinal herbs, application of douche with oil, bleeding by piercing through a nerve, taking of curative medicines, ointments, rubbing of oil from head to foot, bath in a basin full of oil, cooling the body, meat of black antelope, sparrow, deer, peacock, laba, rabbit, francoline partridge, green dove, heron, deer of a faint copper color, striped deer, the red-legged bartarl, kapinjala, bartaka and kalapucha, milk and ghee of cow and goat. Things and actions harmful in fever. One suffering from fever should give up the following things as well as things causing excess of phlegm: to check the force of vomiting, to cleanse the teeth with wood brush, unaccustomed food, to take food in excess, to take food in congenial by combination, articles of foodstuff known as beta high, heavy and rich food, impure water, alkalis, acids, pot herbs, seeds from which sprouts have come up, lemon juice, lime juice, water yielding an odor, betel leaves, kalinga, lakucha, fish named ari, sesamum seeds pestled into a paste, mushrooms, puddings and things which cause an excess of phlegm. The patient should not have recourse to exercises, sexual intercourse, bath and strolling, so long as he does not grow strong again. Iatro-chemical medicines applicable in fever. Shiva Durga Rasa. Take equal quantities of mercury and sulfur, and rub them till they are reduced to black sulfuret of mercury, which is to be pestled in a stone mortar with water and made into a lump. Put it into a new earthen vessel, covering the lump with a copper pot. The vessel is then to be subjected to a strong heat for 67 minutes, which would melt the lump and let it accumulate in the bottom. It is a very good medicine. For Navajwara, this medicine is to be given to a patient in doses of 3 raktas at a time twice a day if necessary, after smearing his tongue and palate with rock salt, jeera, and ginger juice. After the medicine is given to the patient, his body is to be covered with a piece of cloth which is to be removed after perspiration. The patient is then to be allowed to eat boiled rice with buttermilk. This way of treatment, if followed for 3 days, would cure the fever and prevent a relapse. Ishana Sundra Razia. Take an equal quantity of mercury, copper, sulfur, pipali, croton seeds, katuki, haritaki, root of tribrit, and nux vomica fruits. Rub them together and subject them to bhavana with the milk of bajri tree. Dose, 3 raktas at a time. Meghanada rasa. 1 part of mercury, 1 part of bell metal, brass and with the juice of meghanada and subjected to lagu putam for more than once. This medicine, taken in doses of 2 raktas each, cures all sorts of fever, including that due to an excess of vayu. Part of sulfur and 1/4 copper each are to be rubbed. Jwara, Gajahari, Raza. An equal quantity of cinnabar, mica, mercury and sulfur are to be rubbed together with water for 3 hours and, made into pills, 6 raktas in weight each to be taken with honey and ginger juice. Milk with boiled rice should be taken by the patient should he feel a sensation of heat after taking the medicine. Shita Banjirazia. Mercury, orpiment and realgar, each equal in quantity, are to be rubbed together with the juice of leaves of karkati and made into a paste, which is to be kept in a copper pot, duly covered by another pot of the same material. The medicine thus covered is to be subjected to heat by means of a baluka jantram. This medicine cures fever attended with a sensation of coldness. Dose, 6 raktas. Rubbed with honey and powdered black pepper. A little of hot water should be sipped after taking this medicine. Brita Jwara Nkusha Rasa. 1 part of mercury, 2 parts of cinnabar, and 3 parts of croton seeds are to be rubbed with a decoction of danti for 12 hours and dried in the sun. Dose, 1 raktai each to be taken with a little of sugar and water. Mrityunjaya Raza. 1 part each of orpiment, copper, mercury, mica, sulfur and croton seeds, half a part each of borax, realgar and copper pyrites, and 2 parts of aconite. All these are to be rubbed together with the juice of apamarga and subjected to heat by lagu putam. Dose, 1 rakti. It cures all sorts of fever. Brihat Jwarankusha Rasa. 1 part of mercury, 1 part of aconite, 1 part of sulfur, 3 parts of seeds of dutura, and 2 parts each of marika, sunthi, and pipali. All these are to be mixed together and kept in a pot made of ivory or horn of buffalo. It should by no means be kept in a wooden pot if cures fever due to the excess of 2 or 3 of the doshas, if given in doses of 2 raktas each, taken with honey and ginger juice or lime juice. Boiled rice mixed with curd is to be taken after the medicine is digested. Batuka Pyrava Rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, aconite and copper are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana for 100 times with the juice of dutura. This cures Navajwara, if taken in doses of 1 Reneti Kash with honey and ginger juice. Nandikeshwara Rasa. Ashes of copper prepared with mercury and an equal quantity of aconite are to be mixed together and rubbed with the juice of dutura for 100 times and subjected to bhavana after each act of rubbing. It cures all sorts of Navajwara, if taken in doses of half a rakti with honey, ginger juice, sugar and rock salt 3 or 4 times a day. Diet, juice of sugar cane, grapes and curd mixed with sugar, given when the patient feels an appetite for food. Budeva Ranjana Rasa. An equal quantity of mercury, duly extracted from cinnabar, copper, iron, sulfur, mica and aconite, duly purified and well powdered, is to be rubbed with the juice of ginger, and made into pills 2 raktas each. This medicine, taken 4 times a day with honey, cures all sorts of Navajwara. It cures chronic fever also if taken with honey and juice of shephalika leaves. Lokendra Rasa. 1/4 tola of mercury is to be purified by rubbing it with powdered brick, juice of leaves of karma, ranga, ginger juice of black datura leaves, juice of leaves of berbrita daraka, and kanya. An equal quantity of sulfur is also to be purified by being first of all washed with the water with which rice has been washed. Then melted in an iron pot and immersed in the juice or decoction of chitraka plant. Prepare a black sulfuret of mercury by rubbing these two together, and then mix with it 1/16 tola in weight of each of iron and swarna makshikam. Rub them all together and make them into a paste. Smear with this paste a copper leaf, so thin as can easily be pierced through by a thorn, and subject it to heat by a labaka putam for 45 minutes only. When cooled, the medicine is to be rubbed, by means of a copper rod, for 1 day cash with 4 tolas of the juice of the leaves of each of the following: Kasha Raja, Grishma Sundara, Bringa Raja, Manduka Parni, Nirgundi, Jyotismati, Paribhadra, Red Chitraka, Banga, Kakamachi, Nila, and Hasti Shundi. Thus rubbing the medicine for 12 days, mix with it 1/4 tola of powdered tricadu, to be made into pills of the size of a mustard seed. These pills are to be dried up in a shady place, not exposed to the sun's rays. 2 of such pills should be given to a patient suffering from fever due to an abnormal excess of the 3 dosas, especially when he is in a state of delirium or unconsciousness. The body of the patient should be covered by means of a thick piece of cloth, so long as the patient does not feel better by purgation. He should then be allowed to take food with curd and to drink a sufficient quantity of water. A little later, medicated oil, having the property of pacifying vayu, should be rubbed all over the body. The following are the accompaniments of the medicine: decoction of panchamuli in chronic fever, decoction of ativisa in chronic diarrhea and dysentery, juice of parpata in fever attended with shivering, and water in which jira has been kept immersed for about 3 hours in fever attended with diarrhea. This medicine may also be used in indigestion, jaundice, asthma, and cough. Mayunjaya rasa, jwara, mrityunjaya rasa. An equal quantity of mercury, sulfur, pipali, aconite, maricha, and borax are to be rubbed together and made into pills, 2 ractus in weight each, to be taken with honey, for the cure of all sorts of fever. It may be taken with curd water in fever due to an excess of vayu, with ginger juice in fever due to an excess of the 3 dosas, with lime juice in fever due to indigestion, with black jeera and molasses in chronic fever. If the patient is not much emaciated, and if there is absence of an excess of kapha and a heating sensation due to an excess of vayu and pittam, the patient may be given sugar with water or coconut water, as much as he likes. Sarva jwari rasa. An equal quantity of orpiment, copper, iron, mercury, copper sulfate, mica, lodestone, lead, and root of punarnava, pestled with water, are to be rubbed together with the juice of leaves of each of the following: Bringaraja, Kantakari, Punarnava, and Paribhadra. The product is then to be put upon an earthen basin covered by another, the joint being cemented by mud, etc. When dried. The medicine contained in the earthen basins is to be heated by means of the 3rd kind of baluka jantram. This medicine also cures all sorts of fevers. Ratnagiri rasa. An equal quantity of mercury and sulfur is to rub together and made into a black sulfuret of mercury. This is to be heated and made into a parpati, in the same way as described later in connection with the preparation of rasa parpati. Reduce this parpati to fine powder and mix with it copper, mica, gold, catch equal in quantity to mercury, iron half the quantity of mercury, and vaira uta half the quantity of iron. All these are to be rubbed together in a stone mortar and subjected to babana 3 times each with the juice or decoction of the following sigru: basaka nirgundi, bacha, chitraka, bringa, raja, bukadamba, kantakari, guruchi, jayanti, baka flower, brahmi, kiratatikta, and kanya. The product is then to be confined in a crucible or putam and heated by means of the 3rd kind of baluka jantram. After finishing the heating, the fire is to be extinguished. When cooled by radiation of heat, the medicine is to be taken out and powdered. This medicine cures navajwara very quickly. Dose: 6 ractus, to be taken with the decoction of pipali and danya. This medicine is a jogavahaka wars, one which much increases the merits or demerits of another thing with which it is mixed. Navajwara rasa. 1 part of mercury, 2 parts of sulfur, 3 parts of aconite, 4 parts of swaranakshiri, and 5 parts of croton seeds are to be rubbed together with lemon juice and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. It cures all sorts of fever if taken with ginger juice. Parbati sankara rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, aconite, croton seeds, trikatu, triphala, and borax are to be rubbed with water and made into pills, 3 ractus in weight each. It cures all sorts of fevers, especially those which are attended with rheumatism, asthma, cough, and loss of appetite. Navaiwara ankusa rasa. 1 part of mercury, 2 parts of sulfur, 3 parts of cinnabar, and 4 parts of croton seeds are to be rubbed with 10 parts of the decoction of roots of danti plant and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. It cures all sorts of navajwara. The decoction is to be prepared as follows: 2½ parts of roots of danti, to be boiled with 16 times its weight of water, which is to be reduced to 1/4 its quantity. Accompaniment for this medicine: sugar, dissolved with water, Jwara Banji Rasa, 1 part each of mercury, cinnabar, and sulfur, and 3 parts of croton seeds are to rub together with the decoction of roots of danti and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. Accompaniment for this medicine is honey and ginger juice. It cures Nava Jwara of malignant types even. It is necessary to take juice of sugar canes, soup of mugagrams, or cold water, a little after taking the medicine. Diet: boiled rice mixed with sugar and curd, swachanda behaba rasa. Equal quantities of pipali, jatakosha, mercury, sulfur, and aconite are to be rubbed with water and made into pills, of 2 raktis in weight each. This medicine cures Navajwara, even of a virulent type. Navajwara Pankusha Rasa, 1 part each of borax and sulfur, and 2 parts of Rasadalaka are to be rubbed together and subjected to pabana for 2 days, with the bile of rohita fish and MD into pills, 3 raktis in weight cash. Diet: brintaka, buttermilk, and boiled rice. This medicine cures fever very soon by making the patient perspire just before the remission. Nava, Jwardaba, Sinha Rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, iron, copper, lead, marisha, pipali, and sunthi, and aconite being half the quantity of each of them, are to be rubbed together with water for 2 days and made into pills, 2 rakti in weight each. Accompaniment: honey and ginger juice. If cures all sorts of fever and chronic diarrhea, Navajwara Hara Rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, aconite, shunthi, pipali, maricha, haritaki, bibitaki, amalaki, and croton seeds are to be rubbed together with the juice of dronapuspi. The compound is then to be dried and heated by labakaputam. It is then to be rubbed with water and made into pills, 2 raktis in weight each. It cures Navajwara. Sarbanga Sundura Chintamani Rasa, 1 tola in weight of mica, sulfur, and mercury, each, half a tola of aconite and croton seeds each. All these are to be rubbed together slowly and reduced to a very fine dust. This is then to be rubbed with water and made into a paste, with which a few betel leaves are to be smeared. A pit, 6 angulus square, is to be filled with these leaves, covered with other betel leaves not smeared with the paste. A fire made of cow dung cakes, collected from pasturage, is to be kindled upon these leaves. After the fire is extinguished and the ground cooled by radiation of heat, the burnt leaves are to be taken out and powdered in a stone mortar. Half a tola of aconite and croton seeds each are to be mixed with this powder. All these are then to be rubbed together with water and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. Dose: 1 rakti. Accompaniments: 1 rakti in weight of ginger juice, powdered maricha, powdered roots of chitruka, and rock salt. It cures fever due to an excess of the doshas, either primary or chronic. Fever due to an excess of vayu, indigestion, and diarrhea, acute or chronic. Diet: boiled rice with curd. In the event of any untoward symptom arising, the head is to be washed with cold water poured in torrents. It is a very efficacious medicine. 6 angulus are equal to 1/4 cubit or foot. Chandraditya Rasa. Equal quantities of copper sulfate, mercury, and sulfur are to be rubbed together for 3 days with lime juice, and mixed with an equal quantity of powdered trikatu. 3 raktis in weight of this medicine, taken with a piece of betel leaf, cures Visamajwara. Milk is to be taken a little after taking this medicine. In case of fever attended with a sensation of cold, this medicine is to be taken with ginger juice, buttermilk being taken a little after the medicine. In case of fever and colic of a woman, in her family way, this medicine is to be given with grape juice and suitable dict. Taken with the decoction of triphala, this medicine removes constipation. It cures colic if taken with lime juice. In hysteria, this medicine is to be taken with decoction of triphala, and the body of the patient is to be rubbed with the juice of leaves or bark of nimba plant, mixed with clarified butter. The diet for such a patient should be boiled rice innix with clarified butter. This medicine cures gulma, if taken with lime juice. In enlargement of spleen, it is to be given with hingu, juice of tamarind, and lemon juice, the diet being boiled rice mixed with buttermilk. It helps retention of semen, taken with milk and sugar. The patient is to take molasses to prevent vomiting, which sometimes follows the taking of this medicine. Trilokya Mahamarasa, 6 raktis of mercury and same quantity of sulfur, are to be rubbed together and made a kajali, with which is to be mixed 1/4 tola in weight of the juice of the leaves of each of the following: Kutaja, Mushali, Datura, Kesha Raja, Devadali, Jayanti, and Mandukaparni. When the rubbing is completed, pills of the size of mustard seeds are to be made. It cures fever due to the 3 doshas and constipation. Coconut water is to be drunk by the patient if he feels a heating sensation after taking the medicine. Sabhagyati Rasa, borax, aconite, jira, 5 salts combined in equal quantities, trikatu, haritaki, bibitaki, amalaki, mica, sulfur, and mercury. All these are to be taken in equal quantities, rubbed together, and subjected to bhavana with the juice of the leaves of each of the following: nirgundi, white bringaraja, yellow bringaraja, basaka, and apamarga. Pills are then to be made 2 raktis in weight each. It cures fever due to an excess of the 3 doshas attended with such symptoms as unusually deep sleep, delirium, asthma, cough, hiccough, fainting fit, aversion to food, and thirst. Bhubaneshwara Rasa. 1 tola in weight of the juice of the following is to be taken, in order, and rubbed by means of an iron rod and dried in the sun: Jayanti, Arka, Nirgundi, Basaka, Bala, Karanja, Suryavarta, Chitraka, Brahmi, Bana, Karpasi, Bringaraja, Danti, Tribrita Ragbada, Sahadebi, Amara, Kanda, Banti, Brihatpanti, Mandukaparni, Pipali, Dronapuspi, Kakamachi, Gunja, Kasaraja, Jojana Malika, Asarana, Black Dustura, Banga, and White Aparajita. 1 tola in weight each of the milk of the following plants is then to be mixed in order, with it, Snuhi, Arka and Bata. The whole thing is to be so rubbed as to make a lump. Then mix with it half a tola in weight of Kajali. Mix again with it 1/4 tola in weight each of incinerated Vikranta, Sutendra Rasa, 1 part of mercury, 2 parts of sulfur, 4 parts of borax, 8 parts of aconite, 16 parts of seeds of Dutura, and 32 parts of Trikatu, are to be rubbed together with the juice of roots of Dutura, and made into pills, 6 ractus in weight each. This cures all sorts of fever. It is to be given with sugar and green coconut water in fever due to Vayu and Pittam, with honey alone in fever due to Pittam and Kapha, and with ginger juice and honey in fever, due to the 3 doshas. Achinta Shakti Raza. Take tola each of mercury and sulfur and rub them together into Kajali. Mix with it 1/4 tola in weight of the juice of each of the following: Bringa Raja, Kashat Raja, Nirgundi, Mandu, Kaparni, Grisma Sundara, roots of white Aparajita, Shalincha, thorny Meglia Nada and white Surjavarta. Mix again with it 1/4 tola in weight, each of copper pyrites and maricha, and rub all these in a stone mortar with a copper rod, so long as the compound does not turn black. Then, prepare pills 1 rakti in weight each to be dried in a shady place. This medicine is very beneficial to a patient suffering from fever, perspiring, emaciated and exhausted by fasting, and grown very weak. 3 such pills are to be given on the first day, 2 on the second, and 1 on the third, these being dissolved with cold water at the time of administration. It is necessary to drink 32 tolas in weight of cold water for every pill taken by the patient on a certain day. Juice of meat of wild animals and such birds as laba, and cold water should be drunk for the purpose of quenching thirst. Diet: boiled rice mixed with curd prepared from buffaloes, milk and gruel, in D&E consideration of course of the strength and appetite of the patient. In case of giddiness and headache, rubbing of the patient's head with such oil as Narayana, Talam is considered salutary. Jwara, Duma, Ketu Rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, condensed sea foam, hingala, and sulfur are to be rubbed for 3 days with ginger juice and made into pills, 3 raktas in weight each. It is a good medicine for Navajwara. Sri Rama Rasa. 1 part of mercury, 1 part of sulfur, 1 part of marisha, and 3 parts of croton seeds are to be rubbed together for 3 hours with the decoction of Danti, and made into pills, 2 raktas in weight each. It cures rheumatic fever, colic, flatulence, and diseases due to an excess of Vayu. This was taught by Raja Ramchandra of Ayodhya. Prachandaswara Rasa. Equal quantities of aconite, mercury, and sulfur are to be rubbed together for 6 hours and subjected to bhavana with the juice of Nirgundi leaves for 21 times, and made into pills of the size of a sesamum seed. Accompaniment: honey and ginger juice. In case of disagreeable sensation in the hand, it is to be rubbed with some cooling oil, and buttermilk should be prescribed as diet. This medicine cures Avajwara, Chadaswara Rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, aconite, and copper are to be rubbed together for 3 hours, subjected to bhavana for 7 times each with the juice of the leaves of Hirgundi and of ginger, and then made into pills 1 rakti in weight each. Accompaniment: ginger juice, bath in cold water, and other cooling actions are to be resorted to. Milk is to be taken when thirsty. This medicine cures all sorts of fever very soon. Tripura Bhairava Rasa. 1 part of aconite, 2 parts of borax, 3 parts of sulfur, 4 parts of cinnabar, and 5 parts of croton seeds are to be rubbed together for 3 hours with the decoction of Danti and made into pills, 3 raktas in weight each. Accompaniment: honey with trikatu or ginger juice, or sugar only. Diet to be given with buttermilk. This medicine cures Navajwara, indigestion, rheumatism, dropsy, flatulence, piles, and worms. Udaka Manjari Rasa. 1 part each of mercury, sulfur, borax, and maricha, and 4 parts of sugar are to be rubbed together with the bile of rohita fish and dried in the sun in daytime and in open space at night. This process is to be repeated as many times as possible in course of 3 days. In excess of pittam, pour cold water upon the head, or apply a piece of wet cloth upon it. This medicine cures rheumatic fever very soon. Trailakya, Dumbura Rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, copper, pipali, croton scads, katuki, tribrit, and nux vomica are to be rubbed with the milk of snuhi and made into pills 2 raktas in weight each. It cures Navajwara, if taken with honey. Gata Murari Rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, realgar, iron, trikatu, copper, cinnabar, and lead are to be pestled with water and made into pills, 2 raktas in weight each. It cures soon rheumatic fever of a serious type. Kshemeswara Rasa. 2 parts each of mercury and sulfur, and 1 part of aconite are to be rubbed together for 3 days with the juice of musali. The compound is then to be dried and heated inside a glass bottle, by means of a baluka jantram. Cooled after heating, the compound is to be mixed with a quantity equal to it of each of the following: black jira, hingu, sarjikshara, borax, gugulu, 5 salts. All these are then to be rubbed together and subjected to bhavana for 7 times with the decoction of the same ingredients, and made into pills, 5 raktis in weight each. It is to be taken with a betel leaf. It is a very good medicine in fevers due to an excess of the 3 doshas. In navajwara of a virulent type, this medicine is to be taken with a little of hot water. This should also be prescribed in a particular type of fever which is attended with a sensation of heat, followed by that of coldness, and in gulma, and colic due to an excess of the 3 doshas. After taking this medicine, the patient may be allowed to take diet to his liking. His body should also be smeared with sandal paste and other cooling unguents. This is for pacifying the heat in his body and increase of strength. Rasa, Rajendra, 4 tolas in weight, cash, of mercury, copper, iron, mica, lead, tin, sulfur, and aconite are to be rubbed together with the juices of kakamachi and ginger, and then subjected to bhavana with the biles of rohita fish, hog, peacock, goat and buffalo, successively. It is then to be rubbed with the decoction of trikadu, and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. It is to be taken with honey and juice of tulasi leaves. Cold water in torrents is to be incessantly poured over the head of the patient after he takes the medicine. Sugar dissolved with water should be given to drink, if intense heat is felt. Boiled rice with curd should also be given, only once a day. Sanipata surya rasa. Equal quantities of cinnabar, sulfur, copper, maricha, pipali, aconite, sunthi, and black datura seeds are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana with the decoction of banga for 3 times and made into pills, 2 raktis in weight each. This medicine is to be taken with a piece of betel leaf, after which a little of the decoction of arka leaves is to be drunk. This medicine cures fever due to an excess of the 3 doshas. Tridosha nihara surya rasa. 1 part of mercury and 2 parts of sulfur are to be rubbed together to form a kajali. This is to be rubbed in the sun for 8 days with the juice or decoction of chitraka, and dried. Then mix with it aconite, equal to 1/8 part of the mercury, and rub the whole thing for a short while with the juice or decoction of chitraka roots, and then subject it to bhavana with the bile of fish, boar, peacock, goat and buffalo successively. Dose: 1 rakti in weight. It cures fever due to an excess of the 3 doshas. Pratapatapanarasa. Equal quantities of sulfur, cinnabar, orpiment, mercury, iron, borax, calamine, sarjikshara, powdered mangista and cinnabar are to be rubbed together with the juice of leaves of nirgundi. When dried, the compound is to be put into a blind crucible and subjected to heat for 24 hours by means of the 3rd kind of baluka jantram. Take out the medicine when the crucible is perfectly cooled by radiation of heat. Dose: 1 rakti to be taken with ginger juice. It cures fever due to an excess of the 3 doshas. Diet: curd mixed with boiled rice or milk or soup of goat's meat. Sweta shaityari rasa. 1/2 tola each of copper, shunthi and root of arka plant, and 4 tolas of the 5 salts combined, are to be rubbed together and heated by putam. Then mix with it mercury, sulfur and incinerated conch shell, 1 tola in weight each, and rub the whole thing with the juice of devatali, and subject it to bhavana for 3 times with the bile of peacock. 3 raktis in weight of this medicine taken with curd puts a stop to a simultaneous perspiration and feeling of cold. Cold water in torrents is to be poured upon the patient if he feels heat after taking the medicine. Diet: clarified butter, rock salt, juice of mugga, stengarcane dates and grapes, panche bhaktra rasa. Equal quantities of sulfur, mercury, borax, maricha, and aconite are to be rubbed juice of roots of datura, and, together for 1 day with the made into pills 1 rakti in weight each, taken with honey and juice of ginger. It cures virulent fever due to an excess of the 3 doshas. Baidya natha rasa. 1/4 tola in weight of mercury and sulfur each are to be rubbed well and reduced to kajali or black powder. Mix 1 tola of powdered katuki with it. It is then to be subjected to bhavana for 3 times with the juice of black jira or triphala, and made into pills, 2 raktis in weight each. It is to be taken with the juice of leaves of black jira or of betel leaves and a little of hot water. Having regard to the nature of the doshas, 1, 2, 3 or 4 in number of such pills may be given a day. It cures all sorts of colic, navajwara, anemia, aversion to food and dropsy. In case the taking of the medicine is followed by too much of the movement of the bowels, the patient is to be allowed to take boiled rice, mixed with curd. Pratapamartanda rasa. 1 part of aconite, 2 parts of cinnabar, 3 parts of croton seeds, and 4 parts of borax are to be rubbed together with water and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. It cures fever very soon. Amrita manjari rasa. Equal quantities of cinnabar, maricha, borax, pipali, aconite and jati kosha are to be rubbed together with lime juice and made into pills 2 or 3 raktis in weight each. It cures fever due to an excess of the 3 doshas, cough, asthma and all sorts of fever. Mridyu, bigatana rasa. 1 part of mercury and 1 part of sulfur are to be rubbed together and made into a kajali or black powder, with which is to be mixed 1 part each of the following: mica, iron, copper, aconite, orpiment, cowrie shell, realgar, cinnabar, root of chitraka, root of hasti-shundi, atibisha and trikatu. Then rub the compound for 3 days each with the juice or decoction of ginger, nirgundi, leaves and leaves of banga. Then put it inside a glass bottle and heat it by baluka jotram for 6 hours. When cooled, the product is to be taken out, rubbed with ginger juice and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight, cash, even a dying man attacked with a fever due to the 3 doshas. It cures excess of mritol, tapana rasa, fuel quantities of mercury, sulfur, realgar, aconite, cinnabar, lodestone, mica, copper, iron, orpiment and copper pyrites are to be rubbed together for 3 days each with the juice of each of the following: amlabatasa, jambir, changari, nirgundi and hasti-shundi. The compound is then to be heated by budwara jantram for 12 hours. When cooled, the medicine is to be rubbed for 6 hours with the decoction of chitraka rootstose, 6 raktis, to be taken with honey, hingu, camphor, triketu, and ginger juice. It cures Saunipatika fever. Diet to be given with milk. Sanipata beta rasa, 4½ tolas of cinnabar, 2 1/8 tolas of sulfur and aconite, each 3 tolas of datura seeds, and 1 1/16 tola of borax are to be rubbed with the juice of lime juice and made into pills 1 rakti in weight, each, to be dried in a shady place. Accompaniment: ginger juice. It cures Sanipatika fever of a malignant type even. Biswa vandya rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, aconite, datura seeds, maricha, orpiment and copper pyrites are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana with a decoction of roots of danti and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. It cures all sorts of Sanipatika fever. Nilakantha rasa. Equal quantities of aconite, maricha, orpiment, mercury, sulfur, croton seeds, roots of danti and pipali are to be rubbed with the juice of ginger and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. It cures all sorts of Sanipatika fever. Ananda sagara rasa. Equal quantities of aconite, shunthi, pipali, maricha, sulfur, borax, copper, seeds of datura, and simmabar are to be rubbed together with the decoction of banga and made into pills, 2 raktis in weight each. These are to be taken with honey and powdered trikatu, decoction of roots of arka plant being taken a little after taking the medicine. This medicine cures Sanipatika fever, however malignant. Shitari rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, borax, rock salt, maricha, bark of tamarind reduced to ashes and sugar, and eraton seeds. Double the quantity of mercury. All these are to be rubbed together for 1 day with lime juice. Dose: 2 raktis to be taken with hot water. If cures fever due to vayu and kapha, and that attended with a sensation of coldness. Nagati rasa. Equal quantities of rasa sindaram, orpiment and aconite are to be rubbed together with water and made into pills of the size of mustard seeds. 2 or 3 such pills a day, given at an interval of 2 hours with sugar during remission cures fever. Bitala rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, aconite, maricha and orpiment are to be rubbed together and reduced to a black powder. This is then to be rubbed with water and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. It cures all sorts of Sayunapatika fever, even of virulent types. Sanipata mrityunjaya rasa. Equal quantities of aconite, mercury, sulfur, biles of fish, peacock, goat, hog and buffalo, orpiment, trikatu, seeds of banari, roots of apamaraga, roots of chitraka and croton seeds are to be rubbed together with goat's urine and made into pills, 2 raktis in weight each, to be taken with honey and juice of bringaraja. It cures all sorts of fever, especially that which is attended with a sensation of intense coldness and is due to an excess of the 3 doshas. This medicine is equally efficacious in cholera, visama fever, ikahika fever, dropsy, catarrh, ascites, jaundice, pinasa, indigestion, anemia, etc. The patient should be covered after taking this medicine with a piece of thick cloth and kept in a lonely place, not agitated by drafts of air currents. The patient is to be considered freed from disease as soon as he will be found, to roll on his bed over and over again with loss of consciousness and experiences a heating sensation all over his body. He is then to be allowed to take diet according to his own desire. Boiled rice with curd and cold water may at that time be given to him without any hesitation. Sanipata bhairava rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, aconite, sulfur, orpiment, triphala, seeds of croton, roots of tribrit, gold, copper, lead, mica, iron and copper pyrites are to be subjected to bhavana for 30 times with the decoction of the following combined, the whole thing being rubbed very well and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. Alambusha, roots of white, arka suryavarta, black jira, kakajanga, kusta, shona, trikatu, bikankata, sandyamani, water lily, nirgundi, rudrajata, dutura, danti, pipali, milk of arka and langali, each equal in quantity. The total quantity of mercury to copper pyrites should be equal to the total quantity of alambusha iolangali. These latter mentioned articles viz. Alambusha to laogali, should be boiled with 4 times their total weight of water, which is to be reduced by boiling to 1/4 its original quantity. The first named drugs, viz. mercury to copper pyrites, should, as stated above, be subjected to bhavana with this decoction. This process is to be repeated for 30 times, and the compound rubbed cache time carefully. This medicine cures all sorts of sanipatika fever. Kalagni Bhairava Rasa. 1 part of mercury and 2 parts of sulfur are to be rubbed together and reduced to kajali or black powder, which is to be rubbed with the juice of gokshura and subjected to bhavana with the same juice and dried. This is then to be powdered very fine. Mix with it 3 parts of copper, part of aconite, 1 part of cinnabar, 2 parts of Datura seeds, 5 parts of Gadanta harita lam, 5 parts of realgar, 3 parts of borax, 6 parts of calamine, 1 part of croton seeds, 3 parts of aconite, 3 parts of copper pyrites, 1 part of iron and 1 part of tin. All these are to be rubbed together with the milk of arka, and then again rubbed for 3 hours each with the decoctions of dashamuli and panchamuli successively. Pills are then to be made, 2 raktas in weight each. This medicine cures sanipatika fever, however malignant. Dict, boiled shali rice, mixed with curd. Cooling actions, as referred to before, should be resorted to at the proper time. Tridosha Bharaba Nala Rasa. 8 parts of mercury, 7 parts of aconite, 6 parts of sulfur, 6 parts of orpiment, 6 parts of croton seeds, 5 parts of borax, 4 parts of seeds of Datura, and 1 part each of Shunthi, Pipali and Maricha, are to be rubbed together with the decoction of roots of chitraka, and made into pills, 2 raktas in weight, each. Accompaniment, juice of ginger and honey. It is a very good medicine for sanipatika fever. Barabanala rasa. Equal quantities of lodestone, mercury, orpiment, sulfur, condensed sea foam, 5 salts, blue anginum, copper sulfate, silver, coral, kikauri shells, garnet, snail shell, and shells of sea oysters, and mix with these mercury 12 times as much as each of these. Rub them all together with the milks of snuhi and arka. Rub them again for 3 days with the decoction of roots of chitraka, and put the lump inside a putum made of copper, the external surfaces of which are to be coated with mud, and dried. The putum is, when cooled, the 4th its quantity. Then to be heated by a labaka putam medicine is to be taken out, mixed with 1 of aconite, subjected to bhavana with the decoction of roots of chitraka, and heated for a few minutes. To be taken with decoction of chitraka, powdered trikatu, and honey. Sinha, nadarasa. Melt 1 part of sulfur in an iron pot and throw upon it 1 part of mercury, 1 part of mica, 2 parts of copper sulfate, 2 parts of decoction of barji, 2 parts of the juice of nirgundi leaves, and subject the whole thing to a mild heat, till the liquid portion is completely evaporated. Then reduce the lump to a very fine powder and mix with it 1/4 its quantity of aconite. This medicine cures sanipatika fever. Dose 1 rakti, to be taken with decoction of kantaka re, mixed with powdered kustum. Chintamani rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, aconite, sulfur, borax, copper, javakshara, trikatu, orpiment and triphala are to be rubbed together for 100 times and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. 1 to 4 such pills, as considered necessary, may be taken with powdered shunthi, coconut water being drunk after taking the medicine. In case of excessive movement of the bowels, boiled rice, washed with cold water and mixed with buttermilk, is to be given to the patient, who is also to drink buttermilk mixed with powdered jeera and rock salt. This medicine cures sanipatika fever, jirna fever, visama fever, enlarged spleen, flatulence, cough, asthma and indigestion. Arogya, chinta, mani rasa. 1 part each of mercury, sulfur and mica, 1/2 a part of aconite, and 1/4 part of croton seeds are to be rubbed together with the juice of some sour vegetable and made into a lump, which is to be covered all over with some betel leaves confined in a samputam, and heated by means of a kukuta putam. When cooled, the lump is to be powdered with the burnt betel leaves and mixed with 1/2 a part each of croton seeds and aconite. The whole thing is then to be rubbed with water and made into pills, 1 rakti, in weight each. These pills are to be taken with the accompaniment of honey, powdered shunthi, rock salt, and juice of leaves of chitraka or decoction of roots of the same. Diet, boiled rice, mixed with curd. In case of heating sensation felt, cooling actions are to be resorted to. This medicine cures navajwara with ama sawanipatika fever, attended with such symptoms as indigestion, chronic diarrhea, colic, diarrhea, piles, and dropsy. Kafashani rasa, 1 part each of conch shell reduced to ashes, trikatu, borax, mercury, sulfur and 5 parts of aconite are to be rubbed together with ginger juice for 3 times and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. 1 such pill should be taken twice a day, 1 in the morning and another in the afternoon. Accompaniment honey and ginger juice. It cures diphtheria, head disease, and sanipatika fever, however malignant. Dipika rasa. Equal quantities of lead sufficiently heated mercury, sulfur and pipali are to be rubbed together for 3 days each, with lime juice, juice of thorny meganada and kania. The compound is then to be rubbed for 2 days with goat's urine and for 3 days with cow's urine. The substance is then to be subjected to bhavana with all the liquids referred to above. Then mix with it rock salt, powdered roots of chitraka and saltpeter, each equal in quantity to the heated lead referred to above. These are then to be rubbed together and again subjected to bhavana with the liquids referred to above. Dose: 9 raktis in weight to be taken with a little of clarified butter and sugar. Diet: food prepared from wheat, soup of masha grams, bastuka leaves, and amalaki. This medicine also cures all sorts of fever. Bishwa palaka rasa. Incinerated mercury is to be rubbed with the 5 kinds of salts and 3 kinds of alkalis, and made into a lump which is to be boiled in kanji mixed with hingu, shuthi and mustard. Seeds by means of adola jantram. The mercury is then to be rubbed with the juice of each of the following: leaves of nirgundi, roots of chitra, bark of agnimantha, leaves of tilaparni, leaves of dutura, bringa raja, ginger roots, kamata, aparajita, kaivarta mustaka, betel leaves and roots of aranda, each equal in quantity to the mercury. This is again to be subjected to bhavana with the biles of each of the following, in succession: boar, goat, buffalo, rohita fish, and peacock. Pills are then to be made of the size of a black pepper. Taken with adequate accompaniment, it cures sanapatika fever. Curd and juice of sugarcane are to be taken by the patient sometime after he takes the medicine. Cooling actions increase the strength of the medicine. Sanipata gajankusha rasa, equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, copper, mica, langali, roots of chitraka, hingu bundia, karkataki, leaves of patola, leaves of nirgundi, shuganda, leaves of vimba, patha, the 3 alkalis, aconite, bola, dutura, tanduliaka, shringi poison, and sugar like essence of flowers or fruits of maduka are to be rubbed with the juice of lime fruit and made into pills 1/4 of a tola each. This medicine cures even abhinyasa, attended with perspiration and heating sensation. Mahamrityunjaya rasa, equal quantities of copper pyrites, orpiment, croton seeds, aconite, realgar, copper, sulfur, and mercury are to be rubbed with the juice of musali and heated by kukutaputam. Dose: 6 raktis in weight each. Diet: a sufficient quantity of curd. It cures all sorts of navajwara, including sunapatika fever. Panchabhaktra rasa, equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, aconite, maricha, borax and pipali are to be rubbed together for 1 day, with the juice of dutura leaves and dried. It cures sanapatika fever. Dose: 2 raktis each. Decoction of roots of arka, mixed with powdered trikatu, is to be drunk a little after taking the medicine. Diet with curd, and washing the head with cold water are beneficial. Sanipata kuthara rasa. 1 part each of tin, lead, mercury, sulfur and aconite, and 2 parts of copper are to be rubbed together with the juices of ginger, nirgundi leaves and changeri, and made into pills. 3 raktis in weight cash. This medicine cures sanipatika fever. Pratapa lankashwara rasa. 8 tolas of mercury and sulfur each are to be rubbed together and made into kajali or black powder, with which is to be mixed the following 12 tolas each of cinnabar, mahishaksha gugulu, realgar, and amalaki. 1/2 tola of haritaki and trikatu each, and 1 tola in aggregate of bacha, renuka, biranga, musta, patrakam, gajapipali, nagakasara, ashwagandha, and sugar-like essence of flowers or fruits of maduka, 1/2 tola each of karanja and aconite. All these are to be rubbed together and subjected to bhavana with the juice or decoction of each of the following: in succession bhumi, amalaki, banga, samudra phalam, roots of chitraka, and bringaraja. The compound is again to be subjected to bhavana, with biles or boar, goat, buffalo, peacock and rohita fish in succession. Smoke, caused by the burning of karanja seeds mixed with 1 grain of aconite, is then to be applied to the compound, which is next to be rubbed with ginger juice and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight cash. 1 such pill, rubbed with a few drops of honey and a little of ginger juice, is to be given to a patient attacked by sanapatika fever, at a time when the strength of his senses and his consciousness have disappeared, causing an automatic drooping of the eyelids. This medicine may also be applied with ajamoda in gulma, with trikatu in diseases due to vayu, and with jira in chronic diarrhea. This nectar-like medicine was revealed to King Ravana for the benefit of men, horses and elephants alike. Praneshwara rasa, 1 part each of sulfur, mica and mercury, is to be rubbed together with the juice of barahi kanda, and then subjected to heat by baluka jantram. Mix with this compound 1 part each of triphala, trikatu, roots of chitraka, the 3 alkalis, the 5 salts, hingu, gugulu, ajamoda, jira, and seeds of kutaja. Dose: 6 raktis each, to be taken with 8 tolas of hot water. It cures the worst type of somnipatika fever, chronic diarrhea, loss of appetite, anemia, and gulama. In serious cases, this medicine may be applied twice a day. Mrita, sanjibana rasa, equal quantities of incinerated mercury, iron, trikatu, kankusta, realgar, orpiment, mica, cinnabar, kumbi, roots of chitraka, bringaraja, marisha, tanduliaka, copper pyrites, and hastashundi, and purified mercury and sulfur, each equal in quantity to 1/4 the weight of the foregoing materials combined, are to be rubbed together for 3 days with ginger juice and made into a lump. When dried, it is to be put upon an earthen basin and heated by the 3rd kind of baluka jantram. While thus heated, it is to be rubbed over and over again with the juice or decoction of banga, lime fruit, mirgundi, and changeri. some quantities of those very same juices or decoctions being put upon the lump, while heated. The substance is thus to be heated for 14 days, after which it is to be rubbed with the juice of ginger, and dried. This medicine cures samipatika and other fevers soon. Dose 3 ractus each, mritu nisudana rasa, 1 part of mercury, 2 parts of sulfur, and 1 part each of aconite, orpiment, kankusta, realgar, cinnabar, iron, roots of chitraka, trikatu, bringaraja, copper pyrites, mica, hastisundi, aconite, kumbi, tanduliaka, and copper, are to be rubbed together with ginger juice for 3 days. They are then to be rubbed with 12 tolas, each of lime juice, decoction of triphala, and juice of nirgundi leaves, and with 4 tolas of juice of chanjeri. After being rubbed in this way, the compound is to be dried, put inside a glass bottle, and heated by means of a baluka jantram. It is next to be rubbed with ginger juice and made into pills, 2 ractus in weight ench. This medicine cures sanipatika fever. Jalamanjari rasa. Equal quantities of borax, mercury, sulfur, and marisha are to be rubbed together for 3 days with lime juice. When dried, sugar, equal in quantity to the foregoing, combined is to be mixed with the compound, which is to be subjected to bhavana, with the bile of rohita fish. It is next to be subjected to bhavna for 3 days with ginger juice. This medicine, in doses of 3 ractus at a time, is to be given thrice a day, cold water being drunk after the medicine is taken. Diet: boiled rice with buttermilk and curry, prepared from egg fruits. This medicine cures all sorts of navajwara. Parpatika rasa, 1 tola each of mercury and sulfur are to be rubbed together to form kajali or black powder, which is to be rubbed with water and made into a lump. When dried, this lump is to be put inside a new earthen vessel, the mouth of which is to be covered with a copper leaf, the joint being closed very carefully. The vessel is then to be heated by means of the 3rd kind of baluka jantram. The heating is to be stopped as soon as a paddy seed, kept at the top of the jantram, bursts. The medicine is to be taken out after the jantram is cooled of itself. Dose 3 ractus cash to be given for 3 days in navajwara with ginger juice. After the application of this medicine, the body of the patient is to be covered with a piece of thick cloth. Boiled rice, mixed with buttermilk, is to be given to the patient. After remission of fever, it is efficacious in all sorts of nava iwara, and especially in that due to an excess of vayu. Kanta rasa. Equal quantities of lodestone, mercury, sulfur, and borax are to be rubbed together for 3 days with lime juice, and then subjected to bhavana with an equal quantity of bile of rohita fish. Dose 1 rakti to be taken with ginger juice. It cures navajwara. Sudhanshu shakara rasa. 1 part each of lead, tin, sulfur, borax, aconite, and orpiment, and 2 parts each of mercury and copper are to be rubbed together with milk of banyan tree, and made into a lump which is to be confined in a blind crucible, and heated by gajaputam. When cooled of itself, the medicine is to be taken out and rubbed over and over again with the juice of bringaraja and ginger. Pills are then to be made, 2 ractus in weight each, to be taken with honey and ginger juice. It cures jwarna, jwara, nava, jwara murari rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, and realgar are to be rubbed together with the juice of karkotaka and dried. Dusk, 3 ractus each to be taken with sugar and the juice of tanduliyaka, or sugar alone. It onres navajwara very soon. Prataparavana rasa. Equal quantities of roots of apamarka and bark of the roots of chitraka are to pestled together, and their juice extracted by means of a piece of cloth. Then mix with this juice sulfur, mica, mercury, aconite, borax, and orpiment, each equal in quantity to the juice itself. Then rub all these together for 7 days. After which the substance is to be subjected to bhavana for 3 days with the juice of musali, and dried in the sun. The substance is then to be confined in a crucible of the shape of a cow's teat, the outer surface of which is to be coated 7 times with cloth mixed with mud. When dried, the crucible is to be subjected to heat by lagut putam. When cooled, the substance is to be taken out and mixed with iron, tin, lead, the sugar-like essence of maruka, mustaranuka, gugulu, realgar, and nagakashara, each equal in quantity to mercury and aconite equal to half the quantity of the mercury. All these materials are to be rubbed together and subjected to bhavana for 7 times in the scorching rays of the sun with the decoction of aconite, and then rubbed for 48 minutes. The compound is then to be subjected to bhavana for 7 times each with the decoction of trikatu, juice of datura leaves, juice or decoction of triphala, juice of asaka flower, solution of condensed sea foam, juice of leaves of banga, decoction of roots of chitraka, juice of langali buffalo, peacock, and rohita fish. Be kept for some time in a smoke, and the biles of boar, goat. The substance is then to caused by the burning of aconite equal in quantity to the substance itself, which is next to be rubbed again and kept in an earthen pot. Dose 1 rakti in weight to be taken with the juice of chitraka roots or ginger. In case the patient is unable to swallow the medicine, the crown of his head is to be bled by means of a razor, and the medicine, mixed with ginger juice, is to be rubbed on the spot. After the application of this medicine, the patient may be allowed to take boiled rice with curd or buttermilk mixed with sugar and powdered jeera, etc. He may also be given any other diet he likes. Should the kneesiness and heating sensation felt by the patient be not removed by this process, sandal paste and other cooling unguents should be rubbed all over his body. In all sorts of diseases, this medicine is to be used with a little of rock salt and powdered roots of chitraka, in jaundice and anemia with honey and pipali, and with adequate accompaniments in all other diseases. This medicine was also invented by the great Ravana, king of Lanka. Varamurari rasa, equal quantities of cinnabar, aconite, triphala, borax, shunti, haritaki, and croton seeds are to be rubbed together with water and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. It cures all sorts of fevers. Jwara, matanga, kashari rasa. 6 raktis each in weight of mercury, sulfur, orpiment, copper pyrites, trikatu, haritaki, jabakshara, and swarjikshara combined, rock salt, seeds of nimba, nuxvomica, and roots of chitraka, 12 raktis in weight of seeds of dutura, and the same quantity of aconite are to be rubbed together, subjected to bhavana with the juice of nirgundi leaves, and made into pills 1½ rakti in weight each, to be taken with a little of hot water. It cures all sorts of fever, mucus, indigestion, jaundice, anemia, and all sort of udaroga. It is a laxative, increaser of power of digestion, and destroyer of an abnormal excess of the 3 doshas, Chandra Shakara rasa. 1 part each of mercury, sulfur, maricha, and borax, and 4 parts of realgar are to be mixed together, subjected to bhavana with the bile of fish, then rubbed for 3 days, and made into pills 2 raktis in weight each. Accompaniment, ginger juice mixed with cold water. It cures in 3 days fever due to an excess of pitta and kapha, however malignant. Jwara surari rasa. 1 tola each of mercury, sulfur, aconite, and cinnabar, half a tola of cloves, 4 tolas of maricha, 8 tolas of seeds of dutura, and 1 tola of tribrit are to be rubbed together and subjected to bhavana for 7 times with the decoction of danti, and made into pills 1 rakti in weight each. It cures all sorts of fever, indigestion, flatulence, chronic diarrhea, gulma, rheumatism, amlopidem, cough, asthma, consumption, udara roga, sciatica, paralysis, and other diseases due to the derangement of vayu, swelling due to anemia, and leprosy. Jwara bhairava rasa. Equal quantities of trikatu, triphala, borax, aconite, sulfur, mercury, and croton seeds are to be rubbed together for 1 day with the juice of dronapuspi, and made into pills 1 rakti in weight each. Accompaniment, juice of betel leaves mixed with honey. It cures even in 1 day navajwara, due to an excess of the 3 doshas, jurnajwara and visamajwara. Diet, juice of mudga and sugar dissolved with water. Arogya bhairava rasa. 4 parts of mercury, 4 parts of aconite, 4 parts of sulfur, and 2 parts of jatifalam, and 7 parts of powdered pipali are to be rubbed together with water and made into pills 1 or 2 raktis in weight each. Accompaniments, juice of betel leaves, or of ginger, or of the leaves of dronapuspi. This medicine cures fever accompanied with a sensation of coldness, sanapatika fever, cholera, visamajwara, pinasa, fever attended with catarrh, indigestion, loss of appetite, vomiting, and head diseases. Jwara kashari rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, aconite, trikatu, sulfur, triphala, and croton seeds are to be rubbed together with the juice of bringa raja, and made into pills 1 rakti in weight each for adults and 1 mustard seed each for children up to the age of 15. This medicine may be applied in all sorts of fevers, with the accompaniment of 3 tolas in weight of coconut water. In fever due to an excess of pitta it may be given with sugar. In fever due to the 3 doshas with honey and powdered maricha, and in fever accompanied with heating sensation with honey, pipali, and jeera. Vidyadhara rasa. An equal quantity of mercury, sulfur, copper, trikatu, katuki, borax, triphala, tribrit roots, roots of danti, seeds of dutura, roots of arka, and aconite are to be mixed with croton seeds, equal in quantity to all the ingredients mentioned above. The substance is then to be subjected to bhavana, with the milk of shnuhi and decoction of danti, then rubbed very well, and made into pills 2 raktis in weight each. It cures rheumatic fever, anemias, gulma, chronic diarrhea, pain in the rectum caused by lump of flesh due to piles, colic due to an excess of vayu, indigestion with mucus, worms, constipation and enlargement of spleen and liver. Ardha narishwara rasa and tridoshata banala rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, aconite, and borax are to be rubbed together and made into a black powder, which is to be put inside the mouth of a black cobra. WHCIH is to be coated with mud and kept inside an earthen vessel, which is then to be filled with salt on all sides of the snake. The mouth of the vessel is then to be closed with an earthen basin and mud. It is then to be subjected to strong heat for 12 hours. The medicine is to be taken out, after the vessel is cooled by radiation of heat, and rubbed again from a black powder. 1 rakti of this powder is to be used as a snuff, which is followed by fever, leaving at first the left half of the patient's body, and then leaving the other half, in a wonderful manner. Arkamurti rasa. 8 parts of iron, 1 part of copper, 2 parts of mercury, and 2 parts of sulfur are to be rubbed together in the heat of the sun for 3 days with the decoction of chitrika roots, The substance is then to be mixed with 1/16 its weight of aconite, and subjected to bhavana by the biles of each of the following, in succession: hog, goat, buffalo, peacock, and rohita fish. This medicine is called Arkamurti Rasa. If this medicine is placed in a copper pot and again subjected to bhavana with lime juice, the 5 kinds of biles mentioned above, decoction of kantakari, and juice of ginger, it is called Tridoshata Banala Rasa. Dose, 2 raktis each. Accompaniment, honey with powdered trikatu, mixed with decoction of roots of chitraka or ginger juice alone. This medicine may also be used as a snuff, in doses of 1 rakti each, mixed with a little of shunthi and maricha. Tridosha Dabanala Kalamega Rasa. Incinerate tin with orpiment, lead with realgar, gold, copper and silver with mercury, and iron with sulfur. Take an equal quantity of these incinerated metals viz. tin, lead, gold, copper, silver and iron. These are to be rubbed with cinnabar, equal in quantity to all of them combined, and heat the whole thing by lagu putam. The compound, thus prepared, is again to be mixed with mercury, equal to it in quantity, with sulfur, double its quantity, and copper sulfate equal to sulfur. Rub all of these with lime juice, make into a lump and subject it to heat by lagu putam. It is then to be mixed with an equal quantity of sulfur and rubbed with the decoction of chitraka roots. It is next to be mixed with 1/16 its quantity of aconite, saturated with the decoction of chitraka roots, and subjected to a little heat. The substance is then to be subjected to bhavana, with the biles of fish, goat, hog, buffalo and peacock, and made into pills 3 raktis in weight each. This medicine is to be taken with honey and powdered pipale, in fever attended with much of heating sensation. The patient is to be given in the afternoon boiled shali rice mixed with soup of mugga, both tepid warm. Kafaketu rasa. Equal quantities of incinerated mercury, borax, pipale, incinerated conch shell and aconite are to be rubbed together, subjected to bhavana for 3 times with ginger juice, and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each, to be taken with honey and ginger juice. It enrays pinasa, asthma, cough, head diseases, galagraha and other diseases due to an excess of phelim. Kasturi Vijaya Rasa. Equal quantities of cinnabar, aconite, borax, jatikosajati phala, maricha, pipali and musk are to be rubbed together with water and made into pills, 2 raktis in weight each. This cures samui patika fever. Kasturi, Bhairava Rasa. Equal quantities of musk, incinerated mercury, copper, dataki flower, banari seeds, silver, gold, pearls, coral, iron, patha, brianga, musta, shunthi, bala, orpiment, mika and amalaki are to be rubbed together with the juice of arka leaves and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each, to be taken with ginger juice. It cures all sorts of fevers, diarrhea, both acute and chronic, cough, spermatorrhea, and jaundice. Shleshma kalanula rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, copper, copper sulfate, realgar, orpiment, katphala, seeds of dutura, hing, copper pyrates, kustum, tribrit, danti, trikatu, aragbata, tin, and borax are to be rubbed together with the milk of snuhi and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. It cures all sorts of sanipatika fever, isranajwara, and dropsy. It also pacifies an excess of vayu and that kind of consumption called vata balasaka. Sanipata martanda rasa. 8 tolas of mercury, 16 tolas of sulfur, 2 tolas of copper, 2 tolas of silver, and 2 tolas of gold are to be mixed together and rubbed in the sun for 3 days with the decoction of chitraka roots. The substance is again to be rubbed and mixed with 1/16 its weight of aconite and subjected to bhavana with the biles of boar, goat, buffalo, peacock, and rohita fish. Pills are then to be made, 6 raktis in weight each, to be taken with honey, juice of ginger, decoction of chitraka roots, and powdered trikatu. Diet curd, boiled rice, powdered maricha mixed with sugar and curries prepared from patola, etc., with a little of ginger. The body of the patient is to be rubbed with a cooling oil, and thereafter, he is to take a bath in cold water so long as shivering and a desire to answer the calls of nature do not arise. The bath is to be continued for 8 days in succession, and diet to be the same all these days. Suchika Ksepana Rasa. 1 part each of aconite, poison of black cobra, and red garipasanam and 3 parts of cinnabar are to be rubbed together with the biles of hog, buffalo, goat, peacock, and rohita fish in succession, and made into pills of the size of a mustard seed each. In sanipatika fever of extremely virulent type and in cholera, 1 such pill is to be given to the patient with coconut water, or if he is unable to swallow it, the pill is to be rubbed with honey and mixed with the blood which issues out of the crown of his head, the skin of which has been pricked a little by means of a needle. After the application of the medicine, the patient is to be given a bath in a profuse quantity of cold water, after his body has been rubbed well with oil prepared from sesamum seeds and with sandal paste. He is also to be allowed to drink a sufficient quantity of coconut water, and to take boiled rice with curd. Other cooling actions may also be resorted to. Suchika, Bharanarasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, lead, mica, aconite and poison of black cobra are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana with the biles of fish, buffalo, peacock and goat. This medicine is to be applied at the crown of the head pricked by means of the point of a needle, or to be swallowed with coconut water. It cures all sorts of Samui-Patika fever, cough, cholera, and diarrhea. The patient, after taking the medicine, is to drink water of 100 coconuts, and to eat boiled rice with curd and meat well cooked with clarified butter. Oil prepared from sesame seeds and sandal paste should also be rubbed all over his body. He may also be allowed to take his favorite diet. Gora Arisinga Rasa. 1 part of copper, 2 parts of iron, 3 parts of tin, 4 parts of mica, 1 part of copper pyrites, 1 part of mercury, 1 part of sulfur, 1 part of realgar, 4 parts of black cobra poison, 4 parts of tricatu, 22 parts of nux vomica, and 88 parts of aconite are to be rubbed together and subjected to bhavana with the biles of rohita fish, buffalo, peacock, and boar. Pills are then to be made of the size of a mustard seed, each, which are to be dried in the sun. 1 such pill is to be applied with coconut water. It cures all sorts of Samui-Patika fever, diarrhea, and cough. The patient is to be allowed to drink water of 100 coconuts, and to eat boiled rice mixed with curd. Sanipata, Sudana Rasa. 1 part of mercury, 1 part of sulfur, 1 part of orpiment, 3 parts of aconite, 1 part of red guri pasana, 1 part of black cobra poison, and 8 parts of cinnabar are to be rubbed together with water, and made into pills of the size of a mugga-gram each. Accompaniment, honey and ginger juice. Diet, same as in Goran Rasinga Rasa. This medicine cures all sorts of Samui-Patika fever. Shiva, Prasadana Rasa. 1 part each of mercury, sulfur, orpiment, realgar, mica, aconite, guri pasana, and black cobra poison, and half a part of croton seeds are to be rubbed together, subjected to bhavana with the biles of fish, buffalo, peacock, and goat, rubbed with cold water, and made into pills. 1 rakti in weight each. Accompaniment, coconut water. This medicine cures a man in a dying state, suffering from a Samui-Patika fever. Such cooling actions as anointing the body with oil, bath in cold water, drinking of buttermilk, etc., are to be resorted to as usual. Trilokya Chintamani Rasa. 3 parts of incinerated mercury, 2 parts of black cobra poison, 6 parts of aconite, 1 part each of orpiment, godanta, mica, copper sulfate, realgar, sulfur, borax, croton seeds, datura seeds, roots of danti, roots of karavira, and langali are to be rubbed together and subjected to bhavana for 7 times with the juice or decoction of roots of palasha. The substance is then to be rubbed with each of the following, in succession, and made into pills. 1/3 of a radi in weight, cash, decoction of roots of chitraka, juice of ginger, biles of fish, peacock, buffalo, goat, boar, and dunduba snake. The medicine is to be taken with coconut water, after which the patient is to chew betel leaves. Such cooling actions as referred to in the case of the foregoing few medicines are to be resorted to. This medicine cures all sorts of Samui-Patika fever. Kalanala Rasa. 1 tola each of mercury, sulfur, mica, borax, realgar, cinnabar, black cobra poison, and guritnasana are to be rubbed together subjected to bhavana with each of the following, in succession, and made into pills of the size of a mustard seed, roots of langali, roots of gosha, roots of red chitraka, tender bhumi, amalaki, before the growth of flowers and fruits, juice of bringaraja leaves, juice of datura leaves, biles of goat, boar, buffalo, peacock, rohita fish, and ginger juice. This medicine cures all sorts of Samui-Patika fever. Such cooling actions as referred to in the case of Sanipata Sudana Rasa are to be resorted to. Suchi Mukha Rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, orpiment, realgar, copper pyrites, jatifila, copper sulfate, croton seeds, aconite, borax, and bikankata are to be rubbed together. The mercury and sulfur in this case are to be rubbed first of all, to form kajali or black powder, with which the other ingredients are to be mixed and rubbed together. The compound is then to be subjected to bhavana, with the bile of a poisonous snake. When dried, the medicine is to be kept in a pot made of lead. 1 rakti of this medicine is to be mixed with blood, shed at the crown of the patient's head. 139. By means of a needle it cures a patient in a dying state suffering from Samui-Patika fever, with such symptoms as drooping of the eyelids, drowsiness, tidiness, coldness of the extremities, cough, asthma, aversion to food, delirium, shivering, hiccough, loss of power of speech and power of hearing, insanity and apoplexy. Mrita, Sanjibana Suchikabarna Rasa, incinerated diamond and Vikranta 1/4 tola, in weight, each half a tola of Shringi poison, tola of Navasara, 1 tola of Agni Jara, and 3 tolas of incinerated mercury are to be mixed together and rubbed well. For 3 days, they are then to be rubbed and subjected to bhavana for 23 times with a solution of the alkali prepared from the Sarngasta Varga. They are then to be dried well, and rubbed once more for a day, and kept in a pot made of ivory. This medicine is to be applied to a patient in a moribund condition, suffering from a Samui-Patika fever of a virulent type, and laid on the ground in expectation of death. The flesh at the crown of the patient's head is to be cut a little with the point of a needle, wet with water, and the medicine applied on the spot, by mixing it with the blood that comes out of the spot. The body of the patient is then to be rubbed with oil, and he is to be kept in a place not agitated by wind. If, after the lapse of 1.5 hours, the patient discharges stool and urine, regains consciousness, moves his head again and again, and his whole body is found to be heated, he is taken to be saved from the clutches of death, otherwise not. In the event of the above-mentioned symptoms occurring, the patient is to be seated in a tub, full of cold water, which is to be thrown out as soon as it grows hot, and is to be replaced by a fresh quantity of cold water. The process is to be repeated for some time. If the patient asks for food, he is to be allowed to drink sugar, dissolved with water or mixed with water, or coconut water, and to cat ripe banana fruits. If such diet is not given to him, he may die. He is to be taken out of the tub as soon as he regains consciousness and asks for food. Subsequently, the oil on his skin is to be removed by rubbing it with powdered rice, etc. After the removal of the oil, his whole body is to be smeared with thin sandal paste, mixed with camphor. These processes are to be performed for 7 days, at a stretch. During these 7 days, cold water is to be sprinkled, over and over again, upon the cars, eyes, nose, and face of the patient. On the 8th day, he is to drink a little of the juice of Manduka Parni, mixed with sugar. This will counteract the intensity of the medicine. The patient is thereafter to take a sufficient quantity of boiled rice mixed with curd. This medicine, if applied in the above-mentioned way, may enrage even a patient who has lost all symptoms of life, living a pretty long life and keeping a good state of health. The following are the Sargnastaka Vargasharngasta Kantakari, sprouts of bamboo, Tilaparni, Indrabaruni, Musta, Haridra, roots of Ankola, Apamarga, Pipali black tusnra, Bitteralabian, and tamarind. These are pacifiers of an excess of the 3 doshas. Water, dissolved with alkalis prepared from these, is to be used for the purpose of bhavana, as referred to above in the present case. Maha Jwarankusha Rasa, 1 part each of mercury, sulfur, and aconite, 3 tarts of seeds of Datura, 4 parts each of Shuthi. Pipali and Maricha are to be rubbed together and made into pills, 2 raktis in weight, cash, to be taken with honey, juice of line fruit, and of ginger. It airs all sorts of fever. Maha Jwarantaka Rasa, equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, copper, cinnabar, orpiment, iron, tin, copper, pyrites, calamine, realgar, gold, mica, red, ochre, borax, and silver, are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana for 3 days with the juices or decoctions of lime fruit, leaves of tulasi, roots of chitraka, leaves of banga, and leaves of tamarind. Pills are then to be made, 2 raktis in weight each, and dried in a shady place. It cures all sorts of Isamajwara, including Ikahika, Dwahika, and Chaturthaka, and Navajwara, including Sanapatika. It also increases power of digestion. Jwarantaka Rasa, 1 part of mercury, 2 parts of sulfur, 2 parts of borax, 1 part of aconite, 5 parts of maricha, 5 parts of katfala, and 5 parts of croton seeds are to be rubbed together for 3 hours and made into pills, 6 raktis in weight anch. It cures Jurna Jwara and Sanapatika Jwara, Jwara Sudana Rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, seeds of Datura, Shunthi, borax, orpiment, and aconite are to be rubbed with the juice of Bringaraja leaves and made into pills, 1 rukti in weight each. Accompaniment according to the nature of the dosha. This medicine cures Visamajwara, fever with diarrhea and indigestion. Jwarani Sudana Rasa, 1 tola each of mercury and sulfur, half a tola each of Shunthi, borax, orpiment, and aconite are to be rubbed together and subjected to bhavana for 3 days with the juice of Bringaraja leaves. Pills are then to be made, OU the 4th day, 2 raktis in weight each. Accompaniment, honey and powdered pipali. It cures Visamajwara, Churamani Rasa. Equal quantities of incinerated mercury, coral, gold, silver, tin, copper, pearl, steel, and mica are to be rubbed together with water and made into pills, 3 raktis in weight each. This medicine cures Sanapatika fever, chronic fever, and fever due to an excess of sexual desire and grief, cough due to an excess of the 3 doshas, asthma, all sorts of colic, head diseases, pain in the ears and teeth, galagraha, chronic diarrhea due to an excess of vayu and pitam, rheumatism, lumbago, loss of power of digestion, cholera, piles, and spermatoria, jikaran risingha rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, orpiment, and balataka are to be rubbed together with the milk of snuhi and subjected to heat by putam for 6 hours. When cooled of itself, the medicine is to be taken out and subjected to bhavana for 3 days with the juices of Bringaraja leaves, Ganda durba, and roots of chitraka, and then powdered. This medicine cures chaturthaka and other chronic fevers. Diet, soup of mugagrams and milk, to be given after remission of fever. Kasturi Busana Rasa, 1 tola cash of Swarna Sinduram, gold, iron, silver, musk, jatifalam, jatikasam, cloves, gokshura, camphor, mica, cardamoms, musali, and orpiment, and 2 tolas cash. Of copper, coral, incinerated mercury, pearls, copper pyrites, rajavarta, and copper sulfate are to be rubbed together and subjected to bhavana with the juice or decoction of each of the following leaves of nirgundi, barji, bark of vasaka, roots of arka, and gokshura. Pills are then to be made 1 rakti in weight each. It cures all sorts of fevers. Subarnadi Rasa, equal quantities of gold, rasa sindaram, coral, tin, iron, copper, tejapatram, jamani, shunthi, rock salt, maricha, kustum, kadira, haridra daruharidra, rasanjanam, and copper pyrites are to be rubbed together with water and made into pills, 2 ractus in weight each. This medicine is to be taken in the morning. It cures all sorts of fever. Ksema sundara rasa, equal quantities of copper, sulfur, mercury, sulfur, copper pyrites, iron, silver, mika puspanjanam, and mercury are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana with the decoction of bunam badigana. Pills are then to be made 2 ractus in weight each, to be taken with the accompaniment of honey only. This medicine cures all sorts of rheumatic fever and such chronic fevers as tritiyaka, chaturthaka, and fever due to the influence of evil spirits. Garisha karuna rasa, 1 part each of mercury, sulfur, iron, aconite, and seeds of dutura, and 2 parts each of copper, roots of chitraka and trika are to be rubbed together with the juices of lime fruit and ginger, and made into pills, 2 ractus in weight each. This medicine cures all sorts of fevers, both primary and chronic, and removes such of their symptoms as loss of appetite, indigestion, flatulence, facial, paralysis, diarrhea, and aversion to food. Sharvari balava rasa, equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, copper, mica, triphala, trikatu, and seeds of croton are to be rubbed together and subjected to bhavana with the juice of dronapuspi. Pills are then to be made, 2 ractus in weight each, to be dried in a shady place. Accompaniment, honey with ginger juice. This medicine is specially efficacious in a fever attended with indigestion. It cures all sorts of fevers and colic, vomiting and visamajwara. 1 tola in weight of the roots of kanya, pestled with water and mixed with 1 tola in weight of tepid water, is to be drunk for the purpose of vomiting, which helps in curing visumajwara. Anjana bhairava, equal quantities of mercury, iron, pipali, and sulfur, and croton seeds 3 times in weight of all these combined, are to be rubbed together with lime juice and dried. A little of this compound rubbed with water and used as a collyrium cures all sorts of sanipatika fevers. Vatapitantaka rasa, equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, mica musta poison, copper, iron, copper pyrites, and orpiment are to be rubbed together and subjected to bhavana for 1 day each with the juices of justimadu grapes, garuchi, amalaki, shatabari, and tuber of bidari. Pills are then to be made 6 ractus in weight each. Accompaniment, sugar and honey. This medicine cures fever due to an excess of vayu and pittam, consumption, sensation of heat, thirst, giddiness, and dropsy. Decoction of justimadu, mixed with sugar, is to be drunk a little after taking this medicine. Jwara kunjara parindra rasa, 1 tola in weight of mercury and swoon, half a tola of mica, and 2 tolas each of silver, copper pyrites, cinnabar, calamine, copper, pearls, coral, iron, bitumen, red ochre, realgar, sulfur, and copper sulfate are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana for 3 times each with the juice of each of the following in succession: Shirika, Tulasi, Punarnaba, Agnimantha, Amalaki, Devadali, Katuki, Padma Guruchi, Langali, Lata Kasturi, Mugaparni, and Prasarini. Dose 4 ractus each to be taken with honey and juice of betel leaves. This medicine cures all sorts of fever, asthma, cough, spermatoria, anemia, dropsy, jaundice, chronic diarrhea, and wasting diseases with symptoms. Triyahikari rasa, 1 part each of mercury, sulfur, realgar, and orpiment, 4 parts of atavisa, 2 parts of iron, and half a part of silver are to be rubbed together with the juices of bark of nimba and leaves of aparajita, and made into pills, 3 ractus in weight each. Accompaniment, honey and decoction of atavisa. This medicine cures tritiyaka and all other chronic fevers. Chaturthakari rasa, equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, iron, mica, and orpiment, and gold half in quantity of mercury, are to be mixed together, rubbed with the juices of leaves of black dutura and flower of basaka, and made into pills, 2 ractus in weight each. Accompaniment, honey and juice of the bark of champaka tree. This medicine cures chaturthaka and all other chronic fevers. Bishweshwara rasa, equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, and calamine are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana for 3 days cash with the juices of roots of ashwatha, roots of badari tree, leaves of kantakari, and leaves of kakamachi. Pills are then to be made, 2 or 3 ractus in weight each, to be taken with cow's milk. It is a very good medicine for night fever. Chandranatha rasa, 1/8 tola in weight cash of mercury, sulfur, the 3 alkalis, 3 salts, gogulu, and aconite are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana for 7 times with the juice of roots of black dutura. The compound is then to be rubbed with the juice or decoction of each of the following in succession and made into pills 1 rakti in weight each: gokshura, seeds of kutaja, marisa, karanja, roots of chitraka, lata kasturi, bhumijyuti, triphala, and brihati. 2 such pills are to be taken at a time, and the body of the patient is to be covered with a thick piece of cloth after he takes the medicine. This medicine cures all sorts of fevers very soon. Parnakandeshwara rasa, equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, realgar, and aconite are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana for 3 times cash with the juices of leaves of nirgundi and ginger. Pills are then to be made, 1 rakti in weight each, to be taken with a piece of betel leaf. This cures fever wonderfully. Rasaraja rasa. 1 part of mercury, 1 part of copper pyrites, 2 parts of realgar, 3 parts of sulfur, 10 parts of orpiment, 5 parts of copper, and 3 parts of balataka are to be rubbed together and saturated with the milk of snuhi. The compound is then to be kept inside a strong earthen pot, the mouth of which is to be closed by means of an earthen basin, the joint being cemented with mud and rags. The pot is then to be heated for 12 hours. When cooled by radiation of heat, the medicine is to be taken out and powdered very fine. Dose: 4 raktiskash to be taken with honey and juice of betel leaves. This medicine cures all sorts of fevers. Jwara rasa. Equal quantities of cinnabar, sulfur, mercury, copper, lead, mica, borax, bira salt, and realgar are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana for 10 times with the juice of leaves of aragbata and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. Accompaniment: honey and ginger juice. It cures fever very quickly. It pacifies an excess of kapha and pitta and is also a good medicine for colic. Jwarashani rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, rock salt, aconite, and copper, iron equal in quantity to all the above combined, and mica, equal to iron, are to be mixed together and rubbed in an iron mortar with the juice of nirgundi leaves by means of an iron rod. Again mix with the compound powdered maricha, equal in quantity to mercury. Rub all these together and make into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. Accompaniment: honey and juice of betel leaves. It cures all sorts of fevers, cough, and especially all sorts of chronic fevers, fever affecting the datas, a sensation of intense heat, and fever due to the excess of the 3 doshas. Jwara kalaketu rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, aconite, copper, realgar, oily substance extracted from seeds of balataka, and orpiment are to be rubbed together with the milk of snuhi and subjected to heat by gajaputam. Pills are then to be made, 2 raktis in weight each, to be taken with honey. This medicine cures all sorts of fever. Parvati karuna rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, iron, copper, silver, gold, orpiment, calamine, bell, metal, tin, coral, pearls, copper pyrites, iron sulfate, realgar, borax, and camphor are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana for 7 times ench, in succession with the juice or decoction of each of the following: Varji, Basaka, Nirgundi, betel leaves, Jayanti, Carabella, leaves of patola, leaves of banga, punarnaba, and ginger. Pills are then to be made, 1 rakti in weight each. This medicine cures all sorts of fevers, cough, asthma, dropsy, anemia, jaundice, enlargement of spleen and liver. Tripurari rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, copper, iron, mica, and aconite and silver, half in quantity of mercury, are to be rubbed together with the juice of ginger and made into pills, 2 raktis in weight each. Accompaniment: sugar, or honey or ginger juice with honey. This medicine cures all sorts of fevers, enlargement of spleen, udara roga, dropsy, and diarrhea. Sarva jwarankusha rasa. 1 part of mercury and 1 part of sulfur are to be rubbed together and rednade to kajali or black powder. Then, mix with this, 1 part each of the following: maricha, shuthi, pipali, cardamom, croton seeds, kustam, kirata tikta, and musta. The compound is then to be subjected bhavana with the juices of leaves of nirgundi and ginger and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight cash. The body of the patient is to be covered with a piece of cloth after he takes the medicine. It cures all sorts of fever. Purusatama rasa. 1 part each of mica, copper, mercury, sulfur, and aconite, 2 parts of seeds of dutern, and 5 parts of trikatu are to be rubbed together with the juice of ginger and made into pills, 2 raktis in weight each. Accompaniment is to be decided upon in consideration of the doshas. It cures all sorts of fever, enlargement of spleen or liver, gulma, dropsy, hiccough, asthma, cough, indigestion, and loss of appetite. Brahma, randra rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, mica, orpiment, cinnabar, maricha, borax, and rock salt, and aconite equal in quantity to all the above-mentioned combined, are to be rubbed together with the bile of a she-buffalo, equal to 1/4 the weight of the foregoing materials combined. A little of this medicine is to be applied at the crown of the patient's head lacerated by means of a razor, at a time when he has lost his consciousness attacked by a sanipatika fever. His body is then to be smeared with sandal paste, and plenty of cold water is to be poured over his head. He is then to be allowed such cooling diet as boiled rice, mixed with curd, sugar cane soup of mugga grams, etc. Swakshandanayaka rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, iron, and silver are to be rubbed together for 3 days with the juices of the follow: Suryavarta, Nirgundi, Tulasi, white aparajita, agibali, ing, ginger, chitraka roots, haritaki, banga, and kakamachi. The compound is then to be subjected to bhavana with the biles of goat, hogfish, buffalo, and peacock, duly dried, confined in a blind crucible, and heated for 12 hours. By means of the 3rd kind of baluka jantram, 6 raktis in weight of this medicine is to be taken once a day with honey and ginger juice, decoction of nirgundi leaves and dasa mulam mixed with powdered marisha, being drunk a little after taking this medicine. This medicine cures abhinyasa, diet, goat's milk, and soup of mugga grams, shlesma, shalendra rasa. 1 tola each of sulfur, mercury, mica, trikatu, jira, black jira, shathi, karkata, shringi, jamani, puskara, mulam, hingu, rock salt, javaksara, borax, gajapipali, jatikosa, ajamoda, iron, duralaba, cloves, seeds of dutura, katfala, and roots of chitraka are to be rubbed together and subjected to bhavana with the juice or decoction. Of the roots of the following, in succession, bilva, arka, chitraka, danti, apamarga, lagujivanti, basaka, murgundi, agnimantha, dustura leaves, black jira, paribhadra, pipali, kantakari, and ginger. Pills are then to be made, 1 rakti in weight cash. Accompaniment, juice of ginger, mixed with hot water. It cures all sorts of diseases, due to an excess of phlegm, and especially spermatoria, head diseases, gulma, udararoga, hernia, rheumatism, anemia, worms, obesity, udavarta, fever and skin diseases. It increases appetite, parpati rasa. 1 part of mercury and 2 parts of sulfur are to be rubbed together and made into a black powder, which is then to be rubbed with the juice of bringaraja. The compound is then to be mixed with 1/4 its quantity of copper and iron each, and the whole thing is to be heat in an iron pot, the substance being rolled over and over again by means of an iron rod in course of the heating. When sufficiently melted, the medicine is to be poured upon a banana leaf placed upon cow dung, and immediately pressed by a bundle made of another piece of a banana leaf containing within it a quantity of cowang. When solidified and cooled, the medicine is to be powdered and subjected to bhavana for 1 day with the juice of the leaves of nirgundi. It is then to be subjected to bhavana for 7 days with the juice or decoction of the following, combined, jayanti, Triphala, Kanya, Vasaka, Parji, Trikatu, Bringaraja, roots of Chitraka, and Mundiri. This medicine cures all sorts of fever due to an excess of phlegm. Accompaniment, honey with a decoction of Haritaki, Shunthi, and Guruchi, Lauha Samasta Rasa, equal quantities of roots of Chitraka, Triphala, Trikatu, Biranga Musta, Gajapipali, roots of Pipali, Ushira, Devadaru, Chitraka, Bala, Katuki, Kantakari, seeds of Subhanjanam, Justimadu and Indrajava, are to be mixed with iron and Kajali black sulfuret of mercury, each equal in quantity to all the materials from roots of Chitraka to Indrajava combined. All these are then to be rubbed together with water and made into pills, 6 raktas in weight each. This medicine cures all sorts of fever and enlargement of spleen and liver. Lakshmi, Bila Sarasa, 4 tolas in weight of mica, 2 tolas of mercury and sulfur each, and 1 tola each of Bridhadaraka, seeds of Dustura, seeds of Banga, roots of Shatabari, roots of Nagabala, roots of Atibala, seeds of Gokshura, and Samudra phalam, are to be rubbed together with the juice of betel leaves and made into pills 3 raktas in weight each. It cures all sorts of fevers, leprosy, spironatoria, ulcer, fistula, filaria, scrofula, hernia, rheumatism, paralysis of the tongue, udara roga, cough, pinasa, piles, obesity, etc. It is a good aphrodisiac. It is desirable to take meat or milk after taking this medicine. Maharaja Rasa, 1 tola, each of mercury, sulfur, and mica, 1/4. Tola, each of seeds of Bridhadaraka, tin and iron, 1/4 tola of gold, copper, and camphor, each, and 1/8 tola, each of seeds of Banga, Shatabari, white resin, cloves, Kokilaksha, Bidari, Musali, Banari, Jatifala, Jatikosa, Bala, and Nagabala, are to be rubbed together with the juice of Musali and made into pills, 4 raktas in weight each. Accompaniment, honey only. It cures all sorts of fevers, cough, asthma, consumption, jaundice, anemia, and hemoptosis. Sarva Jwara Hara Loham, 8 tolas in weight of iron, 3 tolas of mercury, 3 tolas of sulfur, and 1 tola, each of Tirphala, Trikatu, Biranga, Musta, Gajapipali, roots of Pipali, Haridra, Daru Haridra, and roots of Chitraka are to be rubbed together with ginger juice and made into pills, 2 raktas in weight each. Accompaniment, honey and ginger juice. It cures all sorts of fever and enlargement of spleen. Kalpadruma rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, aconite, and copper are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana with the biles of boar, goat, buffalo, rohita fish, and peacock in succession, then for 7 days with the juice of leaves of nirgundi, and for 3 days with ginger juice. Pills are then to be made of the size of a mustard seed, which are to be dried in a shady place, having regard to the doshas, power of digestion, and age of the patient. 7 to 21 of such pills may be given a day to him who is to sleep, covered with a piece of cloth so long as he does not perspire. After sleep he is to drink some curd, mixed with sugar. Accompaniment of this medicine, 1 rakti of black sulfuret of mercury, mixed with powdered pipali, and a little of hot water. This medicine cures even an obstinate jirna jwara, visama jwara, fever with diarrhea, both acute and chronic, anemia and jaundice. This medicine is not to be given to a patient suffering from asthma, cough, and colic. Kalpataru rasa, 1 tola cash of mercury, sulfur, aconite, realgar, bimala, and borax, 2 tolas each of shunthi and pipali, and 10 tolas of marisha are to be rubbed together and reduced to a very fine powder. Mercury and sulfur are first of all to be rubbed together to form a kajali or black powder, before they are mixed with the powders of the other ingredients. Dose: 1 rakti, to be taken with honey and ginger juice. This medicine cures asthma, cough, constant discharge of sticky water from the mouth, coldness, indigestion, cholera, and fever due to an excess of vayu and film. The snuff of this medicine cures diseases of the head, due to an excess of kapha and vayu, loss of consciousness, delirium, and stop of sneezing. Vidya, balaba rasa. 1 part of mercury, 2 parts of copper, 3 parts of realgar, and 12 parts of orpiment are to be rubbed together with the juice or decoction of black jeera, and kept in a pot made of copper, which is to be confined within 2 earthen basins, the joint of which is to be duly closed before it is heated by means of the 3rd kind of baluka jantram, till paddy seeds kept upon the jantram burst. When cooled by radiation of heat, the medicine is to be taken out and powdered. Dose: 2 raktis cash, to be taken with sugar only. It cures all sorts of chronic fever. Anointing the body with oil, taking sours, etc. are to be absolutely prohibited while taking this medicine. Yanamanjala rasa, 1/8 tola each in weight of mercury, sulfur, borax, copper, tin, copper pyrites, rock salt, and maricha, 1/4 tola of gold, and 1/8 tola each of iron and silver are to be mixed together, and subjected to bhavana for 3 times each, with the following, in succession: juice of dutura leaves, juice of shefali leaves, decoction of the dashamulam, and decoction of kiratatikta. Pills are then to be made, 2 raktis in weight each. Accompaniment: honey with powdered jeera. It cures all sorts of fever. It is a good medicine for strength and nutrition. Visama jwarantaka rasa, 4 parts each, of mercury and sulfur are to be rubbed, well to form a black powder, which is to be melted in the way referred to in parpati rasa. The solidified compound is then to be powdered very fine, and mixed with 1 part of gold, 8 parts cash, of iron, copper, and mica, 2 parts cash of tin, red ochre, and coral, and 1 part cash of pearls, conch shell, and oyster shell are to be mixed together with water, and confined within 2 oyster shells, which are to be coated with mud and dried. This is then to be heated by means of the labaka putam. When cooled by radiation of heat, the medicine is to be taken out. Accompaniment: powdered pipali, hingu, and rock salt, with a few drops of honey. It cures all sorts of fever, anemia, jaundice, spleen, liver, dropsy, spermaturia, aversion to food, and chronic diarrhea. Saranana rasa, equal quantities of brass, bell metal, copper, cinnabar, pipali, and aconite are to be rubbed together for 3 hours, with the juice of guruchi, and made into pills. 1 rakti in weight each, to be taken with honey. This medicine cures all sorts of fevers including jirna jwara and indigestion. Diet: soup of mugagrams, buttermilk, and coconut water. Basanta malati rasa, 1 part of gold, 2 parts of pearls, 3 parts of cinnabar, 4 parts of maricha, and 8 parts of calamine are first of all to be rubbed with a little of butter, and then with the juice of lime fruit, so long as the oily part of the butter does not disappear altogether. Pills are then to be made, 2 raktis in weight cash, to be taken with powdered pipale and honey. This medicine cures jirna jwara, visama jwara, and cough. It also increases power of digestion. Visama jwara hrid rasa, 2 parts each of mercury and sulfur, 1 part each of copper and copper pyrites, and 6 parts of iron are to be rubbed together, for 5 times each, with the juices of the following, in succession: leaves of jayanti, leaves of kokilaksha, leaves of vasaka, ginger, and betel leaves. Pills are then to be made, 2 raktis in weight each. This medicine cures visama jwara, gulma, and enlarged spleen. It increases power of digestion, is beneficial to eyesight, increaser of strength and nutrition, and curer of almost all the diseases. Purnanata rasa, 1 tola, each of mercury, sulfur, copper, mica, copper pyrites, gold, silver, and orpiment, and 4 tolas of lodestone are to be subjected to bhavana, with each of the following, in succession: juice of leaves of carabella, decoction of dashamulam, decoction of parpata, decoction of triphala, decoction of guruchi, juice of betel leaves, juice of kakamachi leaves, juice of leaves of nirgundi, juice of punarnava, and juice of ginger. Pills are then to be made, 2 raktis in weight each. This medicine cures, in a week, any kind of fever. It also cures indigestion, anemia, spleen, and cough. Accompaniment: old molasses and powdered pipali. Diet: boiled shali rice, buttermilk, and fish. Shira, sundara rasa, 3 parts of gold, 2 parts of silver and mica, each, 5 parts of iron, 3 parts of coral, 3 parts of pearls, and 7 parts of incinerated mercury are to be rubbed with the juice of kanya, and made into pills. 1 rakti in weight cash, to be dried in a shady place. Accompaniment: goat's milk. It cures consumption, cough, goma, spermaturia, insanity, and jasarna jwara. Himangshu, shakara rasa. Equal quantities of kajali, incinerated mercury, gold, silver, iron, mica, copper, essence of orpiment, tin, pearls, coral, and copper pyrites are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana, for 3 times each, with the juice or decoction of each of the following, in succession: leaves of nirgundi, betel leaves, kakamachi, parpata, triphala, leaves of carabella, Dashamulam, Punarnava, Guruchi, roots of Vasaka, Bringaraja, and Kasharaja. Pills are then to be made, 1 rakti in weight, each. Accompaniment powdered pipali with old molasses. It cures all sorts of fevers. Mrita Jivana Rasa. Equal quantities of orpiment and mercury are to be rubbed well with the juice of black jeera to form a lump, which is to be wrapped up with the leaves of arka, and confined within 2 earthen basins, the joint of which is to be cemented by means of a paste prepared with powdered molasses, lime, chalk and haritaki. The samputam thus prepared is to be heated by means of the third kind of baluka jantram, till paddy seeds kept upon the jatram become discolored. When cooled by radiation of heat, the medicine is to be taken out and used in doses of 3 raktas each, to be taken with the juice of tulasi leaves, clarified butter, sugar. Powdered pipali, milk and honey are to be taken by the patient. A little after he takes the medicine, it cures all sorts of visamajwara. Cold water in torrents is to be poured upon the head of the patient if he vomits after taking the medicine. Panchanana rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, aconite, maricha, vikranta, copper pyrites, iron pyrites, sulfur, orpiment, realgar, silver, and tin are to be rubbed together with the juice of roots of arka and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. It is a very good medicine of fever. Diet: boiled rice with curd, rock salt, haritaki and honey. The following are slso salutary to the ptient: smearing the body with perfumed sandal paste, and drinking of cold water, milk and juice of sweet pomegranates. Sadashiva rasa. 1 tola in weight each of mercury, calamine, orpiment, copper sulfate, borax and sulfur, is to be rubbed with the juice of the leaves of carabella and made into a paste with which is to be smeared. 1/4 of an anguli thick, the inner surface of a pot, made of 6 tolas in weight of copper only. The pot is then to be placed upside down, upon an earthen basin, another basin of the same kind being placed upon the pot. The joint of the 2 basins is to be cemented by mud, etc. The samputam, thus prepared, is to be heated by means of the third kind of baluka jantram, till the paddy seeds kept upon the jantram burst. When cold, the medicine is to be taken out powdered, and mixed with an equal quantity of powdered black pepper. Dose: 2 raktas each, to be taken with honey and juice of beta leaves. This medicine cures in a short time fever due to an excess of vayu. It cures in 3 days all sorts of visamajwara, including ikahika, dyahika, triyahika, and chaturthaka fevers. Chaturthaka nibarana rasa. 3 parts of orpiment, 1 part of mercury, half a part of sulfur and half a part of realgar are to be rubbed together with the juice of leaves of carabella, and heated for 9 hours, by means of the third kind of baluka jantram, till the paddy seeds kept upon the jantram burst. When cooled, the medicine is to be taken out powdered. This medicine cures chaturthaka fever. Chaturthaka gajankusha rasa. 1 part each of mercury, sulfur and 3 parts of hemabali are to be rubbed together for 7 times with the juice of the leaves of nirgundi. This medicine, taken in proper doses with the accompaniment of honey and ginger juice, cures all sorts of visamajwara, including chaturthaka fever. Putababana rasa. Juices of kantakari, nirgundi and putikaranja are to be kept in an earthen pot which is to be subjected to a mild heat, powdered sulfur being thrown upon the juice while so heated. When the sulfur melts, an equal quantity of mercury is to be thrown upon it. When both mix together, the pot is quickly to be removed from the oven, and the mercury and sulfur rubbed to form a black powder. 1 rakti of this black powder, mixed with 6 raktas of powdered jeera and 6 raktas of rook salt, is to be taken with a betel leaf. A little after taking this medicine, the patient is to drink the following: hot water in sanipatika fever, sugar dissolved with water in vomiting, old molasses in mucus, goat's milk in consumption, decoction of the roots of kutaja in diarrhea attended with bleeding, and the juice of urumbara in vomiting of blood. This medicine is a curer of all the diseases and is an increaser of longevity. It revives consciousness even at the last stage of the disease. Shitadna rasa. Orpiment is first of all to be purified by being boiled with an alkali prepared from kusmanda, lime water and sesamum oil in succession. It is then to be mixed with an equal quantity of mercury and rubbed for 3 days with the juice of the leaves of carabella, and made into a lump, which is to be completely wrapped up by means of a copper leaf. This is then to be confined within 2 earthen basins, the joint of which is to be cemented by means of a paste prepared from powdered haritaki, molasses, salt, chalk and mud, mixed together. When dried, the samputam is to be heated by means of the third kind of baluka jantram, so long as paddy seeds placed upon the jantram do not burst. When cooled by radiation of heat, the medicine is to be taken out and powdered. Dose: 3 raktas each, to be taken with honey, juice of tulasi leaves, powdered pipali, sugar, clarified butter, and a little of milk, all mixed together. Diet: milk, boiled rice, soup of mugagrams and clarified butter. This medicine cures fever. Brihajwarantaka laham. 1 tola in weight each of mercury, sulfur, jatikosa and jatifila. 1/4 tola of gold, half a tola of iron and silver each. 1 tola each of mica, bitumen, bringaraja, musta, kasharaja, apamarga, lavanga, triphala, cardamom, roots of pipali, rock salt, beer or salt, sugar, like essence of guruchi, kantakari, garlic, dhanya, jira, black jira, red sandalwood, devadaru, daruharidra, roots of kutaja, kira tatikta, and bala, and 2 tolas of marisha are to be rubbed together with ginger juice and made into pills 3 raktas in weight each. This medicine is to be taken in the morning with honey. It cures all sorts of fevers, jaundice, anemia, spermatoria, chronic diarrhea, etc. It is a good aphrodisiac. Bikrama Kashari Rasa. 1 part of copper, 2 parts of silver, and 1 part each of aconite, mercury, and sulfur are to be rubbed together and subjected to pavana for 21 times, with the juice of the bark of the roots of a lime tree. Pills are then to be made, 1 rakti in weight each. This medicine cures all sorts of fevers. Meghanata Rasa. Equal quantities of silver, bell metal, mercury, and copper and sulfur, equal in quantity to all of them taken together, are to be rubbed with the juice of Meghanata and heated by Gajaputam. The rubbing and heating are to be performed for 6 times. Dose 2 raktas cash to be taken with a bit of betel leaf. This medicine cures Visamajwara. Diet: boiled rice with milk. In fever attended with diarrhea, a decoction of the following is to be drunk after taking this medicine. Shunthi, Adavisa, Musta, Kiratatikta, Guruchi, and Kutacha 2 tolas in all, to be boiled with 32 tolas of water reducible to 8 tolas. This medicine also cures Navajwara, Jairanajwara, thirst and sensation of heat. Chaturthaka Nisudhana Rasa. Equal quantities of mercury and sulfur are to be rubbed together to form a kajali or black powder, which is to be kept in an earthen pot. A copper pot is to be placed upside down upon the black powder. The mouth of the earthen pot is then to be closed by means of an earthen basin, the joint being cemented by means of rags mixed with mud. When dried, the pot is to be placed upon an oven and heated in such a way as the flames of the fire do not exceed the height of the toe. The heating is to be performed for 60 days. The copper pot is then to be taken out and powdered. This powder, taken in doses of 2 or 3 raktas each, with honey and juice of betel leaves, cures all sorts of fevers including Chaturthaka fever. The mouth of the patient is to be coated with a paste made of pestle jira and rock salt before he takes the medicine. This medicine is efficacious in Sandapatika fever also. Digambara Rasa. Equal quantities of Mika Rasa Sindura, powdered jira, copper, and seeds of Dutura are to be mixed together and subjected with the juice of kasha the following: leaves of basaka, kantakari, leaves of malaki, to bhavana in succession musta and guruchi. The compound is then to be rubbed with water and made into pills 1 rakti in weight each. This medicine cures all sorts of Visamajwara, enlargement of spleen and liver, vomiting, hemoptosis, vatarakta, chronic diarrhea, asthma, kong, aversion to food, colic, hiccough, and piles. Umaprasadana Rasa. Equal quantities of mica, mercury, sulfur, aconite, trikatu, rock salt, jira, and black jira are to be rubbed together for 7 days with juices of nirgundi, garlic, and apamarga. The compound is then to be put inside an earthen putam and heated by means of the 3rd kind of the baluka jantram. This medicine, in doses of 1 raktai each, taken with honey, juice of betel leaves, and powdered maricha, cures fever with the sensation of cold. A little of cold water is to be drunk after taking the medicine. It also cures such obstinate fevers as Triyahika and Chaturthaka, not to speak of the other kinds of fevers. Jwarankusha Rasa. 1 part of borax, 1 part of mercury and sulfur combined, and 2 parts of copper are to be rubbed well to form a very fine powder, with which is to be mixed 2/5 parts each of the following: rock salt, maricha, sea-conch shell alkali prepared from bark of tamarind, and copper pyrites. These are then to be rubbed together with lime juice and made into pills 2 raktas in weight each. This medicine, taken with suitable accompaniments, cures in 3 days all sorts of fevers, including such Visamajwaras as Ikahika, Duyahika, Triyahika, and Chaturthaka fevers. Chandrodaya Rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, tin, and mica are to be mixed together and rubbed with lime juice and heated by Laguputam. This rubbing and heating is to be performed for 7 times. The compound is then to be subjected to bhavana with the juice of kanya for 7 times and heated each time as before. It is next to be subjected to bhavana for 7 times with the decoction of roots of chitraka and heated each time as before. Accompaniments: molasses with powdered jira in jirnajwara, juice of kanya with honey in asthma and cough, decoction of triphala with honey in insanity, and decoction of guruchi with honey in tetanus. Application of parpati. There is a class of medicine called parpati. The mode of their preparation and application will be given in details in the chapter containing the treatment of chronic diarrhea. Of these medicines, those named Sarvishwara, Bajra, Bijaya, Rasa, Rasendra, Sutendra, Jivendra, etc. are the principal ones. These, if properly applied, cure all sorts of fevers. Chapter 3rd. Jwaratisara fever with diarrhea. Symptoms of the disease. Sometimes fever, due to an excess of pitam, is attended with diarrhea due to the same cause. Diarrhea also is sometimes attended with fever. Such a combination of fever and diarrhea is called Jwara Ra. One suffering from Jwara Ra should, first of all, be made to fast and to take such medicines as can digest the undigested chyle, which is invariably a partial cause of both fever and diarrhea. Fasting and digesting medicines do away with the undigested chyle and help to pacify the diseases. Tatrochemical medicines applicable in Jwara Ra. Sukha Sanjibani Rasa. 1 part each of pipali and aconite and 2 parts of cinber are to be rubbed together with the juice of lime fruit and made into pills of the size of a seed of radish. This is to be taken with cold water. It cures fever with diarrhea. It may also be applied in cholera and sanipatica fever, however malignant.
Siddha Praneshwar Rasa.
4 parts, cash of sulfur marinary and mica, odd 1 part each, of surjixara, borax, javaxara, the 5 salts, triphala, trikatu, indrajabajira, black jira, roots of chitrika, jamani, hingu, biranga, and shatapuspa are to be rubbed together and made into pills, 6 ractus in weight each. Accompaniment, juice of betel leaves, 12 tolas of hot water is to be drunk after taking the medicine. It cures diarrhea, with or without fever, chronic diarrhea, dysentery, and colic due to flatulence and acidity. Kanaka Sundara Rasa. Equal quantities of cinnabar, maricha, sulfur, pipali, borax, aconite, and seeds of dustura are to be rubbed for 3 hours. With the water in which banga has been kept immersed for some time, pills are then to be made, 2 ractus in weight each. This medicine cures loss of appetite, fever, and malignant diarrhea. Dict, curd or buttermilk with paste prepared from boiled rice.
Kanaka Prabharasa.
Equal quantities of seeds of datura, maricha, hangsapati, pipali, borax, mercury, aconite and sulfur are to be rubbed for 1 day with the water in which leaves of banga have been kept immersed for some time and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight cash. This medicine cures diarrhea, acute or chronic, with or without fever, and loss of appetite. Diet, curd with boiled rice, cold water, and juice of meat of such birds as laba and titiri. Gagana Sundara Rasa. Equal quantities of borax, cinnabar, sulfur, and mica are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana for 3 days with the juice of dugdika. Pills are then to be made, 2 ractus in weight each. Accompaniment, 3 ractus of white resin and a little of honey. This medicine cures all sorts of fevers with diarrhea and dysentery, and colic due to mucus. It increases power of digestion. Diet, buttermilk, goat's milk, preta senijibana rasa. 1 part of mercury and sulfur, each 1/4 part of aconite and mica, equal in quantity to all of them are to be rubbed together with the juices of leaves of datura and sarpaxi for 3 hours. The compound is then to be subjected to bhavana for 3 days with a decoction of the following: dataki flowers, ativisa, musta, shunti, jira, bala, jamani, danya, dried green bilwa fruits, patha, haritaki, pipali, bark of kutaja, seeds of kutaja, kapitha fruit, and green pomegranate, each of these being 2 tolas in weight cut into pieces and boiled with 120 tolas of water, reducible to 32 tolas. After the compound is thus subjected to bhavana and dried, it is to be confined in an earthen pot covered with an earthen basin, the joint being cemented as usual with rags and mud. The pot is then to be heated by the 3rd kind of baluka jantram. Dose 4 ractus each. 4 ractus in weight of the powder of the following ingredients combined in equal quantities are to be licked with a little of honey after the medicine is taken. This medicine cures all sorts of diarrhea. Diet in fever with diarrhea. Some items of diet prescribed separately in fever and diarrhea may be selected, having regard to the condition of the disease. Diarrhea. Its causes. The following are the causes of diarrhea: taking of food, stuff which are heavy, too much fatty, too much coarse, much hot, mainly liquid, ill-chewed, or too much cold. Incongenial by combination. Taking of food before the previous meal is digested. Taking of food not well cooked. Taking of food at irregular hours and in excessive quantities. Excessive or wrong use of oil, etc. For purpose of applying douches, purgatives, and vomiting. Taking of organic poison, panic, grief, much drinking of impure water, and taking of unaccustomed food. Having recourse to new practices, unusual reverse of weather. Excessive bath or excess of sports in water. Suppressing calls of nature, and activates of worms in the intestines. The disease is called atisara, simply because it literally means an excessive discharge. What actually happens in this disease is this: the watery portion of the polluted datus lessens the intensity of the digesting fire heat in the stomach, is mixed with the stool, and is driven down by vayu in excessive quantities. Iatro-chemical medicines in diarrhea. Abhaya nrsinga rasa. Equal quantities of cinnabar, aconite, trikatu, jern, borax, sulfur, mica, and mercury are to be mixed together and rubbed with lemon juice. Pills are then to be made, 1 rakti in weight each, to be taken with honey and powder of fried jira. This medicine cures diarrhea due to an excess of the 3 doshas and chronic diarrhea. Also, praneshwara rasa. 2 tolas each of mercury, sulfur, mica, borax, shatapuspa, jamani, and jira, and 1 tola each of Jabaksara, Hingu, the 5 salts, Biranga, Indrajava, resin and roots of Chitraka are to be rubbed well with water and made into pills 2 raktas in weight each. This medicine cures diarrhea. Amrita Navarasa, 1 tola each of mercury, sulfur, iron, borax, shathi, dhanya, balaka, mustapatha, jira and ativisa are to be rubbed together with goat's milk and made into pills, 6 raktas in weight each. This medicine is to be taken in the morning with honey and any one of the following: decoction of dhanya and jira, banga, powdered seeds of shena, goat's milk, paste prepared from boiled rice, cold water, juice of banana flower, and juice of kanchata grass. This medicine cures all sorts of diarrhea, acute or chronic, colic, piles, amlopita, kong, gulma, and loss of digestive power. Dardura rasa. Equal quantities of steel and mercury are to be rubbed with the juice of kanchanara. The compound may then be used as it is or may be heated by putam. Ananda bhairava rasa. Equal quantities of cinnabar, aconite, maricha, borax, and pipali are to be rubbed together. Dose half to 1 rakti each. 1 tola of the powder of the bark or seeds of kutaja is to be taken with honey after taking this medicine. Diet: boiled rice with curd or buttermilk. Cold water is to be drunk when the patient gets thirsty. It is desirable to take a little of banga at night while taking this medicine. Sudha sara rasa. 4 tolas, each of mercury and sulfur, are to be rubbed together to form kajali or black powder, which is to be melted. 4 tolas of mica are to be thrown, thing being rolled and while still in melted. Upon this melted kajali, the whole rubbed by means of a wooden rod. Condition: it is to be thrown upon leaves of kutaja. The compound is then to be reduced to powder and subjected to bhavana with each of the following: juice of green tinduka fruits, milk of udumbara, juice of bark of aragbada, juice of dugdini, juice of green pomegranate fruit mildly heated by putam, juice of the roots of black kambojika, and juice of the bark of kutaja. The following is then to be mixed with it: 4 tolas, cash of powdered shunthi and kantakari, and 1 tola, cash of musta, indrajava, black jira, roots of chitraka, exudation of the shalmali tree, jira and aconite. The compound is next to be subjected to bhavana for 7 times with the decoction of shunthi. This medicine increases the digesting heat. It increases appetite. Dose: 6 raktas cash, to be given with an extract of shunthi and musta, pestled together, made into a lump, and heated by means of the swadani jantram. For 12 minutes. Diet: buttermilk prepared from cow's milk or curd prepared from goat's milk, mixed with other items of suitable foodstuff such as green banana fruit, gurbi, green bilva fruit, green mango fruit, cut into piece, and dried honey and egg fruit. This medicine, if applied twice or thrice a day, cures, very quickly, all sorts of diarrhea, acute or chronic, hikov, loss of power of digestion, intestinal obstruction, dysentery, diarrhea with fever, cholera, diarrhea with mucus, and aversion to food. Nagasundara rasa. 2 tolas each of lead, mercury, mica, and sulfur are to be rubbed together and reduced to a very fine powder. 8 tolas of resin are to be melted and mixed with the powder, which is again to be mixed with 1 tola, in weight of the powder of each of the following: bark of banyan, bibitaki, rock salt, bacha, trikatu, jira, black jira, haritaki, banga, and jamani. The compound is then to be subjected to bhavana for 3 times each, with the juices of the following: bark of mahanimba, roots of gunja, nagabala, and guruchi. Pills are then to be made, 2 raktas in weight each. This medicine cures all sorts of diarrhea, dislocation of the rectum, and dysentery. Sudha sindhu rasa. 2 parts of sulfur, 8 parts of conch shell, and 1 part of mercury are to be rubbed together with milk of arka. The compound is then to be subjected for 7 times to bhavana, with the decoction of the roots of chitraka. It is next to be mixed with half its quantity of jabaksara, rubbed with the milk of arka, made into lumps and dried. These lumps are then to be put into an earthen pot, the inner sufarce of which has been smeared with lime. The mouth of the pot is then to be duly closed by an earthen basin, the joint being cemented by mud and rags. The pot is then to be subjected to heat by putam. This medicine cures diarrhea, acute and chronic. Dose: 4 raktas each, to be taken with powdered marisha and a little of clarified butter. Diet: boiled rice with curd. Bishwanath rasa. 1 part of incinerated mercury and 4 parts of sulfur are to be rubbed together for 3 hours. The powder, so formed, is to be put inside as many cowrie shells as necessary. The upper part of the gaps in the shells is to be closed by means of a paste prepared by borax, pestled with cow's milk. These shells are then to be subjected to heat by putam. When cooled by radiation of heat, the cowries are to be taken out and powdered very fine. Dose: 4 raktas each, to be taken with honey. Decoction of shunthi, atavisa, musta, devadaru, and basa is to be drunk after taking this medicine, which cures diarrhea due to an excess of vayu. Jirisha sundara rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, maricha, borax, and seeds of black datura are to be rubbed with the juice of parji for 6 hours. The compound is then to be mixed with mica, equal in quantity to mercury. This medicine cures diarrhea, even of a virulent type. Dose: 2 raktas each. Purna chandrodaya rasa. 4 tolas cash in weight of orpiment, iron and mica, and 1 tola each of camphor, mercury, sulfur, jatikosa, moromangsi, tijapatra, shati, talishapatra, nagakeshara, trikatu, cardamom, roots of pipali, and cloves are to be rubbed together, and taken carly in the morning in doses of 2 ractus a day. It cures all sorts of diarrhea, acute and chronic, and colic felt at the time of digestion of food. Karunya sagara rasa, 1 part of incinerated mercury, 2 parts cash of sulfur and mica, are to be rubbed for 1 day with mustard oil, and heated for 3 hours. The compound is again to be rubbed with the juice of the roots of bringaraja and heated for 3 hours. The compound is then to be mixed with an equal quantity of the combined powders of the following: the 3 alkalis and borax taken in equal quantities, the 5 salts aconite, trikatu, roots of chitraka, jira, and baranga. Pills are then to be made, 6 ractus in weight. Catch. This medicine cures all sorts of diarrhea, acute or chronic, with fever or without fever, dysentery, colic, and dropsy. Accompaniment is not so essential to this medicine. Anandabi Baba Rasa. Equal quantities of cinnabar, maricha, borax, aconite, and pipali are to be rubbed together and taken in doses of 1 rakti each. 1 tola in weight of powdered seeds and bark of kutaja combined with a little of honey is to be taken, a little after taking the medicine. This medicine cures diarrhea due to an excess of the 3 doshas. Diet: buttermilk and curd prepared from goat's milk and boiled rice. Cold water may be allowed to quench the thirst. Taking a little of banga at night is considered salutary. Pratapa Bhairava Rasa. Equal quantities of cinnabar, aconite, trikatu, borax, and sulfur are to be rubbed together for 6 hours with the juice of lime fruit and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight. Cash. This medicine cures cough, asthma, diarrhea, both acute and chronic, apoplexy, diseases due to the derangement of vayu, spermatoria, indigestion, and loss of appetite. Mahesha Mangala Rasa. Equal quantities of cinnabar, opium, musta, indrajava, jatifala, camphor, and borax are to be rubbed with water and made into pills, 2 ractus in weight each. This medicine cures diarrhea with or dysentery and chronic diarrhea without fever. Daksayani Rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, mica, rasaya sindaram, sulfur, jatifala, indrajava, seeds of dustura, borax, trikatu, musta, haritaki, seeds of mango, green bilva cut into pieces and dried, seeds of swarja, and bark of the pomegranate fruit are to be rubbed together with the water in which banga has been kept immersed for some time. Pills are then to be made, 1 rakti in weight each. Accompaniment: decoction of the bark of roots of kutaja mixed with honey. This medicine cures diarrhea with ami and increases power of digestion. It is to be taken in dysentery with honey and decoction of green bilva fruit cut into pieces and dried, and with honey and decoction of shunthi and danya in diarrhea. Sarniska Tylam, 1½ tola of oil prepared from tila, 1/4 tola of lime juice, and 5 ractus of rock salt are to be rubbed steadily by means of the fingers and licked. This cures diarrhea. Diet, as stated below. Diet and actions beneficial in diarrhea: vomiting, fasting, sleeping, boiled rice prepared from shali and sasti paddy 2 or 3 years old, balepi, paste prepared from paddy freed and devoid of husk, soup of masura and adaki, juice of the meat of hare laba, antelope, deer, and kopinjala, all sorts of small fish, oil prepared from tila, goat's milk, clarified butter prepared from goat's milk, curd buttermilk and butter prepared from goat's milk or cow's milk, green flowers, and fruits of banana, honey, jambu fernits, bahubara, amra baridra, shunthi, tuberav, water lily, bikankata, kapita, bakula fruits, green bilva fruits roasted, tinduka and pomegranates, green kernel of palm fruit, kanchata changari, banga, red-colored potherbs, jatifala, balaka, jira, bark of kutaja, danya, maha nimba, all sorts of foodstuff astringent in taste, and those which are considered light and increaser of power of digestion. Diet and actions injurious in diarrhea: fomentation, application of collyrium, shedding of blood, drinking of water in excess, bath, sexual intercourse, keeping late hours at night, smoking, snuff, anointing the body with oil, suppressing calls of nature, taking of food which is coarse, unaccustomed, and incongenial by combination, wheat, masha grams, barley, bastuka, kakamachi, beans, potato, and other tubers, shobhanjana, mango, betel nuts, kushmanda, alabu, plums, food difficult to digest, betel leaves, sugarcane, molasses, wine, putika grapes, fruits of amla, betasa, garlic, amalaki, impure water, curd churned without water, kanji, coconut, oily substances, musk, all sorts of pot herbs, alkalis, laxatives, punarnava, karkati, salt and sours are harmful to patients suffering from diarrhea. Grahani. Even after the cure of diarrhea, the digesting heat in the stomach is in a weak condition for some time. Unhealthy diet taken at this stage still weakens the digesting heat, which damages the grahani nari, which, affected by one or more of the 3 doshas, discharges now and then food from the stomach, either undigested or digested but stinking badly, sometimes in the form of loose and sometimes in the form of formed and solid stool. The attendant evils in this disease are aversion to food, swelling of the limbs, and dullness of the digesting heat. Tatro-chemical medicines applicable in Grahani. Bajrakapata rasa, equal quantities of incinerated mercury, mica, sulfur, jabakshara, borax, bacha, and banga, are to be rubbed together for 3 days with the juices of leaves of jayanti, leaves of bringaraja, and lime fruit made into a lump and dried. This lump is then to be put into an iron pot and heated for 1.5 hours by mild heat. The compound is then to be mixed with an equal quantity of atavisa and exudation of the bark of Shah Imali each. It is then to be subjected to bhavana for 7 times, with the decoction of banga, rubbing it well every time and then dried. Dose 12 ractus cash to be taken with honey, Agni Kumara rasa. Equal quantities of ashes of cowrie shell, tricatu, borax, aconite, sulfur, and mercury are to be rubbed together with the juice of lime fruit and made into pills, 6 ractus cash. A little of clarified butter, mixed with powdered maricha, is to be taken after taking the medicine. Dict, buttermilk, mixed with boiled rice, Suvarna Sundara rasa. Equal quantities of cinnabar, maricha, sulfur, pipali, borax, aconite, and seeds of datura are to be rubbed together with the decoction of banga for 3 hours and made into pills, 2 ractus in weight each. This medicine cures diarrhea, weakness of the digesting heat, fever and diarrhea, however malignant. Diet, curd or buttermilk, with boiled rice, trimurti rasa. 1 part of mercury, 2 parts of mica, and 3 parts of sulfur are to be rubbed together for 3 days with the decoction of banga each to be taken with honey. Dose, 1/4 of atola. Diet, curd with boiled rice, patali rasa. Equal quantities of ashes of cowrie shell, kajali, iron and borax are to be rubbed together for 1 day each with the decoction of banga and lime water confined in a crucible and heated by putam. This medicine cures grahani due to an excess of the 3 doshas.
Pani Jala rasa.
1/4 tola of mercury and sulfur each are to be rubbed together to form a kajali or black powder, with which is to be mixed 6 ractus of mica. The compound is then to be rubbed for 7 times with the juice of matulunga and made into a lump, drying it in the sun after each act of rubbing. It is then to be mixed with 12 ractus of powdered tricatu and rubbed separately with 8 tolas of the juice of each of the following, in succession: Trishuli Bringaraja, Chanjari Satala, Brishchikali, Whitaparajita, Kanya, Hilamochika, Grisma Sundara, Karini, Karnamoti, Rudanti, roots of Chitraka, ginger, Dutura, Kakamachi, and Talamuli. Dose 6 ractus each, to be taken with a piece of beta leaf, and 6 ractus of powdered tricatu medicine also cures aversion to food, consumption, loss of power of digestion, and sutika. This, Bajraharu rasa, 1/8 tola each of mercury, sulfur, copper, mica,
Javakshara. Sarjikshara.
borax, bark of baroon, roots of basaka, alkali prepared from apamarga, and rock salt are to be rubbed together with the juices of shanjari and hasti shundi and heated by padam. Dose, 1 rakti cash. A little of kanji is to be drunk after taking this medicine, which may also be applied in parina nashula, cough and weakness of the digesting. Heat, with ginger, juice and honey, and an amlapita with milk, still warm after milching. Grahani kapata rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, ativisa haritaki, mica sarjiksha ra, exudation of shalmali, bacha and banga, are to be rubbed together with lime juice and made into a lump. Dose 3 ractus each to be taken with a few drops of honey. A few ractus of burnt shambuka shells, mixed with honey and clarified butter, is to be licked after taking this medicine. A little of kshirini, jira, rock salt and mustard should be taken before taking this medicine. Agni bibardana rasa. 4 tolas, each of mercury and sulfur, are to be rubbed with the juice of hansapati, mixed with half a tola of aconite, and heated by the 3rd kind of baluka jantram. The product is then to be mixed with 1/4 tola of aconite and 2 tolas of powdered maricha. This medicine increases power of digestion, especially in chronic diarrhea. It also cures quickly diseases due to an excess of vine and kapha, sanipatika fever, asthma, consumption and cough. Markandeya rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, cinnabar, borax, tricatu, jatifala, cloves, tejapatra, cinnamon, musta, roots of chitraka, gajapipali, shunti, balaka, mica, dataka flower, atavism, seeds of shobanjana, shalmali, opin and palasha are to be mixed together and taken in doses of 6 ractus each with sugar only. This medicine cures diarrhea and loss of appetite. It increases the day tus, strength, longevity and nutrition. Grahani shardula rasa. 1 tola in weight, cash, of mercury, sulfur, iron, mica, hingu, panchalavana, haridra, daru haridra, kusta, bacha, musta, biranga, trikatu, trifala, roots of red chitraka, ajamoda, jamani, gaja, pipali, javakshara, sarjikshara, borax, saltpetre, sal, ammoniac and carbon deposited by smoke, and banga, equal in quantity to all the above mentioned combined, are to be mixed together and taken in the morning, in doses of 12 ractus, each with water in which shali rice has been kept immersed for some time. This medicine cures chronic diarrhea, weakness of the digesting heat, fever, thirst, all sorts of diarrhea, swelling, anemia, enlarged spleen, and chronic fever. Grahani Bhairava Rasa, 1/4 tola, each of mercury, sulfur, jatifa, and cloves are to be mixed together and rubbed with 4 tolas of the juice of each of the following, in succession, and dried in the intense heat of the sun, kashtime, suryavarta, leaves of bilva, and leaves of shringataka. Pills are then to be made, 2 raktis in weight each, to be taken with a juk of bilva leaves. Diet: boiled rice with curd. This medicine cures diarrhea, acute and chrony, anemia, dropsy, and fever. Samgra Banihara Rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, opium, exudation of Shai Mali, Trikatu, and Triphala are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana for 7 times each, with the juices of Banga and Bringaraja. Pills are then to be made, 3 raktis in weight cash to be taken with honey. This medicine honors diarrhea, acute and chronic. Baraba Mukha Rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, copper, mica, borax, sun salt, javakshara, sarjikshara, rock salt, shunthi ksharas prepared from apamarga palasha, and baruna are to be rubbed together with some sour vegetable juice and with the juice of hasti shundi. The compound is then to be heated by laguputam. Dose: 6 raktis each. This medicine cures grahani, fever, and even grahani of long standing. Hansa Potali Rasa. Equal quantities of burnt cowrie shells, trikatu, borax, aconite, sulfur, and mercury are to be rubbed together with lime juice and made into pills, 6 raktis in weight each. Powdered maricha, mixed with clarified butter, is to be licked in after taking the medicine. Diet: buttermilk with boiled rice. This medicine cures grahani. Grahani Bajra Kapata Rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, javakshara, jayanti, mica, and borax are to be mixed together and rubbed for 1 day each with the juices of jayanti, bringaraja, and lime fruit and made into a lump. This is to be kept in an earthen pot, the mouth of which is to be covered with an earthen basin. This pot is then to be heated by a mild heat for 1.5 hours. When cooled, the compound is to be subjected to bhavana for 7 times, with the juices of leaves of banga, shalmali, and haritaki. Dose: 12 to 18 raktis, each to be taken with honey. This medicine cures grahani. Nripabalaba Rasa. 8 tolas, each, of jatifala, lavanga, musta, guratwak, ella, borax, hingu, jira, tejapatra, jamani, shunthi, rock salt, iron, mica, copper, mercury, sulfur, maricha, trivrit, and silver are to be rubbed together with the juice of a malaki and made into pills, 2 raktis each, to be taken with honey only. This medicine cures goma, rheumatism, colic, worms, leprosy, ringworms, fistula, syphilis, diarrhea, piles, and grahani. Nrpendra Balaba Rasa. 6 raktis each of copper, pyrites, iron, mica, tin, silver, gold, roots of pipali, jamani, guratwak, copper, shunthi, borax, rock salt, balaka, musta, danya, sulfur, mercury, karkata, shringi, and camphor. 12 raktis of hingu, 24 raktis of powdered maricha, 1 tola each of jatikosha lavanga, and tejapatra, 1/4 tola each of shankanabi and biranga, 1/8 tola of aconite, 6 tolas and 18 raktis of small ela, and to be rubbed. 2 tolas of bira salt are together, with goat's milk and made into pills, 4 raktis in weight each. This medicine cures grahani attended with anaha. Rajendra Balaba Rasa. 1 tola each of kantalauha, mica, copper, pearls, copper, pyrites, gold, silver, borax, karkata, shringi, gaja pipali, roots of danti, maricha, tejapatra, jamani, balaka, musta, shunthi, danya, rock salt, camphor, biranga, roots of chitraka, akanti, mercury, and sulfur. 2 tolas of roots of trivrit, 8 tolas each, of lavanga, jatifala, jatikosha, and guratwak, bira salt, half in quantity to all the above-named ingredients, and powdered small CLA, half in quantity to all the above named including bira salt, are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana for 7 times each, with goat's milk and juice of matulunga. Pills are then to be made, 10 raktis in weight, each to be dried in a shady place. This medicine cures weakness of the digesting heat, grahani of long standing attended with mucus, worms, anemia, heart disease, acidity, and biliousness, vomiting, enlargement of spleen, fistula, pills due to the excess of pittum, diabetes, colic, spermatorrhea, erysipelas, leprosy, fever, stricture, and Kong Du tea consumption. Vasudeva Rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, borax, and mica are to be rubbed together in an iron mortar with the juice of kokilaksha and put upon fire free from smoke till the drying up of the watery portion of the compound. Dose: 3 raktis each to be taken with decoction of jira mixed with ginger juice. This medicine cures grahani of long standing, fever, diarrhea, gulma, and piles. Lagu Siddha Braka Rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, mica, and cinnabar are to be rubbed together for 2 days in an iron mortar by means of an iron rod with clarified butter, prepared from cow's milk and then dried by being kept upon a pot containing a charcoal fire freed from smoke. Dose: 3 raktis each to be taken in the morning with a decoction of jira and honey. This medicine cures very soon grahani, however malignant, virulent diarrhea and fever attended with diarrhea. It helps digestion, increases appetite, strengthens the heart, and causes the lightness of the whole body. Sarva Roja Rasa. 4 tolas of purified lead is to be melted in an iron cauldron containing some oil prepared from tila. 4 tolas of mercury is to be poured upon the melted lead, and both to be mixed together. This compound is then to be thrown upon the earth and then upon 4 tolas of melted sulfur contained in another iron pot placed upon a mild fire. The 3 things are then to be rolled together and mixed as before with 4 tolas of powdered orpiment and 4 tolas of realgar. The compound is then to be powdered, mixed and rubbed with the following 4 tolas, each of incinerated lead, copper pyrites, tixna iron, calamine reduced to ashes, mica, cinnabar, and bitumen, and 2 tolas each of satkola, katfala, madhurika, jamani, chaturjata, renuka, ushina, biranga, tumbaru, banga, rasna, kankola, chora, puspi, puskarmula, kaivartamosta, kiratet tikta, and seeds of dutura, 8 tolas of langali, and aconite 1/12 of the aggregate quantity of all the above mentioned. These are then to be mixed with a sufficient quantity of sugar, and subjected to bhavana with the juice or decoction of the following, in succession triphala, dashamala, jayanti, ginger, basaka, and bringaraja pills are then to be made, 2 raktas in weight each, to be taken once a day with a few drops of honey. This medicine gives rise to intense appetite. It cures cholera, hiccough, acute grahapi, sensation of being pricked with needles all over the body, consumption, anemia, all sorts of colic, gulma, cough, asthma, piles, tumor, and other diseases. Grahani, Gaja, Kashari Rasa. 1 tola each of mercury and sulfur are to be rubbed together to form a black powder which is to be melted by a mild heat of smokeless charcoal fire in an iron pot in which 1 tola each of burnt and powdered cowrie shells and copper pyrites and 2 tolas of sulfur are to be thrown. All these are then to be mixed together and rolled by means of a wooden rod. When the compound is completely melted and turns liquid, it is to be thrown upon a piece of banana leaf, placed upon the level surface of fresh cow dung kept on the ground, and immediately pressed by means of a lump of fresh cow dung contained in another piece of banana leaf. The compound is then to be powdered in an iron mortar and mixed with 1 tola of copper pyrites, 4 tolas of mica, and 1 tola each of aconite, ativisa, duralaba, exudation of shalmali, and jira. The mixed substance is then to be subjected to bhavana with the juice or decoction of jayanti, kanchata, ganja, aswagandha, and panchakola. It is next to be dried and powdered. Dose 3 raktas each to be taken with powdered shunthi and clarified butter. This medicine cures grahani. Diet, small quantities of clean, light, and beneficial food having the property of contracting the bowels, mixed with a little of clarified butter, curd, or buttermilk. This medicine increases appetite, digests food. AAD does away with mucus. With suitable accompaniments, it cures all sorts of diarrhea. It forms stool without causing flatulence. Shira Prabhava Rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, mica, steel, orpiment, realgar, soviranjana, and bimala are to be rubbed together and fried with a little of tila oil. The compound is then to be mixed with the powder of each of the following, each half in quantity of mercury, roots of pipali, jira, roots of chitraka, jamani, musta, aconite, green mango fruits, green bilva fruits cut into pieces and dried, and exudations of shalmali. The compound is then to be subjected to bhavana for 7 times with the decoction of panchakola, and for 10 times with the decoction of bark of shionika. This medicine, taken with the decoction of shunthi and musta, in doses of 12 raktas a day, cures grahani, diarrhea, flatulence, aversion to food, rheumatism, weakness of the digesting heat, movement of the bowels, and hiccough. Nropaktautaona rasa. 4 tolas each of jatifala, lavanga, musta, guratwak, ella, borax, shangu, jira, tejapatra, jamani, shunthi, rock salt, iron, mica, mercury, sulfur, and copper. And 8 tolas of maricha are to be rubbed with goat's milk or juice of amalaki and made into pills, 3 raktas in weight each. 18 of such pills should be taken by a patient. This medicine cures weakness of the digesting heat, mucus, cholera, enlarged spleen, gulma, udara, rogas, astila, grahani, and many other diseases. Bidmali rasa. 1 tola each of mercury, sulfur, iron, mica, lead, roots of chitraka, borax, jatifala, hingu, guratwak, klai, musta, lavanga, teja, patra, jira, jamani, shunthi, rock salt, maricha, and silver, and 12 raktas in weight of gold are to be mixed together, subjected to bhavana with the juices of ginger and amalaki, and made into pills, 12 raktas in weight each. This medicine, taken early in the morning once a day, with a few drops of honey, cures grahani, indigestion, piles, weakness of the digesting heat, and sorts of diseases affecting the abdomen. Sangrahani kapata rasa. 1 part each of pearls, gold, mercury, sulfur, borax, mica, burnt cowrie shells, and aconite, and 8 parts of burnt conch shells are to be mixed together, subjected to bhavana with the decoction of atavisa, made into a lump, and wrapped up in a piece of cloth. This is then to be put in an earthen pot which is to be heated for 6 hours by a mild heat. When cooled, the medicine is to be taken out, powdered, kept in an iron pot, and subjected to bhavana with the juices of dutura, roots of chitraka, and musali. Pills are then to be made, 2 ractus in weight each. Accompaniment, clarified butter and marisha, in excess of vayu, honey and pipali, in excess of pitam, and trikatu mixed with banga water and clarified butter. This medicine cures grahani of long-standing fever due to waste, piles, diarrhea, aversion to food, pinyasa, spermatoria, stricture, and decrease of the datus. Grahani Gajendra Rasa, equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, iron, burnt conch shells, borax, hingu, shathi, talishapatra, musta, danya, jira, rock salt, dataki flour, ativisa, shunthi, condensed powder of carbon deposited by smoke emitted by fire prepared from cow dung, husks, wood, or charcoal. Haritaki, balataka tejapatra, jatifala, lavanga, guratwak, illa, balaka, bilvamethi and banga are to be rubbed together with goat's milk and made into pills 12 ractus ench to be taken with goat's milk. This medicine cures grahani, diarrhea, colic, amlopita, gulma, anemia, itches, kusta, worms, erysipelas, and dislocation of the rectum. Darda di rasa. Equal quantities of simibar, sulfur, banshalokana, opium, and burnt cowrie shells are to be rubbed together with milk and made into pills 2 ractus in weight, cash, which are to be dried in a shady place. This medicine cures grahani and blood dysentery. Bani dipana rasa. 1 part ench of silver, pearls, gold, and iron, 2 parts of sulfur, and 3 parts of mercury are to be rubbed together with the juice of the leaves of kapitha, put inside a deer's horn, and heated by gajaputam. When cooled, the compound is to be taken out, powdered, and subjected to bhavana, for 7 times with the juice of bala, and for 3 times each with the juices of each of the following, in succession: apamarga, lodra, ativisa, musta, dataki flour, seeds of kutaja, and guruchi. Pills are then to be made, 6 ractus in weight each, to be taken with honey and powdered maricha. This medicine cures diarrhea and grahani, jatifala di rasa. 1/4 tola, each of mica, mercury, and sulfur are to be rubbed together to form a kajali, with which is to be mixed 1/4 tola, each of jatifala, shalmali bark, musta, borax ativisa, jira, and maricha, and 1/16 tola of aconite. The compound is then to be rubbed and subjected to bhavana, with the juices of the leaves of each of the following in succession: nirgundi, Banga jambu, jayanti, pomegranates, kasharaja, patha, and bringaraja. Pills are then to be made, 6 ractus in weight each. This medicine cures grahanj, cough, and amlopita. It increases power of digestion. The following are prohibited at the time of taking this medicine: fried fish white-colored, banana, and radish, gandhaka rasa. 1 tola each of mercury and sulfur are to be rubbed together to form a black powder, which is to be melted in an iron pot, and mixed there with 1 tola each of jatifala, jatikosha, lavanga, leaves of nimba, leaves of urgundi, and ela, all being then rubbed together with water. The lump is then to be put inside 2 oyster shells, which are to be coated with deep mud. This is then to be dried and heated by lagu uttam. When cooled, the medicine is to be taken out and powdered. Dose, 6 ractus to be taken with honey. This medicine cures grahani, diarrhea, sutika, dysentery, children's diseases, and fever. It is especially efficacious in diseases affecting women and children. Madhumalati rasa, 1/4 tola, cash of the powder of borax, javakshara, sulfur, mercury, jatifala, green bilva fruit cut into pieces and dried, kadira, jira, white resin, seeds of banari, and flowers of baka are to be rubbed together with the juice or decoction of each of the following: leaves of bilva, seeds of karpasa, shalincha, dugdika, roots of shalyucha, bark of kutaja, and leaves of kanchata. Pills are then to be made, 1 rakti in weight each. 1 such pill is to be taken every day for 3 days only. 4 tolas of mastu of curd is to be drunk after taking this medicine. Black egg fruit, black fish, curd, and buttermilk are beneficial. Things having the property of inducing hemorrhage, such as betel leaves, garlic, hingu, sleeping in daytime, are to be avoided. This medicine cures grahani colic due to mucus, fever, cough, asthma, ascites, and dysentery. Duchija, supti rasa, 1/4 tola in weight of mercury is to be specially purified with kanji, decoction of roots of chitraka, and decoction of triphala, and is to be rubbed with 1/8 tola of sulfur, purified with the juice of bringaraja. They are then to be rubbed together with 1/4 tola of the juice of each of the following, in succession: nirgundi, mandukaparni, white aparajita, patha, grisma sundara, bringaraja, kisharaja, jayanti, leaves of banga, and utkata. Pills are then to be made of the size of a mustard seed each. In grahani, 7 such pills at a time are to be given to the patient with the accompaniment of mastu, dict, buttermilk, etc. This medicine cures rheumatism, indigestion, fever, excess of phlegm, and enlarged spleen. Amma parpati rasa, 1/2 tola of mercury specially purified with powdered brick, powdered turmeric, and carbon deposited by smoke emitted by fire made of wood, charcoal, or cow dung is to be rubbed with 1/2 tola of sulfur, purified with the juice of bringaraja, and made into a kajali or black powder, which is to be subjected to bhavana with the juice of each Of the following, in succession leaves of Nirgundi, Mandukaparni, Kasharaja, Grisma Sundara, Aparita, Samaraji, and red Chitraka leaves. Pills are then to be made of the size of a mustard seed each. 7 such pills are to be taken. With mastu of curd, this medicine cures diarrhea acute and chronic. Diet, boiled rice with curd. Shambhu prasada rasa. Equal quantities of sulfur and mercury are to be rubbed together to form a kajali or black powder, which is then to be rubbed with ginger juice and dried. It is then to be mixed with double its quantity of bark of kutaja, reduced to ashes. Dose 4 raktas each on the first day with the accompaniment of goat milk or decoction of kutaja. Diet, soup of masura grams and boiled rice, washed with cold water. 2 raktas of this medicine, with the accompaniment of curd, is to be given to the patient on the next day. This dose is to be increased by 1 raktai every day till the maximum of 10 raktas a day is reached. This maximum dose of 10 raktas a day is to be continued, so long as the patient is not completely cured. The dose is then to be reduced by 1 rakti a day, and the medicine stopped altogether when the dose reaches 1 rakti a day. This medicine cures all sorts of grahani. Vijaya rasa. Addition of gold, silver and copper to Shambhu prasada rasa increases its potency, and it is then called Vijaya rasa. This medicine cures all sorts of diseases. Abra rasayanam. 1 tola, each of mercury and sulfur are to be rubbed together to form a black powder, with which is to be mixed 1 tola in weight of mica, and 1 tola of powdered trikatu. The compound is then to be subjected to pavana, with 4 tolas, each of the juices of Kisharaja, Bryogaraja, Nirgundi, roots of Chitraka, Grisma Sundara, Janti Manduka Parni, Banga, white Aparajita and betel leaves. It is then to be mixed with an equal quantity of powdered maricha and half its quantity of borax. All these are then to be rubbed with water and made into pills. 2 raktas cash. To be dried in the sun. Accompaniment is to be decided upon in consideration of the age of the patient, his power of digestion, and the nature of his disease. Diet, curd with any edible desired. This medicine cures diarrhea, fever, discases due to an excess of vayu and kapha, waste, cough, asthma, etc. It is a good aphrodisiac. Pijusabali rasa, 1/4 tola, each in weight of mercury, sulfur, mica, silver, iron, borax, stibnite, copper, pirids, lavanga, red sandal, musta, patha, jira, danya, baraha kranta, ativisa, lodra, bark of kutaja, seeds of kutaja, guratwak, ja tifala shunthi, green bilva fruits cut into pieces and dried, seeds of dutura, bark of pomegranates, barahakranta, dataki flower and kustamar tubo mixed together and subjected to bhavana with a juice fisharaja. The compound is then to be rubbed with goat's milk and made into pills, 2 raktas in weight each. Accompaniment, kernel of roasted bilva fruit with molasses. This medicine cures dysentery, grahani, fever, enlarged spleen, gulma, anaha, hiccough, aversion to food, vomiting, dislocation of the rectum, anemia, jaundice, permetorrhea, sterility and menorrhagia. Agastya rasa, 1 part of kajali, 1 part of cinnabar, 2 parts of seeds of dutura, and 4 parts of opium are to be rubbed with the juice of bringaraja and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each, to be taken with a few drops of honey. Agnisutta rasa, 1 part of burnt cowrie shells, 2 parts of burnt conch shells, 1 part of kajali, and 3 parts of powdered maricha are to be rubbed together with lime juice and made into pills, 3 raktas each. It cures weakness of the digesting heat. It makes a thin man lump and strong. If taken with clarified butter and molasses. In grahani, it is to be taken with powdered jeera and clarified butter. If taken with buttermilk, it cures loss of strength, aversion to food, colic, gulma, anemia, udara, piles, rahani, and spermatorrhea. Shiva sadhana rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, aconite, trikatu, borax, iron, ajamota, and opium and mica equal in quantity to all the foregoing combined, are to be rubbed for 3 hours with the decoction of roots of chitraka, and made into pills, 2 raktas in weight each. This medicine cures indigestion and grahani. Iliranya garba patali rusu, 1 part of mercury, 2 parts of gold, 4 parts of pearls, 6 parts of bell metal, 3 parts of sulfur, 3 parts of burnt cowrie shells, and 1/4 part of borax are to be rubbed together with the juice of ripe lemon fruits, and confined in a crucible. This is then to be heated by putam, 1 aratni in length, breadth and height each by means of 30 pieces of cow dung cakes, found dried in pasturage. When cooled, the medicine is to be powdered. Dose 4 raktas to be taken with clarified butter, honey, and 29 black peppers. This medicine cures weakness of digesting heat, chronic fever, diarrhea, grahani, and swelling due to anemia. Recipes of certain medicines having no minerals in them. Roots of chitraka, shunthi, birasalt, bilva, and rock salt are to be taken in equal quantities and rubbed with water, of a tola each to be taken with hot water. This medicine cures grahani due to excess of vayu. Dose, equal quantities of burnt shambuka shells and rock salt are to be mixed together and taken with honey. It cures chronic diarrhea, however malignant. Sovarchaladi powder, equal quantities of sovarchala salt, jeera, black jeera, danya, shatapuspi, banga, jamani, pipali shunthi, and kernel of kapitha are to be mixed together and applied in grahani due to an abnormal excess of pittam. Dose atola to be taken with buttermilk at night. For pacification of aversion to food, this medicine is to be taken with buttermilk, mixed with honey and sugar. In grahani, due to an excess of vayu and kapha, it is desirable to let the patient drink decoction of kutaja at night as an additional remedy. Equal quantities of roots of chitraka jira and black jira taken with honey, or powdered trikatu taken with curd cure chronic diarrhea. The following pot herbs are to be taken with diet: changari, jira, black jira, dugdika, and danya. Equal quantities of musta, kutaja, patha, roots of chitraka, trikatu, ativisa, aconite, dataki flower, exudation of shalmali, and kernel of stones of mangoes mixed together cure grahani. Dugda bhati, 12 parts of aconite and opium, each, 6 parts, of load stone and 60 parts of cinnabar are to be rubbed together with milk and made into pills, 2 ractus each. One such pill is to be taken in the morning rubbed with a little of milk. Diet: absolutely pure milk just boiled and cooled, to be taken in quantities just sufficient to pacify hunger and thirst. Salt and drinking of water are to be strictly prohibited. In intense thirst, a little of coconut water may be allowed. This medicine cures grahani of long-standing, ascites, chronic fever, and amlapita. Piyusa bhati, equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, aconite, copper, mica, iron, orpiment, cinnabar, alkali, prepared from bark of shalmali and opium are to be rubbed with milk and made into pills half a java in weight each. One such pill is to be taken with milk in the morning. It cures ascites and grahani. Diet: absolutely pure milk just boiled and then cooled. Prohibitions as in dugda bhati. General directions to be followed at the time of taking. A class of medicines called parpati. The medicine is to be taken only once a day, a little after sunrise. The dose on the first day is 2 ractus only. This is to be increased by 1 racti a day, till it reaches the minimum of 10 ractus on the 9th day. It should not be increased anymore. This minimum dose of 10 ractus a day is to be continued so long as the disease is not cured. Then, after the cure is effected, the dose of the medicine is to be reduced by 1 racti a day, till it reaches 1 racti, after which the medicine is to be stopped altogether. Diet: absolutely pure cow's milk, only just boiled and not condensed, is to be cooled and then drunk whenever the patient gets hungry or thirsty. The quantity of milk drunk, each time, should be just as much as required to pacify hunger and thirst, and not in excess of that. Neither should it be less. The following may also be taken along with milk: boiled rice prepared from shali or sastika patty, a little of sugar or sugar candy, homemade bread prepared from flour, patty fried and devoid of husk, powder of the same, and paste prepared from the same. Of fruits, only a little of ripe papita and a tripia may be taken, if there be constipation. In case of diarrhea, no fruit should be allowed. No other articles of foodstuff should be allowed to be taken by the patient. Salt and water should be prohibited altogether. The patient should not drink or eat anything, so long as he does not feel thirst or hunger. Neither should he delay eating or drinking when he gets hungry or thirsty. In other words, he is to drink milk as soon as he feels thirsty, and he is to drink milk, with or without some food, as soon as he feels hungry. The following are to be strictly avoided: bath, rubbing the body with oil or anything else, sleeping in daytime, physical exercise, too much talking, keeping late hours at night, exposure to the sun and fire, pungents, sours, bitters, salt, hot food, and much cold food. Prohibitions to be observed at the time of taking incinerated mercury should also be observed at the time of taking any of the parpatis. There must be no delay in taking food at the time of hunger and thirst, even at midnight and the fag, end of the night. In the event of the derangement of vayu, caused by failure of taking food at the proper time, giving rise to an unpleasant sensation or pain in the brain, vomiting, purgation, intense thirst, and excess of pittam, it is desirable to drink coconut water, as much as required. This is, however, not to be drunk in excess, especially in winter. Sexual intercourse and even touching and interviewing of wife and other tempting women should be avoided altogether. Milk is to be drunk, without hesitation, as much as is necessary to quench thirst or to satisfy hunger. In case of nocturnal emission of semen, while asleep, milk is to be drunk immediately, and steps should be taken to stop its recurrence. The following are a few of the parpatis. Rasa parpati. Equal quantities of mercury and sulfur are 2. Kajali or black powder, iron ladle placed upon. Be rubbed together to form a which is to be melted in fire, made of charcoal and devoid of smoke. While melting, the kajali is to be rolled by means of a stick, so long as the former does not completely melt. It is then to be thrown forthwith upon a banana leaf, placed upon a small dais made of cow dung, and pressed immediately by means of a lump of cow dung contained in another piece of a banana leaf. External surfaces of the 2 leaves being smeared with a little of clarified butter. By this pressure, the melted kajali will become very thin and widened. This is called parpati. The whole of the kajali may thus be transformed into parpati, which is next to be smeared with a little of clarified butter and heated by a very mild heat for a few minutes. Duly taken, this medicine cures piles, grahani, colic, diarrhea, jaundice, anemia, enlargement of spleen, gulma, dropsy, posmacogny, ascites, leprosy, amlopida, and many other diseases. Rasendra Parpati. 1 part of mercury and 2 parts of sulfur are to be rubbed together to form a kajali black powder, with which is to be mixed 1 part of copper. The compound is then to be transformed into a parpati, in the same way as Rasa Parpati. This medicine cures many diseases. Sutendra Parpati. 5 parts of mercury are to be rubbed with 15 parts of sulfur to form a black powder, with which are to be mixed 5 parts of copper and 1 part each of pearls, vikranta, ruby, corals, and cowrie shells. The compound is then to be transformed into a parpati in the same way as Rasa Parpati. This medicine cures all sorts of diseases. Luha Parpali. 1 part of mercury and 2 parts of sulfur are to be rubbed together to form a kajali or black powder, with which is to be mixed 1 part of iron. All of these are to be rubbed together in an iron mortar and transformed into parpati, in the same way as Rasa Parpati. Accompaniment: cold milk or decoction of jeera and dhanya. This medicine cures sutika, diarrhea, anemia, jaundice, weakness of the digesting heat, and basmaka. Swarna Parpati. 4 tolas of mercury, 1 tola of incinerated gold, and 5 tolas of sulfur are to be rubbed together to form a kajali or black powder. This is next to be transformed into a parpati in the same way as Rasa Parpati. This medicine cures grahani, phthisis in early stage, colic, etc. Panchamrita Parpati. 8 tolas of sulfur, 4 tolas of mercury, 2 tolas of iron, 1 tola of mica, and half a tola of copper are to be rubbed together in an iron mortar to form a black powder, which is next to be transformed into a parpati, in the same way as Rasa Parpati. Accompaniment: clarified butter and honey. This medicine cures grahani, aversion to food, vomiting, diarrhea, fever, cough, hemoptysis, waste in early stage, and eye diseases. Mahesha Parpati. 1 part each of mercury, copper, and gold, and 3 parts of sulfur are to be rubbed together to form a kajali or black powder, which is to be transformed into a parpati. This cures all sorts of diseases. Vijaya Parpati. 8 tolas of sulfur, specially purified with the juice of Bringaraja. 4 tolas of mercury, 2 tolas of silver, 1 tola of gold, half a tola of vikranta, and half a tola of pearls are to be rubbed together to form a black powder, which is next to be transformed into a parpati, in the same way as Rasya Parpati. This medicine cures grahani of long-standing colic due to mucus, diarrhea, phthisis, anemia, jaundice, amlopida, vata rakta, fevers of all sorts, and senility. Bajra Parpati. Equal quantities of diamond, gold, mercury, sylvia, pearls, copper, and mica, and sulfur, equal in quantity to all the above mentioned combined, are to be rubbed together to form a kajali or black powder, which is to be transformed into a parpati in the same way as Rasa Parpati. This medicine cures all the diseases and retards senility and death. Chapter 4th. Irregularity of the digesting heat. Its causes, symptoms, and indications. The digesting heat in the stomach may be of 4 different kinds, according to the different state of the doshas, or abnormal excess of vayu, pittam, and kapha. In other words, an abnormal excess of kapha gives rise to mandagai or weakness of the digesting heat, an abnormal excess of pittam gives rise to liksugui or intenseness of the digesting heat, abnormal excess of vayu gives rise to brahmani or want of uniformity in the digesting heat, and an equilibrium in the condition of the 3 doshas gives rise to samaini or normality of the digesting heat. The first kind gives rise to diseases due to an abnormal excess of kapha, the second to diseases due to an abnormal excess of pittam, and the third gives rise to diseases due to an abnormal excess of vayu. Of all these 4 kinds of digesting heat, the samagni is the best. Tikshagni, in its excessiveness, is called basmakagni. Causes of indigestion. The following are the causes of indigestion, which is due to weakness of the digesting heat, drinking of excessive quantity of water, taking of food at irregular hours and in irregular quantities, suppressing calls of nature, and sleeping in daytime. Indigestion is of 4 kinds, viz. Amajirma, or indigestion due to amabhidagdajirna or jarapita, in which food in the stomach is putrefied before digestion, causing the putrefaction of the bile and forming toxemia, bistambajirna, and rasa shastra. Symptoms of amjirna: heaviness of the body, nausea, swelling of the cheeks and pupils of the eyes, belching of wind having the same taste as the food taken, which remains in the stomach long, undigested. Symptoms of bidagdajirna: giddiness, thirst, loss of consciousness, various ailments due to pittam, belching smoke like vapor with sour taste, perspiration, and sensation of heat. Symptoms of bistambajirna: colic, flatulence, all sorts of pain in the stomach, due to the derangement of vayu, constipation, and non-discharge of wind from the stomach, loss of consciousness and pain in the limbs. Symptoms of rasa shastra: the essence of food katan is called the rasa. The digested part of this chyle is transformed into blood, and the part undigested is called rasa shasa. So long as this undigested part of the chyle is not digested, the patient feels aversion to food, uneasiness in the heart, and heaviness of the limbs, symptoms of cholera, etc. The 3 kinds of indigestion referred to above, viz. Ama, Bistabda, and Bidagda, give rise to Bisuchi, Alasaka, and Bilambika respectively. Bisuchi. In this disease, Vayu-Vichamanthi in excess due to indigestion gives rise to pricking sensation all over the body. Those who are acquainted with the principles of hygiene and medicine and follow them strictly are rarely attacked with this disease. The victims of this disease are generally those persons who cannot control their desire and are greedy. Symptoms of Bisuchi: loss of consciousness, severe movement of the bowels, vomiting, thirst, pain resembling colic in the abdomen, giddiness, cramps in the hands and the feet, yawning, sensation of heat, discoloration, shivering, and pain in the breast and the head. Alasaka. This disease is accompanied with painful flatulence, making the patient groan and lose his senses. Wind in the abdomen, failing to make its way downwards force itself up, and affect the heart, throat, and head, etc., giving rise sometimes to rattling sound in the abdomen. Discharge of stool and urine in this disease is completely stopped, followed by intense thirst and belching. The food taken fails to force its way up or down and remains undigested and unchanged in the upper region of the stomach. Bilambika. In this disease, food, polluted by phlegm and vayu, cannot go up or down, but remains absolutely idle and confined in the upper part of the stomach. This is more serious than Alasaka. Treatment of irregularity of the digesting heat, basmakagni or abnormal intensity of hunger, is appeased by taking bark of udumbara, pestled with human milk. Rice and bark of udumbara, boiled with human milk and sugar, serve the same purpose. The following are also beneficial to those suffering from basmakagni. Such food and herbs as buffalo's milk, which is heavy and nutritious, but giving rise to phlegm and sleeping in daytime. A patient suffering from basmakagni should be allowed to take food even before the previous meal is completely digested. Otherwise, the digesting fire in the stomach may dry up the dhatus or constituent ingredients of the body, in the absence of a sufficient quantity of food to consume, leading even to the death of the patient. It is desirable to vomit in amajirna, to fast in bidagda jirna, to foment the abdomen in bistabda jirna, and to fast and sleep in daytime in Rasa Shastra jirna. Food putrefied by pittam, before the former is digested, may quickly be digested by coming in contact with cold water, which by its coolness does away with pittam, which then turns into a sort of dirt, capable of moving downwards. In Bistabda jirna, it is desirable to foment the abdomen and to drink saline water. In Rasa Shastra jirna, the following are beneficial: sleeping in daytime, fasting, and staying at a place protected from drafts of air, iatro-medical treatment of indigestion, etc. Aditya rasa. Equal quantities of cinnabar, aconite, sulfur, trikatu, triphala, jatifala, lavanga, and the 5 salts are to be rubbed together and subjected to bhavana for 7 times with some sour vegetable juice. Pills are then to be made, half a rakti each. This medicine cures indigestion and increases the intensity of the digesting heat. Barabanala rasa. 1 tola each of mercury and sulfur are to be rubbed together to form a kajali or black powder, with which is to be mixed 1 tola each of the following: pipali, panchalavanam, maricha, triphala, the 3 kesaras. All these are to be rubbed together and subjected to bhavana for 1 day with the juice of nirgundi. Pills are then to be made, 1 rakti in weight each. This medicine cures weakness of the digesting heat. Huta shana rasa, 1 part each of sulfur, mercury, and borax, 3 parts of aconite, and 8 parts of maricha arc to be rubbed together for 1 day with lime juice, and made into pills, 2 raktis in weight each. Accompaniment: ginger juice with honey. This medicine cures colic, aversion to food, gulma, cholera, indigestion, dullness of the digesting head, and ailments in the brain. Ajirna, kantaka rasa. 1 part each of mercury, sulfur, and aconite, and 3 parts of maricha are to be rubbed together and subjected to bhavana for 21 times with the juice of kantakari. Pills are then to be made 3 raktis in weight each. This medicine cures all sorts of indigestion and cholera. Roots of tilaparni pestled with water are to be taken after taking the medicine. Ramabana rasa. Lavanga and sulfur of jatifala are 1 part each of mercury, aconite, 2 parts of maricha, and half a part be rubbed together with the juice of green tamarind and made into pills, 6 raktis in weight each. Accompaniment: to be decided upon with reference to the comparative condition of the doses. The medicine cures grahani of long-standing rheumatism and indigestion. Agnisahaya rasa. 1 part cash of mercury, sulfur, and borax, 3 parts cash of aconite, cowrie shell, and concha shell, and sight parts of maricha are to be rubbed together with the juice of ripe lime fruits and made into pills, 6 raktis in weight each. This medicine cures cholera, indigestion, and grahani. Mahagnika raka rasa. 1 part of mercury, 2 parts of sulfur, 2 parts of borax, and 1 part each of triphala, javakshara, trikatu, and the 5 salts are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana for 7 times with the juice of ginger. The compound is then to be dried and powdered. Dose: 1/4 tola each to be taken with ginger juice. This medicine cures all sorts of indigestion, swelling due to anemia, piles, and diarrhea of long standing. Pashupata rasa. 1 part of mercury, 2 parts of sulfur, 3 parts of steel and 6 parts of aconite are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana with the decoction of roots of chitraka. The compound is then to be mixed with the following: 32 parts of ashes of seeds of dustura, 3 parts of trikatu, 3 parts of lavanga, 3 parts of tiale, half a part of jatifala, half a part of jatikosha, half a part of panchalavana, half a part each of the alkalis prepared from snuhi, arka, iranda, tintiri, apamarga, ashwatha, and 1 part each of haritaki, javakshara, sarjikshara, hingu, jira, and borax. All these are to be rubbed together with lime juice and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight, cash, to be taken after meal. This medicine cures loss of power of digestion and cholera. It is to be taken with the juice of musali, in udaroga, with the exudation of shalmali and diarrhea, with buttermilk and rock salt and grahani, with salvarchala salt, pipali, and shunthi and colic, with buttermilk and piles, with pipali and diseases due to kapha, with shunthi and salvarchala salt in diseases due to an excess of vayu, and with sugar and juice of danya in diseases due to an abnormal excess of pitam. This medicine increases appetite and power of digestion and cures cholera very quickly. Amrita kalpa rasa. Equal quantities of mercury and sulfur are to be rubbed together to form a kajali or black powder, with which is to be mixed aconite and borax, each equal in quantity to mercury. All these are to be rubbed together and subjected to bhavana for 3 days with the juice of bringaraja. Pills are then to be made, 2 raktis in weight each. This medicine cures colic, dullness of the digesting heat, indigestion, etc., if taken with suitable accompaniment. Ksutha sindhu rasa. Equal quantities of trikatu, triphala, aconite, the 5 salts, the 3 kasaras, mercury and sulfur are to be rubbed together with water and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. This medicine is to be taken with a few drops of honey and 5 lavangas. It cures rheumatism, gulma, grahani, amlapita, and dullness of the digesting heat. Baka bipaka rasa. Equal quantities of copper pyrites, mercury, sulfur, orpiment, realgar, trebrit, danti, musta, roots of chitraka, shunthi, pipali, maricha, haritaki, jamani, black jira, hingu, katuki, rock, salt, ajamoda, jatifala, and javaksara are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana for once only with the juices of each of the following: ginger, leaves of nirgundi, suryavarta, and tulashi. Pills are then to be made, 1 rakti in weight each. This medicine cures mucus, indigestion, constipation, ascites, piles, colic, and fever due to an abnormal excess of the 3 doses.
Vishay, Salta, Vishay, Gandhamajamada Falatriyam, Cherry Yavakshar, Tata, Warte, Koddeganamanda Prashanatya, Tushna Tata Integrana Sammate, Wo Parte, Agani Tundirasa. Equal quantities of mercury, aconite, sulfur, jamani, triphala, sarjiksara, jabaksara, roots of chitraka, rock salt, jira, savarchala salt, biranga, sea salt, and trikatu, and nuxvamika, equal in quantity to all the above named combined, are to be rubbed together with lime juice and made into pills of the size of a maricha. This medicine cures loss of power of digestion. Panchamrita rasa. Equal quantities of mika, mercury, copper, sulfur, and maricha are to be rubbed together with the juice of changari and subjected to bhavana for once each, with the juices of leaves of jayanti and nirguthi. Pills are then to be made, 1 rakti in weight each. 3 or 4 such pills a day may be given to a patient with the accompaniment of hot water. The medicine cures weakness of the digesting heat. Jwalanala rasa. Half a part each of sarjiksara and javaksara, 1 part each of mercury and sulfur, and 1/5 part each of pipali, roots of pipali, chavya, roots of chitraka, and shunthi, 4 parts of leaves of banga and 2 parts of bark of shigru. All these are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana for 3 times each, with the juice, or decoction of each of the following: leaves of banga, bark of shigru, roots of chitraka, and leaves of bringaraja. The compound is next to be heated by lycoputam, and then, bani pratapanarasa, 1.5 tola, each of mercury and sulfur, 3 tolas of akuit, 6 tolas each of maricha and burnt conch shell, 5 tolas of shunthi, and 1 tola each of sarjiksara, hingu, pipali, rock salt, soavarchala salt, bira salt, sea salt, and nitre are to be mixed together, subjected to bhavana with lemon juice, and made into pills. This medicine cures grahani, amlapita, colic, and dullness of the digesting heat. Lavangadi rasa. Equal quantities of lavanga, jatifala, danya, kusta, jira, black jira, trikatan, triphala, guratwak, borax, burnt cowrie-shell, musta, bacha, jamani, bira salt, and rock salt. Mercury, sulfur, and mica combined in equal quantities, equal to all the ingredients from lavanga to rock salt combined. And iron, equal in quantity to all those combined, are to be rubbed together with the juice of betel leaves. Pills are then to be made, 3 raktis in weight each, to be taken with hot water. This medicine cures grahani, dysentery, fever, colic, due to an excess of kapha, leprosy, amlapita, weakness of the power of digestion, and flatulence. Maja saradi rasa. Equal quantities of jatifala, lavanga, pipali, rock salt,
255 aconite, shunthi, seeds of dustura, cinnabar, and borax are to be rubbed together with lime juice and made into pills, 3 raktis in weight each. This medicine cures dullness of the digesting heat, Shankeshwara rasa and Haha Shankeshwara rasa. Equal quantities of burnt couch shell, the 5 salts, alkali prepared from bark of tamarind trikatu, hingu, aconite, mercury and sulfur, are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana with the juice or decoction of leaves of apamarga, roots of chitraka, and with lime juice of the amlavarga, in such a way as to make the compound sour in taste. Dose 2 raktis erich. This medicine is called Maha Shankeshwara rasa, if iron and tin are mixed with it. These medicines are to be taken in the morning with a little of tepid water. They cure weakness of the digesting heat, temporary indigestion, fever, gulma, anemia, leprosy, colic, spermatoria, piles, etc. Even an unusually heavy meal is digested quickly by means of this medicine. Mahashanka rasa, pancha lavanam, hingu, burnt conch shell, ashes of the bark of tamarind, trikatu, sulfur, mercury and aconite, are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana with a decoction of roots of chitraka, janis of leaves of apamarga, juice of the amlavarga, and lemon juice, in such a way as to make the compound sour in taste. Pills are then to be made. This medicine taken after meal cures piles and grahani and increases power of digestion. Sandipana rasa, 1 part each of roots of pipali, roots of chitraka, roots of danti mercury, sulfur pipali, the 3 alkalis, pancha lavanam, maricha, shunthi, aconite, ajamoda, guruchi, hingu, ashes of the bark of tamarind and 2 parts of burnt conch shell are to be rubbed together and subjected to bhavana with the juices of the amlavarga. Pills are then to be made, 6 raktis in weight each. Accompaniment, any one of the following: juice of sour pomegranates, lemon juice, buttermilk, watery portion of curd, liquor, sidhu, kanji and hot water. This medicine increases the digesting heat and cures piles, grahani, worms, leprosy, spermatoria, fistula, stone disease, asthma, anemia and jaundice, etc. Diet, juice of the meat of hare, deer, etc. Sarvamayakna rasa, equal quantities of croton seeds, roots of chitraka, shunthi, lavanga, sulfur, mercury, borax, marisha, seeds of brita daraka, and aconite are to be rubbed together for 6 hours, and then subjected to bhavana for 15 times with the juice of danti, for 3 times with lemon juice, for 3 times with the decoction of the roots of chitraka, for 3 times with ginger juice, and for 7 times with the decoction of the seeds of brita daraka. Pills are then to be made, 2 raktis in weight each. This medicine increases appetite and cures colic, remittent fever, cough, aversion to food, anemia, udara roga, itches, dysentery, flatulence, and jaundice. Skarshanara rasa, 4 tolas each of the ashes of the bark of tamarind -1 and panchalavanam are to be rubbed together with lime juice and dissolved with the same juice. 4 tolas of purified conch shell are to be heated by fire and immersed in the solution. The process is to be repeated over and over again till the sea conch shell is sufficiently roasted to be reduced to ashes. The conch shell thus reduced to ashes is to be mixed with 4 tolas each of hingu and trikatu and 1/4 tola each of mercury, sulfur and aconite. Pills are then to be made, 1 rakti in weight each. This medicine cures waste, grahani and colic felt at the time of digestion of food. Kambu rasa, 1 part each of javaksara, sarjiksara, mercury, sulfur, rock salt, trikatu and aconite, and 4 parts each of ashes of bark of tamarind and burnt conch shell are to be mixed together and soaked in lime juice over and over again, and then dried and subjected to heat by putam. The compound is then to be mixed with 1 part each of iron, hingu and tin, all of these being rubbed together and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. This medicine increases appetite and cures colic, cough, asthma, waste, diseases due to vayu, udara roga, worms, etc. Janari rasa, 4 tolas each of mercury and sulfur, 8 tolas of haritaki, 12 tolas each of shunthi, pipali, maricha and rock salt, and 16 tolas of banga are to be rubbed with lemon juice and subjected to the sun's heat by putam for 7 times. This medicine immediately increases appetite and digests food, even double in quantity to the ordinary meal. It also serves to clear the bowels. Bhaskara rasa, 1 part each of aconite, mercury, triphala, sulfur, trikatu, borax, and jira, 2 parts each of iron, burnt conch shell, mica, burnt cowrie shell, and 15 parts of powdered lavanga are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana for 7 days. With lime juice, pills are then to be made, 2 raktis in weight each. This medicine cures all sorts of colic, cholera, and indigestion. Pradipana rasa, 1/4 tola each of mercury, sulfur, and roots of chitraka, and 1/8 tola of sal ammoniac are to be rubbed together and made into pills, 6 raktis in weight each. This medicine cures dullness of the digesting heat and indigestion. Mahodadi rasa, 1 part each of aconite and mercury, 2 tolas each of jatifala and borax, 3 tolas of pipali, 6 tolas of shunthi, 2 tolas, cache of sulfur and burnt cowrie shells and 5 parts of lavanga, are to be rubbed together with water and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. This medicine increases the digesting heat. Rasa, Nagadi rasa. 4 tolas each of mercury, lead, sulfur, and the 3 ksa ras, 20 tolas each of lavanga, dashamala, and banga, are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana with the juice or decoction of dashamala, banga roots of chitraka, leaves of bringraja, and bark of the roots of shigru dose, 1/4 tola, each to be taken with betel leaves. Bhadrabhagni rasa, 3 tolas each of bora x, maricha, copper sulfate, and asasindura, and 7.5 tolas of mandura are to be rubbed together. Dose, 6 raktis each. The patient is first of all to purify himself by purgation, and then commence taking medicine. Betel leaves are to be chewed after diet. This medicine increases appetite enormously, and serves to strengthen the body and removes senile decay. Mandura in this case should be reduced to ashes by being rubbed with the juice of parji and triphala, then rubbed for 7 times with the juice of bringaraja. Grita, mansashi rasa. Equal quantities of copper and powdered pipali are to be mixed together. This medicine, taken in doses of 12 raktis each, cures loss of power of digestion. If taken with a little of honey and 4 tolas of ginger juice, it increases the power of digestion to such an extent as to enable it to consume a sufficient quantity of meat and clarified butter. Kranyeta rasa. 4 tolas of mercury, 8 tolas, each of sulfur, copper, and iron are to be mixed together and heated in an iron pot by means of mild heat. When melted, it is to be thrown upon aranda leaves and reduced to parpati, which is to be boiled with 400 tolas of lime juice, kept in another iron pot, heated by mild heat. When dried up, the compound is to be subjected to bhavana with 200 tolas each of the decoctions of panchakola and amlabatasa. It is then to be mixed with 16 tolas of borax, 8 tolas of bira salt, and 16 tolas of powdered maricha, and subjected to bhavana for 7 times with chanaka amlay. Pills are then to be made 12 raktis in. Chanaka MLA is a gruel prepared by boiled chanaka grams being immersed in water exactly in the same way as kanji. Weight each. 1 such pill is to be taken with buttermilk mixed with rock salt. This medicine digests, in 6 hours, such heavy food as meat, pudding, etc. It also cures gulma, enlargement of spleen, udara roga, colic, grahani, and diarrhea. Bitterbhadra brakam. 2 tolas of mica, reduced to ashes by being subjected to heat by putam for 1,000 times, are to be subjected to bhavana for 90 days with the decoction of roots of chitraka, and then rubbed with ginger juice and made into pills. This medicine cures loss of power of digestion, asthma, cough, vomiting, dropsy, jaundice, enlargement of spleen, gulma, aversion to food, giddiness, emaciation, vata rakta, tumor, enlargement of liver, hemoptysis, amla pitta, rheumatism, eye diseases, colic, cholera, etc. Vaishwanara patali, rasa. 1 tola, each of mercury, sulfur, and burnt cowrie shell are to be rubbed together to form a kajali or black powder, which is to be rubbed for 1 day with cow's milk. It is then to be dried, put inside a crucible, and subjected to heat by a lagu putam. This medicine increases the digesting heat enormously. Having regard to the age and strength of the patient, this medicine is to be given in doses of 3 raktis each, with powder of 19 marichas and a few drops of clarified butter. 3 morsels of food are to be taken, will curd after taking the medicine. This serves to cleanse the throat and stop the rise of belching with bad odor. Diet to be taken in midday with a few drops of clarified butter, buttermilk, and sauce, and at night with milk, or with any other item of foodstuff, considered salutary to the patient. The following are to be avoided at the time of taking this medicine: things considered beta high, pulses, excess of salt food cooked with oil, bilva fruit, karabella, brinjal, and kanji. Barbanani rasa. Equal quantities of copper, iron, mikabiranga, langali, trikatu, balaka, bark of nimba, haridra, and white gauri pasana are to be mixed together and rubbed with the juices of the following in succession: bringaraja, balaka, nuxvamika, and ginger. Pills are then to be made 1 rakti in weight each. This medicine increases appetite very quickly, and it cures diseases due to an abnormal excess of kapha, and especially cough, asthma, heart diseases, colic, irregularity of the digesting heat, gulma, piles, and ascites. Bitwansa rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, and bora X are to be rubbed together and subjected to bhavana for 7 times with the decoction of jatifala. This medicine cures cholera. Dose 9 raktis each, to be taken with sugar. Diet: paste prepared from boiled rice, mixed with curd and pot herb prepared from bastuka. Dwilia, kravyata rasa. 8 tolas of purified sulfur are to be melted in an iron pot and mixed with 4 tolas of mercury and 1 tola, each of copper and iron. The mixed substance is then to be thrown upon some leaves of aranda and then powdered. This is then to be kept in an iron cauldron and heated with 256 tolas of lemon juice by means of a mild fire. When dried up, the medicine is again to be powdered and subjected to bhavana for 50 times each, with the decoctions of panchakola and emamla batasa. The compound is there to be mixed with an equal quantity of borax, bira salt, half in quantity of borax, and maricha, equal in quantity to all the ingredients stated above. It is then to be subjected to bhavana for 7 times, with a solution of an alkali prepared from the chanaka plant. When dried up, the medicine is to be powdered and kept for use. 12 ractus of this medicine, taken with a little of salt and sour buttermilk, served to digest a sufficient quantity of meat or other heavy food. This medicine increases the digesting heat enormously, and CES mucus, obesity, toxemia, piles, colic, gulma, enlargement of spleen, grahani, constipation, swelling of glands due to vayu, and all sorts of indara roga. However, in a lignant, Raja Shakara Rasa, 1 part of incinerad mercury, 2 parts of aconite, and 1 part each of haritaki, sulfur, and trikatu are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana for 7 times each, with the juices of betel leaves and leaves of black dustura. Pills are then to be made, 2 ractus in weight, each, and dried in a shady place. This medicine, if taken with a little of hot water, cures weakness of the digesting heat, all sorts of malignant fever, all sorts of piles, colic, ascites, and diseases due to an abnormal excess of vayu and kapha. Agni surhid, rasa, equal quantities of mercury, aconite, sulfur, javaksara, sarjiksara, and pancha lavanam, half the quantity of all these combined, of green leaves of bang duly fried with clarified butter, and half the quantity of all the above ingredients combined, of roots of shigru. All these are to be mixed together and rubbed for 3 days each in succession, with the juice or decoction of banga, roots of shigru, roots of chitraka, and leaves of bringaraja. The compound is then to be confined in an earthen vessel, the mouth of which is to be closed by means of an earthen basin with mud and rags. The vessel is then to be heated for 3 hours only by means of the flames of a light, kindled in an earthen pot with wick made of cotton. When dried up, the compound is to be subjected to bhavana for 7 times with ginger juice. This medicine is to be taken in doses of 1/4 of a tola with a little of honey. 1 tola of molasses, mixed with powdered shunthi and sofran, is to be taken. A little after taking this medicine, amrita rasa, equal quantities of kusta, sulfur, aconite, trikau, triphala, and mercury are to be rubbed together with the juice of bringaraja and made into pills, 2 ractus in weight each. This medicine cures indigestion and abnormal excess of kapha and vayu. It increases the digesting heat and removes aversion to food. Raksasa rasa, equal quantities of copper, mercury, sulfur, trikatu, sea salt, and sovarchala salt are to be rubbed together and subjected to heat by the 2nd kind of baluka jantram. The product is then to be mixed with an equal quantity of alkali, prepared from rakta shakini and subjected to bhavana with the juice of matalunga. Dose 8 ractus each, javana rasa, 1 part of mercury, 2 parts of sulfur, 3 parts of rock salt, 4 parts of pipali, 5 parts of borax, 6 parts of haritaki, 7 parts of roots of chitraka, 8 parts of himabali swarnaksiri, and 9 parts of nirmali are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana with the juices of each of the following, in succession, brihati ginger, hingu, punarnaba, putikaranja, and guruchi. The compound is then to be mixed with 1/16 its quantity of aconite and made into pills, 6 ractus in weight each. This medicine cures all sorts of indigestion, abnormal excess of kapha and vayu, anemia, ascites, jaundice, and colic. It increases digesting heat. Barabaniba rasa, 1 part each of copper, orpiment, sulfur, sea foam condensed, shami, kanta iron, panchalavanam, gold diamond blue stibnite, and copper sulfate, and 12 parts of mercury are to be rubbed together with the juice of leaves of snuhi for 1 day, and subjected to heat by gajaputam. This medicine cures indigestion and many other diseases. Anala, janaka rasa, equal quantities of pipali, shunthi, sulfur, mercury, aconite, and maricha are to be rubbed together with the juice of lakucha, and made into pills, 2 ractus in weight each. This medicine increases digesting heat enormously. Saroa, rogantaka, rasa, equal quantities of mercury, aconite, sulfur, ajamoda, triphala, sarjiksara, javaksara, roots of chitraka, rock salt, jira, sovarchala salt, biranga, sea salt, and trikatu, and nuxvamika, equal in quantity to all the above combined are to be rubbed together with lime juice and made into pills, of the size of a Mauritius black pepper. This medicine cures not only indigestion but all sorts of diseases. Triphala lauham, 1 part each of triphala, musta, biranga, sugar, pipali, and seeds of apamarga, and 6 parts of iron are to be mixed together. This medicine cures basmakagni, biswadipaka 4 tolas each of ashes of mika, decoction of chavya, juice of leaves of chitraka, ditto of nirgundi, ditto of dustura, ditto of bilva ginger juice, decoction of roots of pipali, ditto of madhurika, ditto of roots of arka, and 1 rakti of borax are to be mixed together and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. Accompaniment, juice of paribhadra leaves, This medicine cures slowness of digesting heat, gulma, colic, acidity, biliousness, smallpox, Alasaka, asthma cough, consumption, enlargement of liver and spleen, leprosy, piles, and diseases affecting urine. This is an increaser of semen, killer of senile decay, increaser of memory and beauty. Application of Parpatus. It is desirable to apply Parpatus in slowness of digesting heat, especially in chronic and serious cases. Actions and diet salutary to indigestion, etc. If not incompatible with the condition of the patient, it is desirable, at the earliest stages, to arrange vomiting and indigestion, due to Felgen, soft purgative, in indigestion due to biliousness, and fomenting the abdomen in indigestion due to an excess of vayu. All sorts of physica exercise are also to be resorted to. The following items of foodstuff, which are light and increaser of digesting heat, are beneficial in indigestion: rice prepared from a very fine red shali paddy, of 3 years standing bilepi, paste prepared from paddy freed, and then devoid of husks, paste prepared from boiled rice, juice of mugga pulse, liquor, meat of deer, peacock, hare, lava, all sorts of small fish, such pot, herbs as shalincha, tender leaves of cane plant, bastuka, prazarini, changeri, and sunasana, green radish, garlic, kusmanda of long standing, green banana fruits, shigru beans, patola, brintaka lemon fruit, karkotaka, karabella, brihati, wild ginger, mesha shringa, amalaki, oranges, pomegranates, paste prepared from barley, parpata freed with clarified butter, amlabetasa, lime fruit, citrus, honey, butter, clarified butter, buttermilk, sovira, tuzodaka dinyam lassi, page 30, vol. 3. Mustard oil, hingu, salt, ginger, jamani, maricha methi, danya, jira, and betel leaves, hot water, pungents and bitters. If medicines prepared from mercury and other minerals are to be taken, liquor and other things prohibited should be avoided. Actions and food harmful in indigestion, etc. The following are injurious in indigestion, etc. Purgation, suppressing calls of nature, and passage of wind from the abdomen, taking fresh food before the previous meal has been digested, full meal, keeping late hours at night, taking food too much or too little, or at irregular hours, shedding of blood, all sorts of pulses and beans, fish, meat. The vegetable named upodika, drinking of water in excess, pistaka jambuka, potatoes and similar roots, hot milk immediately curdled by being mixed with something sour, water extracted from boiled sour milk, sour milk condensed by heating, sugar dissolved into water, kernel of the stone of a palm fruit after the growth of sprout, all sorts of oils and fats, impure water, food incongenial by combination, food and drinks unaccustomed and incongenial, food giving rise to flatulence and heavy food. Chapter 5. Piles. Symptoms of piles. The main indication of the disease is the growth of lumps of fiesh, either outside or inside the rectum. Piles may lead to the growth of all sorts of diseases. Bleeding piles are those which are due to an abnormal excess of pittam. Those which grow isolated from one another and give rise to udavarta are due to abnormal excess of vayu. Those due to an abnormal excess of kapha are accompanied with swelling. Piles due to an abnormal excess of all the 3 doshas have all those symptoms combined. Treatment of piles. Arsha Kuthara Rasa, 4 tolas of mercury, 8 tolas of sulfur, 12 tolas each of copper and iron, 8 tolas each of trikatu, langali, roots of danti, seeds of pilu and roots of chitraka, 20 tolas each of javaksara, borax and rock salt, 128 tolas each of she-calf's urine and milk of snuhi. All these are to be heated by means of a very mild heat, till the whole thing turns into a lump. Dose, 12 raktis each, to be taken with buttermilk or juice of pomegranates, or boiled or roasted tuber of sharana. Bidubusana rasa, equal quantities of incinerated mercury, mica, gold, copper, steel, pig iron, sulfur, mandura, and copper pyrites, are to be rubbed together for 1 day with the juice of kanya and dried. The substance is then to be rubbed together for 1 day with the juice of kanya and dried. It is then to be confined in a blind crucible and heated for 3 days, being kept inside a heap of husks of paddy, put to fire. Dose, 6 raktis each, to be taken with sugar. This medicine cures bleeding piles. Mulari rasa, equal quantities of incinerated mercury, indrajava, shunthi, balataka, roots of chitraka, kernel or green bilva fruit. Biranga and haritaki and molasses equal in quantity to all the above named combined, are to be mixed together, and taken in doses of 1 tola each. This medicine cures piles, DNE to an abnormal excess of kapha. If an equal quantity of copper is mixed with it, the dose should be 3 raktis each.
Sarvalokashraya rasa.
4 tolas, each of mercury and sulfur, 2 tolas each of orpiment and copper pyrites, 1 tola each of aconite, and salamine. All these are to be rubbed together, and made into a kajali or black outer, which is to be rubbed for 3 days, with lime juice, dried and put inside a glass bottle. The mouth of the bottle is then to be closed with 1/4 tola of copper sheet, and the whole bottle is to be coated all over with mud, 1½ anguli thick. When dried, the bottle is to be placed inside an earthen vessel, 1/3 of which has been filled with sand. The remaining portion of the vessel up to the mouth of the bottle is also to be filled with sand. The mouth of the vessel is then to be closed by means of an earthen basin. The vessel is then to be heated for 36 hours by means of a fire made of wood. When cooled by radiation of heat, the product is to be taken aunt, powdered, and sifted by means of a piece of cloth. It is then to be mixed with 8 tolas each of copper and mica, 2 tolas of aconite, and 16 tolas of maricha. The medicine, thus prepared, is to be kept in a pot made of coconut shell. Dose, 2 ractus each, to be taken with a few drops of clarified butter. This medicine cures all the diseases due to an excess of vayu and kapha, diseases affecting the rectum, waist, anemia, colic due to vayu, all sorts of fever, indigestion, and gulma. It cures other diseases also, if taken with suitable accompaniments. It increases the digesting heat very quickly. Mula kuthara rasa, 1 part each of sulfur, silver, and copper are to be 318. Rubbed together and made into a lump with which is to be mixed 3 parts each of mica and steel, 3/5 part of sulfur, 1/16 part of aconite, and 2 parts of mercury. All these are to be rubbed together with lime juice and kept in an earthen pot in which it is to be subjected to bhavana with the decoction of triphala. The compound is then to be boiled with the decoctions of dashamula and shatabari in succession till it is dried up. Pills are then to be made 3 ractus in weight each. This medicine cures piles and colic. Bara nagadi rasa. Equal quantities of baranaga, essence of mica, copper, and steel are to be melted together in an iron cauldron placed upon a mild fire. Orpiment, 3 times in weight of all the above named combined, is to be thrown little by little upon the melted substance, the whole thing being rolled constantly by means of an iron ladle. The substance is then to be rubbed with as much purified mercury as is necessary to form a solid amalgam. The lump thus prepared is to be kept buried for 1 month under the roots of a balataka tree. It is then to be taken out and kept immersed for some time in cow's milk. It is next to be kept in an iron pot, the inner surface of which has been smeared with clarified butter. It is next to be roasted in that iron pot with 1 prastha. It is next to be roasted in that iron pot with sulfur, previously subjected to bhavana with the same kind of oil, extracted from balataka fruits. The roasting is to be continued till the whole thing is reduced to ashes. These ashes are then to be mixed with an equal quantity of mercury, reduced to ashes by being rubbed over and over again with the juice of the leaves of yellow jinti and dried each time it is so rubbed. The compound is next to be rubbed with the juices of each of the following, in succession, and dried each time it is so rubbed: wild shuranam, nirgundi, maharashtra gajakarni, astisanhara, and roots of chitraka. It is then to be rubbed for 3 times with the juice of bringaraja, and powdered when dried. Dose 3 ractus, each to be taken with jamani, roots of chitraka, biranga, and clarified butter. Diseases affecting the mouth. This medicine cures piles, nose, and eyes, painful ailments affecting the rectum, enlargement of spleen and liver, chronic diarrhea, gulma, indigestion, and leprosy. Mahodaya, pralyaya saura rasa, 12 tolas of sulfur, extracted from kajali or black sulfate of mercury, 1 tola each of incinerated mercury, mica, copper, and iron, 4 tolas of cinnabar, 12 tolas of copper, pyrites, 4 tolas of compilla, and 2 tolas of aconite are to be rubbed together for 7 days, with lime water made into a lump, and dried in the sun for a week. This lump is then to be coated all over with a paste, 1 anguli thick, prepared from an equal quantity of molasses, lime, and realgar. In a crucible, put 12 tolas of powdered sulfur, upon which the lump is to be kept, covered with 12 tolas of powdered orpiment. Then, close the mouth of the crucible very carefully. It is next to be heated by gajaputam. When cooled by radiation of heat, the contents of the crucible are to be taken out, powdered, and subjected to bhavana for 7 times with the juice of nuxvamika. When dried in the sun, the substance is to be mixed with 1/30th its quantity of incinerated vikranta. This medicine cures all sorts of piles, phthisis, leprosy, indigestion, colic, flatulence, cough, asthma, insanity, apoplexy, all sorts of diseases due to an excess of vayu, all sorts of malignant fever, all sorts of diseases due to an excess of vayu and kapha, and chronic diarrhea of long standing. Hiranya sundara rasa, equal quantities of mercury, copper, pyrites, lodestone, mica, lead, gold, and incinerated essence of bunaga, and sulfur, equal in quantity to all the foregoing combined, are to be rubbed together and heated by means of the vidyadhara jantram in a fire made of cow dung found dried in pasturage. When cooled by radiation of heat, the contents of the vessel are to be taken out and mixed with an equal quantity of powdered trikatu. This medicine cures piles, consumption, asthma, cough, indigestion, fever, pain in the ears, head, and teeth, pinyasa, chronic catarrh, enlargement of spleen, pain in the heart, malignant gout, partial paralysis, tetanus. 324. Paralysis with tremor, apoplexy, and all sorts of chronic fever. Dose 1 rakti each, to be taken with honey or honey and sandal paste only in fever due to pitum. with powdered pipali in fever due to phlegm, with buttermilk in diseases due to vayu and kapha, with clarified butter in diseases due to vayan and pittam, with ginger juice in diseases due to kapha and pittam, with leaves of nirgundi in diseases due to the three dosas, with triphala in colic and chronic fever, with ginger juice in indigestion. The decoction of kadira and bola in katara and headache, with the soup of bird's meat in apoplexy and diseases due to an excess of kapha and vayu, with milk in partial paralysis, titanus, and pinasa, with clarified butter and powdered maricha in anemia, cough due to consumption, and jaundice, with ajamoda and baranga in colic in the navel, and indigestion, with ripe banana fruit in loss of appetite and fever which makes the patient's body coarse and uri, and with bola in sciatica affecting only 1/2 of the waist. Arkesha rasa, 4 tola s each of lead and mercury, 12 tolas of sulfur and 20 tolas of the 3 salts sandaba, bira, and sovarchala combined, are to be rubbed together. For 3 days with the juice of leaves of arka, the compound, thus prepared, is to be heated by putam, and then subjected to bhavana for 5 days each with the juice or decoction of haritaki, amalaki, bibitaki, roots of chitraxa and batasa, the total number of bhavanas being 25. Dose 3 ractus each to be taken with molasses dissolved with water. Diet to be taken with clarified butter and surinam after the medicine is digested. This medicine cures all sorts of piles. The following are to be avoided at the time of taking this medicine: kusmanda, masa grams, rice prepared with milk, physical and mental exercise, in excess, odd sun's rays. Tixna, mukha rasa, equal quantities of mercury, gold, copper, triphala, orpiment, bola, mura, munsi, iron, mandura, mica, sulfur and copper pyrites, are to be rubbed together with the juice of kanya and heated by putam. This medicine cures piles. Arsha binsha rasa, 1024 tolas of the decoction of meda, roots of danti, roots of chitraka, fruits of balataka, trikatulangali and pilu, are to be boiled with 64 tolas of she-calf's urine and 64 tolas of milk of snuhi. When sufficiently condensed, the following are to be mixed with the substance: 4 tolas of mercury, 8 tolas of sulfur, 12 tolas of iron, 16 tolas of copper, and 8 tolas each of sarjiksara and javaksara. The whole thing is to be heated in an iron pot placed upon fire, which is to be extinguished when the whole thing is reduced to ashes. This medicine cures piles. Trailakya tilaka rasa, equal quantities of essence of mica, purified glass and borax, are to be powdered by filing, odd fried with clarified butter. The compound is then to be mixed with 1/8 its quantity of incinerated sasyaka and heated by putam for 3 times. It is next to be mixed with an equal quantity of rajabarta rubbed with the juice of matulanga and heated by putam for 3 times. It is next to be rubbed with the juices of punarnaba, basaka, and hilamochika and heated by putam for 4 times. It is next to be rubbed with the decoction of gugulu and triphala and heated by putam for 30 times. The compound is then to be mixed with 1/8 its quantity of kajali and heated by putam for 50 times. In performing the acts of putam, care should be taken to see that the substance is rubbed with the juice of the prescribed herbs every time the heating of putam is resorted to. In the last case, the substance is to be mixed only once with kajali and rubbed with water only before every act of putam. The compound is then to be mixed with an equal quantity of kanta iron, reduced to ashes, and rubbed with clarified butter. The compound thus formed is to be mixed with 1/8 its quantity of cinnabar and heated by putam for 10 times, being rubbed each time with the juice of lakucha. The compound is next to be mixed with 1/8 its quantity of silver and realzer, combined and heated by putam for 10 times, being rubbed each time with water only. It is then to be mixed with 1/8 its quantity of sulfur and heated by putam for 20 times, being rubbed each time with the juice of hilamochika. The compound is next to be mixed with an equal quantity of clarified butter prepared from black cow's milk. It is next to be mixed with 1/8 its quantity of copper pyrites and heated by putam for 10 times, being rubbed each time with the juice of leaves of nirgundi. The compound is again to be mixed with 1/8 its quantity of kajali and heated by putam for 10 times, rubbing each time with water. The compound thus prepared is to be mixed with 1/8 its quantity of incinerated vikranta, 1/16 its quantity of rajavarta, and equal quantity of rasa parpati. It is next to be subjected to bhavana with the juice or decoction of the following, in succession: ginger, guruchi, pukadamba, bringaraja, roots of chitraka, trikatu, tuber of ganjakini, and ginger when dried. The whole thing is to be powdered and sifted by means of a piece of cloth. This medicine cures all sorts of diseases, and specially udavarta, constipation, colic, paralysis of the tongue, dullness of intellect, sterility, sutika, colic felt at the time of digestion of food, raktagulma, and painful menstruation. Diet and accompaniment are to be decided upon, in consideration of the nature of disease. Karunamaya rasa, 1/4 part of incinerated mercury, and 1 part each of Biranga, Maricha and Mika are to be rubbed together with the juice of Ganga Palanka and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. This medicine cures internal piles and increases appetite. Tixna dana rasa, equal quantity of incinerated mercury, copper gold, mica, steel pig iron, sulfur, mandura and copper pyrites are to be rubbed for 1 day with the juice of kanya. The lump thus made is to be confined in a blind crucible and heated by a strong fire. Dose, 6 raktas cash to be taken with sugar. This medicine cures piles otherwise incurable. Arsha kripana rasa, 4 tolas of mercury, 8 tolas each of sulfur, iron, copper, danti, trikatu and surinam, 5 tolas each of bancha lokana, borax, javaksara, and rock salt, and 32 tolas of milk of sunhai, are to be mixed together and boiled with 128 tolas of calf's urine by mild heat in an iron pot till the whole thing is dried up. Dose, 12 raktas each. Chakradhara rasa, equal quantities of incinerated mercury, mica, garnet, copper and bell metal and sulfur equal in quantity to all the above named combined, are to be rubbed for 1 day with the decocton of balataka and made into pills, 2 raktas in weight each. This medicine cures all sorts of piles. Shanchat kuthara rasa, 2 parts each of mercury, sulfur and iron, 1 part each of trikatu, danti and kusta, 6 parts of langali, 332 2 parts each of calf's urine and milk of snuhi are to be mixed together and boiled in an iron pot by mild heat till the whole thing is dried up. Dose, 12 raktas each. This medicine cures all sorts of piles. Sleeping in daytime is specially to be avoided. Shilajandaka badaka, powdered realgar and sulfur are to be separately subjected to bhavana for 7 times with the juice of bringaraja. Equal quantities of these 2 powders are to be rubbed together with honey and clarified butter. Pills are then to be made, 2 raktas in weight each. This medicine cures indigestion, piles and leprosy. Panchamukha rasa, equal quantities of incinerated mercury, mica, iron, copper and sulfur, and balataka, equal in quantity to. All those combined are to be rubbed together for 1 day with an adequate quantity of the juice of wild surinam. Pills are then to be made 6 raktas in weight each to be taken with clarified butter. This medicine cures piles and leprosy. Nityodita rasa, equal quantities of incinerated mercury, copper, iron, mica, aconite and sulfur, and fruits of balataka equal in quantity to all those combined, are to be powdered very fine, mixed together, and subjected to bhavana for 3 days with the juice of surinam. Dose, 6 raktik each to be taken with a little of clarified butter. This medicine cures all sorts of piles. 333. Astanga rasa, equal quantities of sulfur, mercury, mandura, triphala, trikatu, roots of chitraka and leaves of bringaraja are to be rubbed together for 9 hours with the juices of shalmali and guruchi. Pills are then to be made 1/4 tola in weight each. This medicine cures all sorts of piles if taken with suitable accompaniment. Application of parpati in piles is found to be very efficacious. Diet and actions beneficial in piles. The following are beneficial in piles: purgation, ointment prescribed, shedding of blood, application of alkalis and heating as prescribed in surgical operation, such foodstuffs as rice obtained from shali and sastika paddy of 2 or 3 years standing barley, kulata gram, patola shalincha, garlic leaves of chitraka, punarnava, tuber of shuranam, bastuka, jivanti, lemon, wine, small ela, brahmi, butter, buttermilk, kakula, amalaki, citron, kapitha, urine, clarified butter and milk of camel, balataka, mustard oil, cow's urine, savira, tushambu and all sorts of foodstuff and drinks possessing the power of pacifying vayu and increasing the digesting heat. Chapter 6. Diseases affecting the belly. Slowness of the digesting heat is the cause of all sorts of diseases, and especially of those affecting the belly. The latter arise out of indigestion, eating of dirty food and accumulation of stool in the intestines. What happens just before the appearance of these diseases is this: abnormal excess of the 3 doshas, accumulated for a long time, block the passages carrying sweats and other fluids and thereby pollute the pranavayu, the apanavayu, and the digesting heat. The following are the common symptoms characterizing all sorts of diseases affecting the belly: flatulence, difficulty experienced in movement, weakness of the digesting heat, swelling of some of the limbs, lethargy felt in the movement of the limbs, difficulty in passing wind and stool, heating sensation, and drowsiness. These diseases are of 8 different kinds, viz. Vatodara, Pitodara, Kaphadara, stomach affected by an abnormal excess of kapha, Tridosodara or Dusyodara, Plihodara, and Jakrathudara, Batodara, Kshatadara, and Jaladara. Symptoms characterizing these different kinds of udara rogas are described below. Vatodara. This is signified by the formation in the stomach of gas, which causes the throbowing of the glands down below the navel, felt by the pressure of the fingers, belching, heaviness felt in the belly, constipation and occasional swelling of the belly due to wind. In advanced stages, the diseases is attended with the following symptoms: swelling of hands, feet, navel and belly, pain in the sides of the belly, stomach, waist and the back, pain in the joints of limbs, dry cough, pain in the limbs, heaviness in the lower part of the body, accumulation of stool in the intestines, reddish blackness of the skin, etc., sudden increase or decrease in the size of the belly, pain and appearance of thin and black arteries all over the belly, and rise of sound in the belly, resembling that coming out of a bellows when blown. Wind, in this case, moves to and fro in the belly causing pain and sound. Vatodara of long standage, if not cured, is generally followed by a growth. It is sometimes movable and sometimes immovable, widened at the top and projecting upwards. It obstructs the passages of wind, stool and urine. This growth is called astala, if it is just below the navel, and pratyastala, if it is a little outside the navel. Both of them are indicators of waste and may lead to ulcers in the lungs causing sometimes spitting or vomiting of blood. They are to be treated exactly in the same way as phthisis. Pitodara. The following are the symptoms of pitodara: fever, loss of consciousness, burning sensation, thirst, bad taste in the mouth, giddiness, diarrhea, yellowishness of the skin, etc. The belly in this disease becomes wet with perspiration, emitting heat, having a burning sensation, soft in touch, and is pervaded with nerves having yellowish gray or copper-like colors. It seems to emit smoke, and gradually develops ulceration in the internal surface which beseems full of constant pain. Kaphodara. The following are the symptoms of this disease: weakness of the limbs, want of sensitiveness of the skin, swelling, heaviness of the limbs, sleepiness, nausea, aversion to food, gasping, cough, and whiteness of the skin, etc. The belly, in this disease, becomes large in size, inactive, having a glossy surface, stiff by gradual enlargement, cold in touch, heavy, rigid and full of nerves, white in color. Tritosodara, or Dusiodara. Food, contaminated by nails, hair, urine, stool and men's blood, or poison resulting from an incongenial combination of foodstuff given by enemies, or poisoned fish or polluted water, or poison of slow potency, if taken with food, pollute the blood and the three doshas resulting in serious udara roga, due to the abnormal excess of the three doshas. Such a disease is much increased in a chilly and stormy weather and causes inflammation in the affected region, making the patient anemic, thin, with his throat dry with thirst, and leading to the loss of his consciousness every now and then. Pleodara and Jakrathudara. Batodara. The inner surface of the intestines in this disease is covered with sticky food, hair, pebbles, etc., and cause the gradual accumulation of stools, which passes out in small quantities and with great difficulty, leading to the enlargement of the space between the heart and the navel. Kshatodara. Nails, thorns, or such other prickly or pointed substances taken with food or otherwise found their way inwards, may pierce the intestines and stick to them, causing a profuse discharge from those places of watery substance which accumulates in the abdomen below the navel and passes often through the rectum, causing an intense pain. Jalodara. Drinking of cold water or anointing the body with oil immediately after drinking of oil, clarified butter or tallow, application of douche of oil. Vomiting, purgation or application of a special douche called niruhabasti, corrupts the movements of watery fluids in the system leading to the oozing. 342. Out of water from the affected veins and accumulation of the same in the belly, which becomes glossy, enlarged and swollen, causing a painful sensation around the navel. In this disease, the belly, if tossed, rolls and shakes with a kind of sound, exactly like a leather bag filled with water. Mahodara. Combination of more than one udara roga is called mahodara. It is a very troublesome disease. Treatment of udara roga, purgation in udara roga. In all sorts of udara roga, the patient is first of all to be given a purgative such as Binoda Vidyadhara, or Shurachana Rasa, or 1 tola of castor oil mixed with cow's milk or cow's urine. He is then to be given medicines as given below. 343. Tapping of water and dropsy. Tapping of water a little below the navel helps to pacify dropsy. 4 tolas of molasses combined with shunthi may cure all sorts of udara roga. Iatro-chemical medicines applicable in udara rogas.
Trilokya Sundara Rasa.
1 tola each of mercury, sulfur, copper, mica, rock salt, aconite, black jeera, biranga, sugar-like essence of guruchi, roots of chitraka, batra, and javakshara. And 2 tolas of sulfur are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana with the juices of nirgundi, roots of chitraka and bijapura for 1 day each. Pills are then to be made, 2 raktas in weight each, to be taken with a few drops of clarified butter. This medicine cures vatadara. The following gritam is to be taken in doses of 1 tola only. Just after taking the above medicine, 1 prasta of cow's gritam, and 8 tolas, each of powdered roots of chitraka and javakshara, are to be boiled with 256 tolas of cow's urine, reducible to 64 tolas. Ishabedi rasa, 1 part each of shunthi, maricha, mercury, sulfur and borax, and 2 parts of croton seeds are to be rubbed together with water and made into pills, 2 raktas in weight each. 1 such pill is to be taken with sugar dissolved with water. Bowels will be moved as many times as sugar. Water contained in the hollow of the palm will be sipped. Diet: boiled rice with buttermilk to be given after the evacuation of the bowels. Shita sebananta reza. 1/16 tola of mercury, 3/16 tola of sulfur, 1/16 tola of abitaki, 1/16 tola of amalaki, 1/8 tola of pipali, 3/16 tola of shunthi, and 20 in number of purified croton seeds are to be rubbed together with the juice of amalaki, and made into pills 2, ractus tea and weight, each, to be taken with a little of hot water and juice of amalaki. Bowels are moved by this medicine so long as cold water is not drunk. Sweshap beti rasa, 1 part of mercury, 2 parts of sulfur, 3 parts of maricha, 4 parts of borax, 5 parts of shunthi, 6 parts of haritaki, and 7 parts of croton seeds are to be rubbed together, and made into pills 2 or 3 ractus in weight each, to be taken with water in which boiled rice has been washed. Jaladhara, hara rasa, 1 part, each of pipali, maricha, copper and powdered turmeric, and 4 parts of croton seeds are to be rubbed together for 1 day, with the milk of snuhi, and made into pills, 2 ractus in weight each. This medicine cures dropsy very soon. Diet: curd mixed with boiled rice, which can stop movement of the bowels quickly. Boiled rice with juice of mugga should also be given in the afternoon. Jaladhara rasa, 1 part of mercury, 1 part of sulfur, and 2 parts, each of realgar, haridra, croton seeds, triphala, trikatu, and roots of chitraka, are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana for 7 times each, with the juices respectively of roots of danti, leaves of snuhi, and leaves of bringaraja. Dose to be decided upon in consideration of the age and strength of the patient. Cold dict is to be given with buttermilk after a sufficient movement of the bowels. Buttermilk is to be drunk by the patient every now and then. This medicine cures Jaladhara. Naracha rasa, 1 part, each of mercury, borax, and marisha, and 2 parts, each of sulfur, pipali, and shunthi, and 9 parts of purified croton seeds are to be into pills. 2 ractus in weight and rice water, i.e. water in kept immersed for at least medicine cures gulma and spleen. Rubbed with water and made each, to be taken with honey which powdered rice has been 24 minutes. This, maha, bani rasa, 8 parts each of mercury and sulfur, 2 parts, each of haridra, triphala, and manas sushila, 3 parts each of roots of trivrit, croton seeds, and roots of chitraka, and 7 parts each of trikau, roots of danti and jir, are to be mixed together, and subjected to bhavana fo 7 times each in succession, with the juice of leaves of jayanti, milk of snuhi, juice of bringaraja leaves, decoction of roots of chitraka, and castor oil. Dose: 1/4 of a tola to be taken with hot water. Diet: boiled rice with buttermilk and roque salt to be taken only in the afternoon. Cold water is to be avoided. This medicine cures all sorts of udara roga and excess of vayu and kapha. Pipalya dyalauha, equal quantity of roots of pipali, roots of chitraka, mika. Trikatu, triphala, trimata, camphor, and rock salt are to be mixed with iron, equal in quantity to all the above named combined. This medicine cures all sorts of udara roga. Udara rasya, equal quantities of mercury, copper sulfate, croton seeds, and pipali, are to be rubbed together with a black-colored kernel of a ragbata, and made into pills, 6. Ractus in weight, each, pulp i.e., the soft portion clinging to the seeds of tamarind, dissolved with water, is to be drunk after taking the medicine.
Diet: curd with boiled rice. This medicine is a strong purgative. It cures dropsy, especially of womenfolk, with jalanad. Shilharihi kramakurtaksh takorn production hanataraudichyame.
Fere, Vaidyanatha desha rasa, equal quantities of trikatu, incinerated mercury, and haritaki, are to be mixed with croton seeds, double in quantity of all the above named combined, and rubbed with the juice of changari. Pills are then to be made, 6 ractus in weight each. This medicine cures dropsy, gulma, fever, anemia, loss of eyesight, growth of a white spot inside the pupil of the eye, bidradi, udhabarta, colic, worms, and leprosy. This medicine was communicated in a dream to a certain devotee by Lord Vaidyanatha, Biraja Rasa, 1 part each of mercury, sulfur, aconite, orpiment, trikatu, and borax, and 4 parts of croton seeds are to be rubbed together with the juice of bringaraja or kisharaja. 351, and honey, and made into pills, 2 ractus in weight each. This medicine cures dropsy, udara roga, jaundice, anemia, rheumatism, fistula, leprosy, spleen, and gulma. Binoda vidyadhara rasa, equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, borax, and croton seeds are to be rubbed with water and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. 1 such pili, rubbed with a little molasses and cold milk, causes a good purgatlon and pacifies chronic fever, udara roga, piles, and colic. Should this medicine fail to cause a satisfactory purgation, soup of mugga should be drunk sometime after taking the pill. In case of an unduly excess of purgation, buttermilk or juice of bark of bobula is to be drunk for stopping the movement of the bowels. Shurechana rasa. 8 parts of croton seeds, 3 parts of shunthi, 2 parts of sulfur, 2 parts of marisha, 1 part of borax, and 1 part of mercury are to be rubbed together with water and made into pills 1 rakti in weight each. One such pill, rubbed with cold water, causes a very good purgation. This medicine cures dropsy, gulma, and enlargement of spleen. Udaratna rasa. Equal quantities of mica, iron, mercury, sulfur, realgar. Orpiment, copper, trikatu, roots of chitrika, kustam, mushali, aconite, and jamani are to be rubbed together with lemon juice and made into pills to be taken at night with honey. This medicine cures all sorts of udara roga, mritu nirodha rusa. 1 part each of the following: finely powdered and sifted the 2 kasharas, trikatu panchalavanam, and shatapuspi, and 1 part each of mercury and sulfur are to be rubbed together for 3 days and made into pills live ractus in weight each. This medicine is especially efficacious in diseases due to an abnormal excess of the 3 doses in samipatika fever. This medicine is to be given with honey and any one of the following decoction of the roots of chitraka, juice of ginger, rock salt, powdered trikatu. The patient, after taking the medicine, is to lie down in a room, not disturbed by drafts of air, and should be allowed to drink water only when thirsty. Diet: boiled rice with curd, to be given only when the patient asks for food, and not otherwise. The medicine may be repeated at suitable 351 intervals if the first dose fails to bring about the desired effect. This medicine cures diseases due to an excess of vayu, kapha, slowness of the digesting, heat, fever, coli, all sorts of udara roga, diseases affecting the liver, anemia, swelling due to anemia, gulma, chronic diarrhea, enlargement of the spleen, constipation, vomiting due to gulma, cough, asthma, and hiccough. Trailakya ranjana rasa, 1 part each of mercury, copper, mica, rock salt, aconite, black jeera, biranga, essence of guruchi, roots of chitraka, ela, and javakshara, and 2 parts of sulfur are to be mixed together and then rubbed for 1 day with the juices or decoctions of nirgundi, roots of chitraka, and bijapura, and perfectly dried. Dose: 2 ractus a day, to be taken with a few drops of clarified butter. It cures vatodara radically. 1 tola of the clarified butter mentioned below is to be drunk after taking the medicine stated above. 4 lolas of powdered roots of chitraka and 8 tolas of cow's urine are to be boiled with 16 tolas of water and turned semi-solid. It is then to be mixed with 16 tolas of cow's butter, clarified, and boiled by a mild heat. When the liquid is freed from water, have it filtered by means of a piece of cloth. The liquid, thus filtered, is to be mixed with 4 tolus of javakshara, duse oyar tola, a day. Mahanala rasa, 4 parts of mercury, 8 parts of sulfur, 2 parts each of haridra, irifala, and haritaki, and 8 parts each of trikatu, jira, and roots of danti, are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana for 7 times each in succession with the following. Lul dai otodis wote medicine is a good purgative diet. Boiled rice with buttermilk mixed with rock salt, to be taken in the afternoon. Drinking of cold water is to be avoided. This medicine cures all sorts of udara roga. Baisya nara rasa, equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, copper, shilaja, kanta, laha, trikatu, roots of chitraka, kastam, nirgundi, musali, aconite, and ajamoda are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana for 21 times with the decoction of nimba and for 7 times with the juice of bringaraja. Dose: 2 ractus a day, to be taken at night with a few drops of honey. This medicine cures dropsy.
Jivakandam. Yao. Siddhamadar yajishefchevo bhagandar. Nemara tudramata godars. Evam prakrtita udara martandarasa.
4 tolas of fine copper wire, as thin as possible, and an equal quantity of sulfur are to be immersed in lime juice in a stone mortar, exposed to the sun. When the whole thing will melt and mix together, mix 1 tola of mercury with it. Reduce the compound to ashes by heat by lagu putam. Dose: 2 ractus a day, applicable in udararoga, dropsy, and fistula. Application of copper. Incinerated copper rubbed with honey and ginger juice taken in the morning, in doses of 2 ractus a day, cures all sorts of ndara roga. Application of parpati. The best of the parpatis, taken with suitable accompaniments, are found to be very efficacious in all sorts of udarogas. Diet and actions beneficial in udara royas, purgation, fasting, kolathagram of 1-year-old, mugagram, red shali rice, barley, meat of wild beasts and birds, rice boiled with 11 times its weight of water, wine, honey, sidhu, madvi, buttermilk, garlics, castor oil, ginger, shalincha leaves, patola, carabella, punarnava, shigru, haritaki, beta leaves, ella, javakshara. Iron, goat's milk, cow's milk, camel's milk, buffalo's milk, goat's urine, cow's urine, camel's urine, buffalo's urine, light food, bitters, articles of food stuff increasing the digesting heat, covering the belly with clothes, exposure of the belly to the heat of mild fire, application of aconite. All these are to be used having regard to the condition of the patient. In vatodara, at early stages the following are considered very beneficial: drinking of clarified butter, rubbing the whole body with oil, and application of douche of oil only. Actions and diet prohibited in udara roha: drinking of oil, butter, and other fatty substance, smoking, drinking of water in excess of course, bloodshed, vomiting, use of conveyances, sleeping in daytime, physical exercise, taking of piston meat of aquatic animals, meat of animals grazing near water such as goat, pot herbs, sesamum seeds, hot food, beta high food, food prepared with much of salt, all sorts of pulses and beans. Enlargement of spleen and liver, causes and symptoms. Plehodara or enlargement of spleen is due to the blood and phlegm turning impure, on account of eating foodstuff which is classed as beta high, and increaser of kapha. Jakrathudara or enlargement of the liver is also due to the same cause as stated above. In these two kinds of udara rogs, an abnormal excess of vayu causes udabarta, pain, and anaha, an excess of pitam causes loss of consciousness, thirst, sensation of heat and fever, and an excess of kapha gives rise to heaviness of the limbs, aversion to food, and stiffness of the belly.
Yabichar Votrtala Mahatma, Prashtadaran Pornatavona, Kosaich Stochi Sarvamash Vyapahat, Jahantik Resanam Shaidarunashan. Iatro medical treatment for enlargement
of spleen and liver, plihantaka rasa, equal quantities of copper, silver, mica, iron, pearls, cinnabar, puspanyana or puspakasisa, mercury, sulfur, gugulu, trikatu, rasna, croton seeds, triphala, katuki, roots of danti, divatali, rock salt, tribrit, and javakshara are to be rubbed together with castor oil and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each. This medicine cures 8 different kinds of udara roga, anemia, anaha, chronic fever, indigestion, mucus, consumption due to an excess of phlegm, all sorts of colic, cough, asthma, and swelling due to anemia. It is especially efficacious in enlargement of spleen and liver. 242 Pliharnava rasa, 4 tolas, each of cinnabar, sulfur, borax, mica, and aconite are to be rubbed together and mixed with 2 tolas each, of pipali and maricha. Pills are then to be made, 3 raktis in weight, each, to be taken with honey and juice of shephalika leaves. This medicine cures 6 kinds of spleen, fever, dullness of digesting, heat, asthma, cough, vomiting, and giddiness. Pliha Shardula rasa, 1 part each of mercury, sulfur, trikatu, realgar, kauri shell, copper sulfate, hingu, iron, jayanti, rohitaka, javakshara, borax, rock salt, roots of chitraka, and croton seeds, and 3 parts of copper are to be rubbed together and subjected to bhavana for 3 days each in succession with the juice or decoction of trivrit, roots of chitraka, pipali, and ginger juice. Pills are then to be made 1 rakti or 2 raktis in weight each, to be taken with honey and powdered pipali. This medicine cures enlargement of spleen very quickly. It also cures agramansa, enlargement of the liver, gulma, mucus, all sorts of udara roga, swelling of the body due to anemia, bidradi, dullness of the digesting heat, and all sorts of fever. Pliha Sudana rasa, 1 tola of orpiment, 1/4 tola of gold, 2 tolas of copper, 2 tolas of mica, 1 tola of deer skin incinerated, and 1 tola of powdered bark of the root of a lemon fruit tree are to be mixed together, rubbed with water, and made into pills, 6 raktis in weight each, to be taken with honey and powdered roots of chitraka. This medicine cures enlargement of spleen and liver, however malignant, anemia, gulma, and fistula. Plihari rasa, 1 tola, each of mercury, sulfur, borax, aconite, trikatu, triphala, and half a tola of croton seeds are to be rubbed for 3 hours with the juice of the bark of palasha tree and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each, to be dried in the shade. These pills are to be taken with a few drops of honey and ginger juice. This medicine cures enlargement of spleen due to kapha, colic due to vayu, asthma, cough, sorts of udara roga, and all sorts of kanfa. Gulma, colic, udavarta, fever, rheumatism, all diseases due to an excess. Basuki, busana rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, copper, and tin are to be rubbed together with the juice of leaves of arka, and made into a lump which is to be coated all round with mud and dried. This is then to be put inside 2 earthen basins, and heated by putam as usual. The product is then to be subjected to bhavana with the juice of basaka, and made into pills, 3 raktis in weight each to be taken with honey and powdered rock salt. This medicine enrays enlargement of spleen and gulma. Sadhyo mrityunjaya rasa, 1/4 tola, each of mercury, sulfur, and mica, half a tola of iron, 1 tola of copper, and 1/4 tola each of javakshara, sarji, kshara rock salt, beera salt, incinerated kauri shell, incinerated conchibre shell, roots of chitraka, rilger, orpiment, hingu, katuki, bark of rohitaka, tribrit, incinerated bark of tamarind, roots of bishala, roots of white ankotha, roots of apamarga, incinerated sprout growing at the top of a palm tree, malika, haridra, daru haridra, priyangu, indrajava, haritaki, ajamoda, jamanika, copper sulfate, sharapunka, bark of rohitaka, and rasanyanam are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana with the juices of ginger and guruchi. The compound is then to be rubbed with 8 tolas of honey and made into pills 6 raktis in weight each, Accompaniment to be decided upon. Having regard to the condition of the doses, this medicine cures enlargement of spleen, intense fever, cough, chronic fever, rheumatism, pain in the liver, asthma, piles, head diseases, gulma, swelling due to anemia, anaha, agramansa, waste due to the inactivity of the liver, anemia, jaundice and udara rogus. Bajrapani rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, iron, mica, realger, copper, nux vomica, incinerated cowrie shells, copper sulfate, incinerated conch shell, rasanyanam, jadaphalam, katuki, javakshara, sarjikshara, croton seeds, trikatu, hingu and rock salt are to be mixed together and subjected to bhavana with the juices of leaves of suryavarta and bilva. The product is then to be rubbed with the juice of leaves of suryavarta and made into pills, 2 raktas in weight each. This medicine cures enlargement of spleen and liver, agrama nsa, gulma, astila, udara roga, bibiata rakta, and internal bidradi.
344 de Sulanand. Jernajiwaratiri pornika malai vana shiad. Aganamaniache. Shamiyakana tarastata milokana tarasa.
1 part each of mercury, sulfur, and mica, 2 parts each of iron and copper, and 6 parts of incinerated cowrie shells are to be rubbed with the juice of betel leaves and subjected to heat by gaja putam. When cooled by radiation of heat, the putam is to be broken open and the medicine taken out. The following is to be taken just after taking the medicine cow's urine combined with powdered haritaki, mixed with molasses only or with powdered pipali and honey or with molasses, and powdered jeera. This medicine cures enlargement of spleen and liver, gulma, udaroga, swelling due to anemia, jirna fever, anemia, jaundice and dedalness of the digesting heat. Lokaraja rasa. 1 bola of mercury and 1 tola of sulfur are to be rubbed together for 1.5 hours to form a black powder, with 242, which is to be mixed 1 tola of mica, 2 tolas of iron, 2 tolas of copper, and 4 tolas of incinerated cowrie shells. The compound is to be rubbed for 3 hours with the juice of betel leaves, and then subjected to heat by lagu putam. The medicine is to be taken out when the putam gets cooled by radiation of heat. Dose 2 raktas each, to be taken with ginger juice, a little of the exudation of the kadira plant being drunk just after taking the medicine. This medicine cures enlargement of spleen and liver, swelling due to anemia, dullness of the digesting heat, and all sorts of fever. Lokesha rasa. 1 part of mercury and 2 parts of sulfur are to be rubbed together to form a black powder, which is to be mixed with 1 part of mica, and rubbed with the juice of kanya. The compound is then to be mixed with 2 parts of copper, 2 parts of iron, and 9 parts of cowrie shell. And reverse gurma, and jaundice, tamraswarabati. 1 part each of hingu, trikatu, leaves of apamarga, leaves of arka and leaves of snuhi, 5 parts of rock salt, 10 parts of iron, and 10 parts of copper are to be mixed together. This medicine cures enlargement of spleen and liver, gulma, rheumatism, piles, diarrhea, acute and chronic and swelling due to anemia. Chitrakati lauha. 3 tolas each of roots of chitraka, shunthi, roots of a palm tree, ashes of the roots of apamarga, and tuber of ma'ana, and 1 tola each of iron, mica, pipali, copper, javakshara and panchalavanamara to be boiled with 4 prastas of cow's urine by a mild heat. When cooled, 8 tolas of honey is to be mixed with the liquid. This medicine cures enlargement of spleen and liver, gulma, chronic diarrhea, swelling due to anemia, dullness of the digesting heat, fever, jaundice, anemia, dislocation of the rectum and dysentery. Gana dipa rasa. 4 tolas each of mercury and sulfur, 8 tolas of mica, 12 tolas of copper, 2 tolas of copper pyrites, and 1 tola each of croton seeds, roots of pipali, triphala, trikatu, tribrit, apamarga, dandopala, brishikali, astisanhara, nagadanti and suryavarta are to be rubbed together with ginger juice and mixed with 12 tolas of iron. Dose 6 raktas, to be taken with honey, cold water being drunk after taking the medicine. This medicine cures enlargement of spleen and liver, and other udara, rogas, gulma, jaundice, anemia, anaha, worms, eczema, acidity and biliousness, itches and other skin diseases. It increases beauty, strength, semen and longevity. Vidya maya rasa. Equal quantities of sulfur, orpiment, copper pyrites, copper, realger and mercury are to be rubbed together, and then subjected to bhavana for 1 day each, with a decoction of pipali and milk of snuhi. Pills are then to be made, 3 raktas in weight each, to be taken with honey and cow's milk. This medicine cures gulma and enlargement of spleen. Rasapati resa. 1 part of copper, incinerated with sulfur, 1 part of sulfur and half a part of mercury, are to be rubbed with the juice of sharana, and then heated by gaja, putam. When completely cooled by radiation of heat, the medicine is to be taken out. Dose 2 raktas to be taken with honey. This medicine cures enlargement of spleen and liver, gulma, colic and fever. It enharases beauty and nutrition. Rohitaka loham. Equal quantities of bark of rohitaka, trikatu, triphala, trimata, and iron equal in quantity to all of the above named combined are to be rubbed together. in an iron pot with honey. This medicine cures enlargement of spleen, agramansa, and swelling due to anemia. Jakrathari laham. 2 tolas of iron, the same quantity of mica, 4 tolas of the powdered bark of lemon tree, and 4 tolas of deer's hide, are to be rubbed together with water and made into pills, 9 raktis in weight each. This medicine cures enlargement of spleen and liver, udara rogas, jaundice, cough, asthma, fever, and gulma due to an excess of vayu. Jakrit plihari laham. 1 part each of mercury, sulfur, iron, and mica, 2 parts each of copper, realgar, and haridra, and 1 part each of croton seeds, borax, and shilajatu, are to be rubbed together with water and subjected to bhavana separately, with the juice or decoction of each of the following: roots of Danti Trivrit, Chitraka, Nirgundi, Trikatu, ginger, and Bringaraja. Pills are then to be made, 6 raktis, in weight, each. This medicine cures all sorts of enlargement of spleen and liver, all sorts of udara rogas, fever, anemia, jaundice, swelling due to anemia, dullness of digesting heat, and aversion to food. Jakrit plihotara hara lauham. 4 parts of iron, 2 parts of mica, 1 part of incinerated mercury, and 15 parts of triphala are to be mixed together and boiled, by mild heat, with 352 parts of water, which is to be reduced to 1/8 its quantity. With this is to be mixed clarified butter, equal in quantity to the remaining part of the boiled water, the same quantity of juice of shatabari, and 88 parts of milk. All these are to be boiled by mild heat, in a vessel made of earth or iron, by means of an iron. 4 parts of the iron referred to above, quantity, is to be used, the remainder being mixed with the product, after the completion of the boiling process. 6 parts of each of the following are also to be mixed with the substance, ladle, of the only half the at the outset, just before the completion of the boiling process, shuranam, kapalika, chabia, biranga, patwika lodra shara punksha patha, roots of chitraka shunti, pancha lavanam, javakshara, bridadaraka, jamani, and madhatam. This medicine cures enlargement of spleen, liver, and gulma. It is to be subjected to bhavana for 2 times each in succession, with the juices of the following: if it is to be applied in enlargement of spleen, mena tuber, gantakarna leaves, and shurana tuber. Lokadisha rasa. 1 part of mercury and 2 parts of sulfur are to be rubbed together to form a black powder or kajali, with which is to be mixed 1 part of mica, all of these being rubbed together with the juice of kanya. The compound is then to be rubbed with 2 parts of copper and the same quantity of iron, and rubbed with the juice of kakamachi, made into a lump and dried. A crucible is then to be made of 2 parts of sulfur and 2 parts of incinerated cowrie shells rubbed with lime juice. The lump is then to be put inside the crucible, the mouth of which is to be closed. This crucible is then to be put in an earthen basin covered by another, the joint of the basins being cemented by means of a paste made of mud, ashes, salt, and water. The putam, thus preparad, is to be dried in the sun and heated by means of gajaputam. When cooled by radiation of heat, the medicine is to be taken out and powdered. Dose, 6 raktis each, to be tea taken with cow's urine, mixed with any one of the following: honey and powdered pipali, molasses and powdered haritaki, molasses and powdered black jeera, the quantity of the powders in, and being 6 factus each. This medicine cures enlargement of spleen and liver, swelling due to anemia, astala, kamathi, pratyastala, kanziakrora, agramanza, colic, fistula, dullness of the digesting heat, and cough. Agni kumara lalam. 1 tola kash, of copper sulfate, hingu, borax, rock salt, danya, jeera, jamani, maricha, shunthi, lavanga, ella, and biranga. 12 tolas of iron, and 2 tolas kush, of mercury and sulfur, rubbed together to form a black powder or kajali, are to be mixed together, and taken in suitable doses with honey and clarified butter. This medicine cures liver, spleen, gulma, and jaundice. It increases strength, beauty, digesting heat, and nutrition. Pranabalaba rasa. 4 tolas kash of iron, copper, incinerated cowrie shell, copper sulfate, hingu, triphala, roots of snuhi, javakshara. Croton seeds, borax, and trebrit are to be rubbed together with goat's milk and made into pills, 4 raktis in weight each, to be taken with water or honey. Other accompaniments may be used having regard to the condition of the disease, the doses, and the shortcoming of the medicine in particular cases. This medicine cures jaundice, anemia, anaha, shlipada, carbuncle, apache, batarakta, itches, boils, and other skin diseases. It is a very good medicine for jaundice. Tamra kalpam. 2 tolas each of silver chala salt, mercury, and sulfur, and 6 tolas of copper are to be rubbed with lime juice or decoction of suryavarta and pipalai, and exudation of shalmali, and kept in the sun so long as the ingredients do not mix up together. The compound is then to be rubbed again with lime juice, dried and finely powdered. Dose 2 raktis on the first day, 3 raktis on the third day, and so on up to 12 raktis a day, which is to continue until recovery. This dose of 12 raktis a day is then to be reduced by 1 rakti a day till it reaches 2 raktis a day, after which the medicine is to be stopped altogether. Diet: boiled shully rice, mixed with milk and clarifilled butter, to be taken after the medicine is digested. This medicine cures acidity and biliousness, all sorts of chronic diarrhea, chronic fever, fever of long standing, enlargement of spleen and liver, agramanza, swelling due to anemia, kanziakroram, kamatham, and all sorts of udara, roga. It increases the datas, nutrition, strength, beauty and power of digestion. The mouth is to be purified after meal with betel leaves prepared as usual, with powdered lime, kataku, etc. Udaramaya, kumbi, kashari rasa, equal quantities of maruri, sulfur, copper, trikatu, javakshara, sarjikshara, borax, roots of pipali, chavya, roots of chitraka, pancha lavanam, jamani and hingu are to be rubbed with lime juice and dried by the intense heat of the sun. Dose, 6 raktas to be taken with water named divya, or divine. These are of 4 kinds, viz. Rainwater. Collected in the month when the sun is in the sign Kanya, ice water, water from hailstones, and cold water derived from Motlu Glacier. This medicine cures boils, enlargement of liver and spleen. Worms, agramansa, tortoise-shaped spleen, dropsy, loss of power of digestion, gulma, acidity with biliousness and mucus, bari shosana rasa, 24 parts of sulfur, 12 parts of tin, 6 parts of mercury, 14 parts of mica and parts of iron, 9 parts of copper, 2 parts of gold, 7 parts of silver, 13 parts of heavy diamond, 16 parts of copper pyrites, 18 parts of new iron sulfate, 6 parts of new copper sulfate, 4 parts of orpiment, 3 parts of realgar, 5 parts of shilajatu, 1 part of pearls and 2 parts of borax are to be rubbed together and subjected to bhavana for 7 times with lime juice and made into a lump. This lump's to be put inside 2 earthen basins, the joint of which is to be cemented as usual. The putum, thus prepared, is next to be put inside a vessel, the lower part of which is filled with sand. The remaining part of the vessel is now to be completely filled with sand, and the month closed by means of an earthen basin. Heat is then to be applied to the vessel for 24 hours. When cooled by radiation of heat, the medicine is to be taken out, powdered and subjected to bhavana for 7 times each in 344 thegvafi, kapha, in grahani, and in loss of power of digestion. It is to be given in enlargement of spleen, anemia, colic and udabarta with the decoction of trikatu and triphala, and in leprosy with the juice of kaka udambara. This medicine increases power of digestion, beauty and strength. It may be used in all sorts of diseases without hesitation. Sarbatobhadra rasa. Equal quantities of mercury, sulfur, copper, mica and lodestone are to be rubbed in a stone mortar with ginger juice.
This medicine cures enlargement of spleen and liver, fever, swelling due to anemia, jaundice, calm, and asthma. Chitatkarnam pro. Parapart prayog. Raktakamtar matasiat aradharkarasamadrat parapart sanjakros. Dhiyakatapta hedaratea vashub falprad. Application of parpati in enlargement of spleen and liver.
The best of the parpatis are found to be very efficacious in these diseases, if applied with 1 rakti of hingu and a little of honey and ginger juice. Diet and enlargement of spleen and liver. It is the same as in udara roga, udabarta and anaha, causes and symptoms of udavarta. Eating in excess of food, not containing fat, and of such articles of food, stuff as old mugga, chanaka and other grams causes an irritation of vayu moving in the abdomen. Thus irritated, the wind blocks the passages through which stool and urine pass and mixes with them, causing ailments in the heart, back, belly, abdomen and head, and fever with cough and breathing difficulty. This wind then forces its way constantly upwards and pushes up stool and urine. This is what is meant by udavarta. Causes and symptoms of anaha. That part of the chyle which is not converted into blood takes the form of mucus and is gradually accumulated in the intestines, if mixed with the wind. That is also the urse with stools held up by wind. These 2 things cannot find their way downwards, giving rise to intestinal obstruction, which is called anaha. Treatment of udararta and anaha. Udavarta is cured by hingu, honey and rock salt, pestled together, saturated with clarified butter, and entered into the rectum.
Ichatakarnam, vidyanatha bhushitaras, poya terkuta satyachidadagana konakate, makpurna surmal. Kya rosi kunti or 2. Gorikandaraganamadi pornadamayavanashan. Fotokushtamatara kundapurnikawanehantache, rosi siddha fulavesi vidyanatha bhushite.
Vaidyanatha basita rasa. 1 part each of haritaki, trikatu and rasa sindura, and 2 parts of croton seeds are to be rubbed together with the juices of manduka parni and chanjari, and made into pills 1 rakti in weight each. This medicine cures udavarta, gulma, anemia, worms, leprosy, odd itches. Birika rasa. 1 part each of mercury, sulfur and maricha, 2 parts each of borax, pipali and shunti, and 9 parts of 355 bowels are moved by putting this medicine saturated with water in the navel. A mere inhaling of this medicine causes purgation, which pacifies udavarta. Swekha, Bidaka rasa. 1 part each of mercury, borax, maricha and sulfur, 2 parts each of tribrid and shunti, and 9 parts of croton seeds are to be rubbed together for 48 minutes with the juice of arka leaves. The compound is then to be heated by laguputam and made into pills, 1 rakti in weight each, to be taken with cold water. Purgation will continue so long as hot water is not drunk. Diet, curd mixed with boiled rice. This medicine cures all sorts of mucus, adavarta, goma, weakness, and many other diseases.
A. Chitratarnam, Udauta Anyan Bhishajyan. Varashishanaros, Palaharos ityad. Other medicines for Udanartha and Anaha. Trilakyatilaka rasa, Vaidyanatadesha rasa, Mrityunjaya rasa, Barishosana rasa, Plihari rasa, etc.
388. Setyo. Diet and actions salutary in Udavarta and Anaha, fomentation of the belly after rubbing it with oil, purgation, application of douche, phalabarti saturated with oil, and equal quantities of madana fruit, pipali, kustam, basha, white mustard, molasses, and javakshara, rubbed together and entered into the rectum, pacifies Udabarta. This paste is called phalabarti.